already live. Usually I wait till we've already finished loading, but I'm a little late today. I have a theory, and I'm testing it. My theory is that as long as I start the live stream before 8 a.m. local time, I will probably get a lot better numbers than I would after 8 a.m. local time. But then I also have to factor in a weekday, so that's a lot of testing. I'll figure that out later. For now, I made sure to start before 8, even if only by a couple minutes. Food for the immediate moment. Gonna do a patrol to get things warmed up here. I've been meaning to do this for a long time. The opportunity kept passing me by. I don't really care about the whole fence. I just want to be able to walk through this area. Hey there, how's it going this morning? We are absolutely surrounded by fog at the moment. You would think that going on patrol while there's a massive deluge of fog wouldn't be the best idea, but we're actually alright. If there is a Zed, we'll hear it. So I can pick up these brick planters, the entirety of them. Interesting. I didn't know that. I cannot pick up the black partitions here, unfortunately. That's a shame. Whenever there's foggy weather. Whenever there's whatchamacallit, foggy weather. Oh, it means nothing, huh? Yeah. That's what we say when we don't. See how wide that crosshair is? Fog is basically no shooty juice. We don't get to shoot while there's fog unless we want to miss everything. Aiming level 10, by the way, and of course, nasty. Absolutely nasty. You would have thought we went straight back to aiming level 1. It is painful to look at. That's why I don't look at it. I keep my guns sheathed 99% of the time when it's foggy. I have walked past this place about 200 times, and I even set the corner of it on fire. Never actually been inside, though. Ooh, curtains. Not the kind of curtains I can pick up, sadly. I do kind of like the carpeting in here. If I were to use the carpeting in here just for my bedroom, then that would eliminate the problem that I've been having with I've been having a bit of a problem with not having enough of the correct floor tile at my outpost. It's not even a base. I can't call it a base. A base requires infrastructure that I haven't built and probably am not going to build, but, well, whoever said there's nothing wrong with making your outposts pretty? I am most likely going to be quite sluggish today. I have, my sleep schedule got annihilated again, but I've decided to power through it today. As best I can, at least. Usually I try not to do too much Project Zomboid if I'm, well, I mean, what have we got, 600 and some odd hours on this character here? I stopped counting a long time ago. Putting all that on the line, just because I'm a little tired, doesn't feel like a good idea. I usually want to bring my A game if I'm going to play Zomboid, but I think I can approximate. I mean, if nothing else, it's not like I'm doing heavy combat right now. Alright, so if I wanted to do carpeting in the bedroom, let's just get out a few tiles and see what it would look like. Because I want to know how it measures up with the baseboard here. This baseboard, by the way, is something you cannot replicate to the extent of my knowledge on the wall here. You can do wallpaper now, but the baseboard, the mahogany-looking baseboard that actually matches this mahogany furniture, you can't do that in your custom bases. Okay. It's not bad, and it feels almost like it might be a better match. I think I'll do it. Yeah. I mean, if I need more, I just go right across the street. We'll definitely need a fair bit more. And I should probably keep in mind that the weather... So, of course, what does fog usually go away by? If it goes away... If you have really thick fog like this in the mornings, it might, emphasis on might, disappear by noon. And if it doesn't, you're probably stuck with it for the rest of the day. That's my general experience thus far. Very general experience there. I've seen it sometimes disappear shortly after noon as well, but the vast majority of the time, if it's gonna go away, it usually goes away at noon, otherwise it's there for pretty much the entire day. I do like that. It isn't a perfect match, but it feels... That sucks. Oh well. It's been a long time since I've heard this particular track. This particular track was not in my chill mix. So whenever the music system breaks, this one would fall off completely. Interesting. I might have to double check my chill mix and see what else it's missing. About 10 more. Wait a minute. That looks lighter than it did this morning. Maybe it is clearing up. I will check again in 30 minutes, see what happens. I'm going to start deleting some of this, Am I? I was just about to say I'm going to start deleting the beige tiles. Yes, I'm going to start deleting the beige tiles. If I want tiles, I can do better than beige tiles. I have never found that the beige is a good match. And I'm deleting them because I literally have nowhere else to store them. I have run out places to store beige tiles. I do think I picked up actually a lot, and I'm currently storing some in the desks over there. What's going on here? Never seen this before. It's like there's broken tiles that are left over that is now sticking through the rosewood flooring that we replaced it with. I'm guessing this is another situation where I have no choice but to destroy the underflooring. Easily done. I'll have to go get nails if I don't get a nail for disassembling this. Hello. Come on. I've got to be very careful not to accidentally fall through the floor when I do this. So I think... yeah, both times I got planks and no nails. Look at that. The fog cleared up. We can call that noon. I mean, it was starting to clear up by noon. And now that it is 1300, it is completely cleared up. So we'll just finish what we started up there, and then we're going to go out and we're going to take a look down, just straight down First Street. Straight down First Street. I don't think... well, actually, I have no idea exactly what we're going to see up there. What's going on there? That's... we deleted that floor. I have no idea what was going on there. That could have been a bit of a trap. The good thing about this carpeting is that because how dark it is, it actually will hide imperfections in the floorboards almost completely. Like you can almost just barely see it. But even on my HDR monitor, I can just barely make out. There's like a slight discoloration of the black pixels right here. But it is so subtle that I would never notice it in passing if I didn't look closely, and that's good enough for me. It's just like I almost never notice when Annie gets too bloody because blood just shows up as a slightly darker shade of black on her current kit, so I don't really even notice it that much. It is a good thing that she is not the type to get stressed when bloody. I lowballed this. I thought 28 would be enough. It was definitely not enough. We've only got 8 more, and that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'd need at least 10 to make that look good. Well, you know what? It will look good enough. It'll look almost even. I just do these 4 here. And then we'll stop for now. Because now that we've got good weather, we are going to actually go out and do some stuff as opposed to base work. Definitely going to need more. At least when that's 4 by 4, we would need at least 16 more. And we've got 4 total. Okay, all of the carpeting related stuff out of my inventory. Let's just finish off this stir fry and then make ourselves some more food. And then we head out. Ammo check. Shotgun, we could use a couple boxes. 45 auto, we're really low. 38 special is fine, and we've got randomly some 223. Alright, all of the calibers we're currently rocking. The M625 for medium range. The M36 for short range. The 9mm for medium range, high capacity. Shotgun for somewhat longish range. And, of course, multi-hit. We are loaded. How is our current sword? It's at half capacity. That'll be fine for now. If we use up the entirety of a half capacity sword when we've only got a couple hours left in a day, I will be very impressed. Even if I were to drink some coffee, which I don't have. Let's make some coffee while we're at this. Glad I thought of that. Alright, there's 2 coffees. I like to have at least 1, 2 is good. They weigh about 1 encumbrance, so I don't want to carry around too many, but there is our daily bread for the rest of the day. Nice 60 fry. We've got plenty more of these 60 fries coming up too, because the beef we got is quite plentiful. And that's 20 hunger a unit for the beef. Alright. Let us deploy. This is just going to be a survey for the most part. We've only got 10 fatigue to work with. How much combat we actually engage in will probably just depend on density. You know, I've bitched about the weather a lot lately. Something I haven't done is actually listen to it. I can't remember the last time I actually listened to the weather in this game. I usually just take it day by day. But so we will have more or less cleared a lot of Zed all the way up and past the left and right here. But there will still be stragglers up here somewhere, I believe. Somewhere. I don't know exactly where, but we did a pipe bomb up here recently. Anyway. Knox power grid, blackout. Today, 50s, maximum 60. Mild wind, clear skies. Tomorrow, 60s. Humidity 23. Mild wind from the north, clear skies. Tell me... nothing. Literally nothing. Okay. That is good news. Oops. Very good news. Here's the noise generator that I used with the pipe bomb. Let's pick that up. So that means tomorrow is ours to do with how we please. All right. Straight towards First and Main it is. Oh, we're at First and Main right now. It kind of happened before I really paid attention to it, but at the corner of First and Main, the most prominent landmark is Brooks Public Library of Louisville here. I mean, for the longest time, First and Main, this intersection right here, has just been sort of a thing floating around in my mind as a goal for Louisville. But I mean, you know, it's about the journey, not the destination. And I mean, now that it's just another step on our journey. The next step is I do want to make it all the way to the end of the bridge, the Clark Memorial Bridge here. I mean, all that's left is one other major intersection, and that's First and Jackson. I don't expect there to be too much said. There's probably going to be a sizable group. Oh, I scouted it out recently too. I actually completely forgot about that recently, as in the past couple of week or so, because we can see the skeletons left over. I remember that now. Let's kill anybody foot mobile right now. Get up, you vagrant. Alright, maybe not. Stay on the ground then. Art Gallery of Louisville. I did pop into it briefly. I didn't really do anything significant in there. I have since looked at the Art Gallery of Louisville on the website, the map website, just to see if there's anything in there that I actually care about. I couldn't. Nothing jumped out at me really. All the particularly neat artwork we've already got copies of, and multiple copies of some of them. Maybe a stretch goal. Okay, so this is the roadblock after First and Jackson all the way to Clark Memorial Bridge. Like most roadblocks, they're almost all burnt wrecks. Now, I rarely am in a position where I would even consider just welding them all out of the way, but we are probably going to do that in the not-too-distant future here. I'm going to engage this group here, and then I actually do have to step away briefly IRL and get something done really quick. I'll just be about a minute and a half. And then I'll be back, and we will continue. It's a pretty big group. I was waiting to find one of these. We're still in Louisville, after all. Let's let the fast ones separate themselves. We're not in firearms discharge mode at the moment because we have no understanding of how many are going to be in the nearby buildings. This is why even when the music isn't broken, I still kind of prefer my own music mixes because, I mean, was that really an epic combat moment right there? Sure, it got dangerous for approximately 6 seconds when that group of 3 were on us, but according to the game, I should be, my life should be in epic danger right now. I think we may have outlived the early game danger paradigm. It's not that we've ever, we're never going to get to a point where one bite won't kill us. So there's always that. I don't know if y'all saw that. There was about a third of a second worth of a lag spike. That was this entire building spawning in. And I know that because I have driven past this area several times now. I must have driven too quickly for it to wake up the interior of the hotel suites there. Because if this building had woken up, those zombies would have absolutely heard me driving past with the ambulance. So, yeah. We just woke up a building that, well, I thought most of the buildings on the street were already awake. So, good to know. That is another, that could be a couple hundred, that could be all the way up to 1,000. I genuinely have no idea. Louisville buildings are all over the place in terms of potentiality, and I think the new random spawning system probably introduces like an element of randomness to the buildings themselves in addition to the exterior. But I don't know that for sure. That's just speculation. Can I see the interior? I think the devs are... Yeah, there we go. They're still working on that, whether you can see the inside of a building from a distance or not. Yeah, it doesn't look like much, but this is a huge building, and we just woke up the first and second floor. The first and second floor get woken up if you see the first floor woken up. Yeah, it's the second as well. Oh, hey, bloody. Ooh, that's painful. That is painful. The whatchamacallit. If your car won't start, I would say as long as you hear the engine. If you hear the engine, okay, so if you hear the engine, you got the key in the ignition so that you can... Key in the ignition shows to make sure that you have gas. At that point, if you have gas and you hear the engine revving, you will eventually start the vehicle. That's all I can tell you about that. Murphy's Law. But now, how long will it take the Zeds to break into your vehicle? That's a question that I actually only recently learned an answer to. And it was purely by accident. Well, recently. A couple months ago, IRL, when I was at Riverside. I was just AFK in the van, reading a book as I stepped away. And a single lone zombie wandered up. And, like, I'm in the other room refilling my water. And I hear this... Doom, 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 and then I come back, and there's a single zombie smacking my windshield. I start the vehicle, I drive away from it, I get out and I kill the zombie, and then I look at the integrity of the windshield, and I've determined that a single zombie smack on a windshield reduces its integrity by about something between 2 and 5% per hit. It does seem like there's a little bit of randomness. But yeah, so if you judge based on how many zombies there are, and how many of them are smacking your windshield, you can kind of make a judgment call as to whether... Because eventually, if they break the windshield, they'll lean in and bite you. It's an instant hit, easy hit, if your windshield is gone. But otherwise, yeah. As long as you have a windshield... Maybe, if you don't see cracks in it, that's probably something I would go by. If you don't see any cracks in your windshield, it's probably better to continue trying to rev and get away than... I absolutely hate how vulnerable we are when we get out of the vehicle. Like, when we first get out, man, we are vulnerable. But yeah, most I could say on that. It's never a good situation. I have a separate video on my channel specifically demonstrating how I got really panicked by a group of, I don't know, maybe about a dozen zombies surrounding me in an early game exploration moment. I think this was on Nora the Explorer. I would say yes. I don't know that for sure, but I want to say yes. And one of the reasons I want to say yes, and I have technically been bitten through a window once, I shouldn't have been, right? This is Build 41, actually. Build 41 multiplayer. I may have told this story before, but it's a fun one. I was Build 41 multiplayer. I was on the roadblock between Muldrow and West Point, and I was trying to tow a vehicle back to West Point. And yeah, obviously I was trying to navigate through all the wrecks while trying to tow it, and I got stuck. And while I got stuck, this Zed comes out of the forest, and I'm thinking, okay, it's a lone Zed. I'm in a vehicle with an intact window and everything. The thing just reaches through the window, the intact window, and bites me straight on the neck. Instant laceration to the neck. I bleed to death within 12 seconds. Literally didn't have time to do anything about that. I mean, even if I had, it would have been a bite. But I mean, that was that was embarrassing to say the least. Because I had put about 30 hours into the game by that time, so I was not a scrub to say the least. But none of my friends were in the area, so there was never any. Nobody else actually saw it directly happen. They just heard me yelling on mic. Yeah, I mean, it's just a lone fucker is all it takes. You don't think they're a threat when you're in a car, but okay. I do have to step away briefly. I'm just going to be back in about a minute and a half here. One moment. All right, we are back. And that's relevant to what we were discussing. Where is it? Here it is. Probably this. I would say that this video actually constitutes my most recent scare, where I thought I was going to possibly die if I stayed in the vehicle. Now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to approach the fire station from a different angle. I have no choice but to hit this guy. It sucks. What the fuck? What the fuck? Fucking what? My van came to a complete fucking stop! God damn it! Fuck you, ragdoll bullshit! I'm actually fucking mad about it. I don't think it was the ragdoll. It may have just been the fact that the van is really fucking weak. It's an Electromax van, so it's not the weakest. Well, if they want to play it like this, I'll play it like this. I'll kill all the motherfuckers, just not yet. Oh, this was Barb. This wasn't Nora. I couldn't even turn the engine off because I had to get out right there and then. As soon as I realized I wasn't going anywhere. Fucking ragdoll asshole underneath the car. Now the biggest problem with that is I couldn't cut the engine, which means couldn't cut the engine, so all those Zeds are basically magnetized to that van. I didn't intend on staying the night or staying several nights in rosewood on this character, but I did. This is part 1 of Barb the Builder, I think, if you guys wanted to see the whole thing. But, yeah, that was a crash-out moment for me. Quite literally, because I crashed the vehicle into some bushes, and then I crashed out, IRL. That was, we had a fun time. I was definitely still learning some things about the nuance of B42 when I was rolling on Barb the Builder there. Oh, Annie here has benefited from all of that we learned from Barb, which is why she has been kept very, very safe. Okay, so we have got about an hour to cook off here. Cook off, that's actually probably a great idea. Let's cook. Or, you know what, let's cook overnight. Let's do cooking as a overnight activity, as a day activity. Let's actually grab a little bit more carpeting here. I needed another 16 minus 4, so I needed 12 at least. This rosewood flooring I am not going to delete. I deleted the beige tiles, but not rosewood flooring. I will leave the rosewood flooring behind. I have no excuse at this point. I have so many garbage bags. I'm not carrying them all around at the same time anymore, but I have boxes upon boxes upon boxes of garbage bags. I have no more excuses when it comes to just storing things in garbage bags. Why do I have to put it in a garbage bag? Well, you can't just drop flooring on the ground. There's no model for it. So if you want to store flooring without having to put it down somewhere, you have to like put it in a container somewhere. I've run out of spare furniture containers, so that is why I'm putting it in just regular bags. Oh, I was 4 short, wasn't I? Alright then. Oh no, I have 4 right here. I should learn to trust myself better. Alright, I like that a lot. Of course, see, knowing that there is black furniture that could be a perfect match for the black carpeting, that is now bouncing around in the back of my brain, but I'm not thinking about that. In fact, we just burned exactly an hour by doing that, which is exactly what we wanted to do, and therefore it is our bedtime, and therefore I can stop thinking about that. It's a relief. The sweet relief of not worrying about that no more. Of course, now that I think about it, obviously I want to do something about this white wall right here. I don't have any good paint options immediately. I wonder where the nearest warehouse is. I wonder. I know of a warehouse. I think this yellow one right here, next to Zulu. I think technically speaking, that's going to be the most nearest. That being said, it's been looted and trashed. So there are, I don't know. Even though it's been looted and trashed, I'm willing to bet we could probably find a can of brown paint in there. I would want brown specifically. I have already confirmed that light brown is not a good match for mahogany. You want dark brown, and even then, dark brown is... it works. It works. It works better than just this clashing bright white. So, you know what? There's probably some other stuff that we could make use of. I was going to cook overnight. That's one thing. I can't forget that. I was going to cook. So we're going to cook first. And then, if we have time left over after cooking, then we will go and take a peek at the warehouse and see if there are any things we want to pick up other than some paint. I was about to look at the bomb making station, and then I realized I should have something cooking right now. The fact that I don't have something cooking is a testament to my inability to stay focused 100%. This beef ain't gonna cook itself. A prime cut of beef has lasted us a very long time. Like, it's lasted us so long that I'm unironically concerned that it might go bad, just because of how long it's lasted. Despite the fact that every time we use it, we use a helping of 20. These had over 100 in them. I'm gonna freeze the larger one. I'm gonna freeze the larger one because, you know, at this point, if it goes stale, that's actually a significant loss. So, yeah, we'll just spice this up, then we can get it in the oven. Do I have spices over here? I do. Oh, that margarine, too. The margarine is supposed to go into these stir fries. I do actually have another pipe bomb, and so I don't need to immediately make more. We're short a little bit of light here, so I'm going to use this antique light. I'm going to put a red bulb in it because I have one. I don't need to. It's already got one. I like it. It's not bad for a bomb making station. So I'm only going to have an hour left after I finish cooking this. It's probably better to wait for daylight. We'll wait for daylight. We'll take a peek at the whatchamacallit. Take a peek at the warehouse, see if there's anything we need other than some brown paint. I'm almost certain we'll find some brown paint somewhere in there. I mean, if we don't, we'll find something that we can make use of. It's a warehouse. You'll always find something in there, unless you've completely cleared it. The only warehouse on the map that we have completely cleared is Riverside's Electromax. Technically speaking, I guess you could say we've cleared, yeah, we have cleared MassGen Fatco in Muldra. I don't like to think about MassGen Fatco very much. Long story. I need to make a separate video on that, because it comes up a lot, and it's relevant, because it happened on this character. I literally lost a base. I mean, of course, Annie was fine. Annie was fine. Obviously, we prioritized her health over the health of the base, and, well, we survived. The base didn't. And that sucks. But that is a skill issue. That is going to be a little hard for me to live down in the back of my mind. Okay, we've got 40 minutes to burn on something. How about a... Don't need to do any loot sorting for the most part. Oh, okay, so we've got a machete right here. I've been thinking about using a machete on my 2 for the longest time now. And then I would keep the claw hammer in my backpack. I also need to replace the sword. So let me go ahead and put the sword on the ground over here because it is close to breaking. I recently learned that if you let a sword break completely, you actually lose some steel. What happens is the sword breaks, all you get is a broken hilt left over in your inventory, and then the zombie you kill when it breaks gets a sword shard stuck in it. You can recover that sword shard, but that sword shard does not give the same amount of steel as a full sword blade. So you delete some steel if you break a sword completely. So it is always better to not break it completely. I mean, you can, once you're at high level long blade, high level strength, high level fitness, you can understand just intuitively when a sword is close to the end of its lifespan, and it's going to feel exactly the same as it does if you're swinging and it's a little too blunt. It'll feel like that, only you can't sharpen it no more. Alright, there's our second sleep. So docket for today is we're going to take a peek at the warehouse, and then we're going to take the hauler. We're going to take the hauler, the step van, down First and Main. Right? No, we should probably kill zombies first. Because, okay, so past First and Main, rather, towards First and towards the Clark Memorial Bridge. I was going to take the step van because there's a bunch of cars to weld apart, and I would like to load up a whole bunch of iron pipes. But if we're going to go on a welding spree, there's going to be a lot of Zeds up there. So, order of operations: we hit the warehouse, bring back anything useful, drop it off here, and then move in the direction of Clark Memorial. Just one of these stir fries will be our daily bread for today. Alrighty, we deploy. Kills with the shotgun. My brain meat is telling me that we've probably not gotten more than a pentakill. I mean, I don't even know exactly if we've gotten a pentakill, right? Because anytime, if you're shooting at a bunch of zombies and you are hitting 5 at once, you're in a situation where your brain meat's probably not going to be counting individual kills anywhere near as much as, oh god, am I safe yet? No, that's and that's okay. I'm not particularly worried about, kills are just a number. We're here to survive. This is not a this is not the Doomslayer. Trying to kill all the zombies is a 100% fruitless endeavor. You gotta treat them like weeds. They're gonna come back. It's all a question of what you have the energy to maintain. That area down here I've never cleared before. We've gone slightly far afield, and that's because I saw this gas station. And I saw the gas station and I realized I put a quarter of a tank in. I don't even know if I actually gave this gas station a name. Usually I give the gas stations names, because of course they're strategic resources, so I think about them in terms of, you know, mini bases or whatever. But this one is so close to Zulu. Yeah, I just think of it as part of Zulu. It really is just an extension. If Zulu is safe, then so is the gas station here, relatively speaking. And then, of course, our destination is going to be the warehouse is just right up here on the right. So we kill these two guys, then we do a little drive around the warehouse to get anybody who is wandering around the area, and then we take a look. I think we just lost the music. We'll see what happens next time, next combat music. Much as I would love to get that multi-kill. This isn't one of my main roads. This isn't one of my main roads. I don't have to worry about that. The only road that I care about keeping corpse free at this point is First. And this is a side road parallel to First, so I do not care. Yeah, we've lost the music. I shall put on the chill mix momentarily here. I would just like to complete the perimeter check and make use of the silence while I got it. If you see random vehicle batteries laying on the ground, that's because all those cars that we used to build that little car wall, in order to build that, the most optimal thing that I did was I had to recharge batteries and then swap them out, because of course now that we were 600 or so days in when we started that activity, and of course every battery in the world, with a few exceptions, are dead. So I charged them, swapped them out for charged ones, and left the uncharged ones on the floor. Alright. Let's turn off the broken in-game music. Now, my chill, I was saying this before, my chill playlist is missing a couple tracks. So we go to music, PZ chill, set the volume, and then I've got a folder. Sound banks, music. Hello. This is why we have sound. Nothing more important than sound. Oh, look at that. Okay. Didn't necessarily want to discharge right there, but a bunch of Zeds in front of it. Yeah, we're not dealing with that. Going back there on all those trees with the fence. Oh. We'll give them a moment. If anybody heard that and wants to group up back there, that's their calling. Alright, so what are we missing? Passing time? Okay, yeah. How about... Yeah, I've definitely missed a number of exploration tracks here. Press on, pressing on. I guess I made a point to add all of my favorite ones, and then I forgot to add the rest, because obviously I like some better than others, but I don't want my favorite ones to get too overplayed. So it is actually, I should definitely get all of these in here. Raiders, Rest, Saying Goodbye, Sunset. Okay, I think I see what happened here. I scrolled all the way down to the T's, but then I missed a chunk in the middle. The way the naming convention for the soundtracks is MX underscore category underscore track name. Okay. That should be everything now. Now I just gotta save the playlist before I forget about it. Save playlist to file. Easy, chill, 2. Perfect. Now, we were not just doing that for no reason. We didn't pause the game because I wanted anybody who heard those gunshots to make themselves known, because that would make my job easier while looting.
Hey!
I mean, all these trees blocking my line of sight. Yeah, using loud noises to draw them out is my preferred response to that. And then going in there and seeing for myself. Thought there was one more back here. Yeah. It's not lost on me that there's brown carpet right there. I'm filing that in my memory banks for later. I think the black carpet we have in the bedroom is fine. Hey, look at that. The first can of paint I look at is brown. And there's only one usage. So this is what happens when a place is looted and trashed. You'll see things on the floor. The things you see immediately on the floor have a high likelihood to be, like, partially expended, if they can be. So we've got one, and now we've got... There's two. You see, I can tell just by looking at the bar. Yeah, there's only one wall's worth of paint in both of these. So we've consolidated it. Thankfully, we can do that. So now there's two walls. We have a total of 4. So this wasn't how I was expecting it to play out, but let's see if we can spot any more. Most of these crates have been emptied, so their contents will be on the floor. That is one of my strategies to clear out these places. Okay, so we've got light brown right here. Like a full can. I'll take the can. Like I said before, light brown is not a perfect match for mahogany. In fact, it's actually kind of jarring that it's not a good match. But it's better than bright white. So I will file that away in my backpack for possible. Is that another light brown? No, actual brown. Perfect. Okay. Yep, we have got all the brown we need. So that is exactly what we came here for. I almost always take black paint as a as an order of business, but that one didn't have any in it other than one use. And now that I've gotten what I wanted, there actually is not a lot of reason to keep defending this place. If I want to be killing zombies, there are much more important things I could be fighting towards. Oh, look at that. The trunk is full. This is why the ambulance is not our looting van. Alright, fuck it out of here. We've got a highway to reach, and I think we're probably on track for that, to do that this stream. Of course, I knock on wood, I don't think we're going to have that much resistance. I don't think. There's that one building. And then I guess any other buildings that we failed to wake up. So there's that one building that we've seen so far, and then anything else that did not wake up when we did our initial drive-through. Now those Zeds we just drove past are on first here, so they are going to die. I do not acquiesce any zombies on roads that I'm actively using. Cop. Any weapons? Nah. Double holster, but no weapons. Embarrassment of a trooper. Okay. It's not First Street, but this I drive these roads to get back to Jericho. So anything between this intersection right here at Zulu, anything between the intersection at Zulu and Jericho, that's kill on sight territory. So that's good. Well, it will be good when I get rid of the rest of these. And this is why we discharge. If I didn't, I would fight these guys eventually anyway. They always find their way into the road. Must have been a sizable group in the parking lot here. I don't care about those ones up there. They're far enough away that a drive-by won't pull them down, so yeah. They can rot. This is Louisville. We cannot clear all the streets. Interesting. My concurrence has not broken double digits yet. I think that's okay for before 9 a.m. But I'm starting to question whether whether starting my stream before 8 a.m. by a couple of minutes was actually going to save me by much. See, generally speaking, when it comes to streams and my concurrent viewership, I do have some subscribers, and I appreciate all of y'all. But the way most people find my content right now, when it's live, is through YouTube browse features. So just obviously the algorithm just recommending me as it sees fit. And what seems to be the most consistent factor right now for me to get peak viewership through the algorithm is to start my stream in the mornings, my local time, and make sure that it starts before 8 a.m. But I'm starting to feel like it's, you know, I started it at, what was it, like 7:55, something like that today. That's when I clicked the button on OBS. So it's starting to feel like that's not quite enough. It probably is something more like 7:30. Now, why would that be like such an interesting cutoff right there? The cutoff is probably because, I mean, I just see this with my own subscriptions. I'm sure a lot of other YouTubers do this. A lot of people schedule uploads for 8 a.m. Eastern my time. And whatever your time zone is, that is just a very, like it's evening for Europe, and it's morning for America, or well, not evening, but like afternoon for Europe and morning for America. So with the exception of, like, you know, West Coast United States, you're catching a lot of the West, you know, the Western English-speaking nations. You're catching a lot of them all at once right there. Obviously nothing compared to prime time, but that would explain some of the trends that I've noticed. A lot of the people that I watch who are from the UK or from you know, Scandinavia or other European countries up there, they start doing their daily posts right around 8 a.m. So I'm sure quite a chunk of YouTube does that as well. And why does that matter for live streams? Well, I think by starting my stream before all those videos get posted, I think that may be giving me like just a chronological bonus in the algorithm a little bit for that specific day in question, right? Because obviously I've, when we started this character, Anime, I was streaming overnight, as in like I started 6 p.m. my local time, and we went almost as long as YouTube will let us, and I ended up like ending the stream at like 4 a.m. the next day, and it was around 4 a.m. the next day that I was starting to get the most viewers. So it's like, you know, I do think there's something going on there where it's like, for a particular given day, the people who start closest to the beginning of the day are going to get a little bit of an advantage in the algorithm. At least that's what my experience is telling me. Obviously, once you have enough subscribers to just be able to fire up a stream and have a whole bunch of people waiting, I'm definitely not at that stage yet. I am at the stage where if I were to like schedule my streams ahead of time, I would probably actually lose some subs. And I say that because only about 2/3 of my current subscribers came to me after Project Zomboid started becoming the main thing I do, right? So if I start scheduling streams and making them pop up in people's feeds prior to when the stream actually goes live, that is probably not as helpful. But I don't know. That's just pure speculation. Most of my knowledge about this comes from being a YouTube viewer, not a YouTube uploader. I've seen a lot of creators kind of be like, every time I start a live stream, I get people unsubscribing. And I think that's probably why, because, you know, if somebody subscribes to you because of a video, and then they see a live stream, that's possibly going to be like a conflict of interests for what they initially subscribed for. On the flip side to that, of course, live streams, I think, well, okay, this doesn't apply to me, because I don't hide my streams afterwards. A lot of people will like hide their live streams afterwards and then like re-upload them somewhere else. I don't do that. I might in the future, but right now I don't. I know I heard one to the south just now. Oh, hey Hassan, doing all right? How you doing? I was just running my mouth about YouTube and what time is the best time to do things. It's definitely looking like there's not that many zombies up there. Unless we haven't spilled the building yet. If we haven't spilled the building yet, there could be many, many, many more. We've definitely only killed a few of them. But the backfill is what I'm worried about now. These people coming up behind us. I was under the impression I had a clean angle of approach down First Street here. But I may have slightly overestimated that. Hiding in the fucking blind spot right there. This is why I parked in this facing. That's why I parked facing that direction. The zombie in the red shirt there. Just hiding behind the ambulance where I couldn't see him. But can't nail me by the driver's seat because the driver's seat's right there. My grandfather told me to park for a quick getaway. And in a way, I'm able to apply that to Zomboid too. See, the way I'm parked, I could drive back down the road, back to safety quickly if I need to. But also, it's parked at the correct angle too. Yeah, see, there just seems like there's more and more just appearing in front of the hotel here. And that tells me there's definitely a fair few in there that we have not yet pulled outside. Now I'm hesitant. I'm very hesitant to make a lot of noise. Because if I start making noise now, the backfill. I'm very concerned about the backfill because we've actually got some really big buildings within render distance, I think. The Art Gallery of Louisville, I don't think there was that many in there. Some, but not many. But all the way down here, like just beyond this street, just beyond that street there at the bottom of the map just now, that was Spiffo HQ and the mega apartment. I don't even know what it's called. The mega apartment that's like 20 stories or 17 stories, something like that. Not even the biggest one, but one of them. So if we're going to go loud and we're going to start blowing the siren, we're going to want to start a little ways back. And actually, I was considering, previously, when I was in this area, I was weighing the merits of building another defensive position. We look at our map here. I believe we're at first in Jackson. Yes, we're at first in Jackson. We're just one road of North and Main. North and Main was initially our objective. That objective has been more or less completed. Yeah, it's been more or less completed. So we're on the next step of our journey. Next step of our journey is basically clearing all the way through the roadblock at 31 West, and just a little bit of roleplay moment. Honestly, I want to get to the end of Clark Memorial Bridge, and just do a retrospective and see how we feel about the run at that point, because we will have made it through the most densely populated city, and gotten to the end of it, and looked at the road and seen that there's nothing there. I am curious to see how we feel at that point, but still got work to do before we get there. In the meantime, the defensive position that I would build would probably be at this corner right here, because there's no obstructions other than these trees, which are very easily removed. However, of course, the problem is, in addition to the trees and whatnot, we've got the mega apartment, or yeah, that's apartment, yeah. Many stores. Now, of course, only the first and second floor will ever wake up until we go inside. I ain't going inside that one, not anytime soon. If I ever go inside that, it'll be long after we do things that I want to do, like going to the Grand Ohio Mall or whatever. Yeah, high rises in Louisville, almost never worth it in my calculus. If we ever do it, it would be for the sheer fun of it. And for when it comes to sheer fun of it, I've got more interesting targets. We've got a firefighter axe here that is not part of our field kit for the ambulance, so we can go nuts with this and not worry about breaking it. That being said, before I even start cutting anything, we are going to do a little check through these woods. Because at one point, there were a ton of zombies just kind of like diffused through these woods. Like I was doing doing some pipe bomb shenanigans, and I was using these trees to line of sight them. So, unless we got... Yeah, and I have no idea exactly why everything here feels so empty right now. It feels like one of those real big false senses of calm, if that makes sense. Because there should be a lot more here. But we must have done some noise-making activities that pulled them out of this forest and brought them elsewhere. So in any case, does that statue even block our line of sight? It doesn't look like it does. That's cool. That's really cool. Okay. Now, as silly as this might sound, we've actually got to consider the buildings themselves that, you know, aren't anywhere near this park area. We've got to consider the buildings themselves part of our defensive positioning. The fact that the top of the building in the isometric view is blocking us all the way up to this bench, that's a very important factor to me, because I want to be able to just glance to the south and see how many are coming. I can't do that if this stupid building is blocking, you know, a freaking third of my south view. It's so silly. It's so silly. What I have to do is I have to manually aim, and that'll make a call, so it'll disappear so I can see what's behind it. I shouldn't have to do that. This game really just needs some Sims 4 wall controls. I'm pretty sure that was not just in Sims 4. I think the Sims 3 had it too. Where you just hit, what was the hotkey? I set it to home, whatever the default is. You hit the button, and it makes it so that you can see through walls above that would otherwise block your way. It doesn't have to show us the interior of the building. It just gives us a black interior like this if we don't know what's in there. I just want to see what's in front of it. This is not a big ask. I want to see what my character can see. Not a big ask. The devs do it for trees. They do it for trees. Kind of. It's imperfect, but it works. Okay. So, I don't expect to be using the shotgun in the immediate moment, so we're going to go ahead and take that off our back so that we can put the axe on our back. So I'm going to need to switch back and forth a lot. Let's have a bite to eat before we get started. All right. So this is going to be defensive position Wilco. We've been basically just, ever since we got down to 1st Street, we've been doing in reverse phonetic alphabet. So we started Zulu, and then we went to X-Ray and then Yankee. Z, X, Y, and then the next would be W for Wilco. It does not feel right to start using alpha for fighting positions, so we would probably do that like in a different city so I can more clearly delineate it in my mind. So there's Zulu, there's Yankee, there's X-Ray, and I'm going to write the text for Wilco. I'm not going to put the icon just yet until I actually get some fences down. Part of me that wonders if I should actually try to make use of the benches. This is a little cheesy. It would be very cheesy, actually. Because right now, because I have not touched the benches, zombies will treat them as a hard barrier and go around them. So if I built fences between the benches, that's literally using the benches as part of a strategy. It would be really gamey. Okay, you know what? Everything about zombie pathing right now, everything about zombie pathing is gamey. Yeah, there would be, yeah. We're gonna use the system that the devs have given us, and we're gonna use it to the fullest extent. We're going full hostile working relationship here. Not as hostile as me versus the fun pimps. Yeah. There are a lot of videos I would have loved to make about 7 Days to Die base building. But if they got popular, the fun pimps would watch them. They would look at what I do, and then they would nerf it. No, I'm not gonna do that. Like, there's literally content I would love to make about 7 Days to Die, about base design that, and it's been the base design that I'm using in 7 Days has actually been pretty good for many builds now, like going all the way back before 1.0. But I guarantee you, if I posted a, you know, just a, here's what I do, and it just, I'm not usually worried about my videos getting popular, right? If they're popular, they're popular. If not, whatever. I'm not usually too fussed about it, but I would be very fussed about it if the fun pimps decided to watch my video one day, which they do. We all know they do this. Usually they just watch the popular YouTubers, right? So if I was ever to have a video go viral, then it would start popping up in the related feeds for all those popular 7 Days YouTubers. Quite literally, there's nothing wrong with them watching YouTubers to find bugs, right? Because sometimes they'll like, you know, I think this happened with Jawoodle. I think Jawoodle found some weird situation with ladders where he could make just an invulnerable base because the Zeds weren't pathing correctly. And so the fun pimps, I think they saw his video and did a hotfix on it. I'm not worried about that, because what I'm doing is not really, I don't think it's exploiting bugs. Like, I'm just using the pathing system in its entirety and making optimal use of it as is. Like, it's not, the way the zombies in 7 Days to Die work is if they have a clear path to the player, they will try to take that clear path. And if and only if they cannot actually clearly path to the player, that's when they just start attacking things randomly. Which might as well be, there's overlap between 7 Days and Zomboid right there. Now that being said, Zomboid is stupider. Zomboid's pathing is a lot stupider. It kind of has to be, and I hate to say that from a design standpoint, it kind of has to be. It kind of has to be because of how many zombies there are in this game. 7 Days to Die has a rather pathetically small amount of zombies that can possibly be on screen at any given time. Like, I think for single player, it might be the triple digits. Multiplayer, cut that in half. I think the UI will only let you select as many as 64 for a Blood Horde. Yeah, it's a little bit sad because it's a tower defense game. So quite literally, more so than Zomboid, you would expect there to be tons and tons of zombies. But because they can't, their AI literally can't do that, it would shit itself. They turn zombies into bullet sponges instead. That's why we got orange and blue zombies now in that game. And I don't hate it. I just do better. Come on, do better. The whole interesting thing behind zombies is just the sheer fact that they are millions, right? There's literally a game by that name. Or sorry, they are billions. That's what it's called. I've never even played it. I like the name a lot because that's what a zombie apocalypse would entail. In the modern context, a lot of people wouldn't make it. Well over 1 billion. In this game, 5.9 out of 6. And then of the rest, not very many are in good shape. See, both 7 Days to Die and Project Zomboid have actually got really good lore, in my opinion. Like, as far as zombie lore goes, they're right up there with World War Z. And of course, 7 Days to Die, it's got good lore. It's terrible at telling the lore. You have to really got to use your brain meat. You got to use your brain meat, and you got to the brain meat comes in when you ask yourself, why is it that every single POI feels like a dungeon? A lot of people think that okay, I've heard complaints saying that ruins immersion, but think about the nature of the game. Every 7 days, the zombies go absolutely nuts, and you can no longer hide from them. You have to come out. You have to fight them every 7 days. So what would that realistically result in? Anything that can be built into a defensive position would probably be built into a defensive position. And so every single POI you come across looks like, rightly so, it has been boarded up and built up as a place to fight zombies in, with naturally a stash at the end of resources that you don't want the zombies to easily access. So it actually, believe it or not, even though that there's at no point does it actually spell this out, it makes perfect sense that everything would feel like a dungeon. And I don't want to push this logic too far, but in some POIs, especially the ones closer to the T5s, you'll get zombies just falling off of ceilings and coming out of closets and shit. I can. My brain meat can say that some of those make sense because they're probably people who were trying to fight zombies from a defended position in that room and failed. It's like I said, it's pushing it a little bit because, who in their right mind would be hiding from a zombie in a closet that far into the apocalypse? 7 Days to Die is shown to be maybe not very, but far enough into the apocalypse for most vehicles to be rusted and burnt out. So that you're looking at least 3 or 4 years into the apocalypse in 7 Days to Die. The vast majority of people who would still be alive at that point would not be stupid enough to be hiding from a zombie in a fucking cabinet. Not on a blood moon, at least, which is what POIs are built up to be. But I digress. Enough about 7 Days to Die. I do think Zomboid has superior lore, and generally speaking, it has superior within the context. It's superior gameplay. I like first-person shooter style. On the ground, you are the character, not just some omniscient being looking down on them. I like that style of game better. So if I could have a 7 Days to Die with the mechanical depth of Zomboid, I'd never touch anything else, especially if it was a game that was going to be a colony sim someday. We're probably going to delete most of these trees, and not just out of spite. I mean, we need to be able to see when zombies are coming from the south, because unfortunately, to the south, really, really, really big buildings. So we have no guaranteed safe directions other than, generally speaking, a small arc going down First Street. We can say that there's a small arc going down First Street that's safe, because, I mean, Reed is just a little further down the road there. Other than that, everything else in this vicinity is potentially compromised. So, what the... You know what? I'm losing stamina faster than I normally would because I'm tired. So I'm going to park her for a second, and we're going to drink a little bit of coffee to get rid of the fatigue. This doesn't just make our melee damage not get debuffed, it also makes us lose a little bit less stamina. Alright, that will make it easier to cut trees for a bit. Sometimes I just ignore the fatigue when I start, if I'm just cutting trees. But that's a mentality for a safer area. In a place where there's potentially zombies everywhere, we want to treat it as hostile territory. Finally, a chance to sharpen. It's been a minute. Alright. This will at least constitute a clear row. I'll wait a little bit before clearing this back row here. I'm just going to clear, let's call that area, this area, and this area. And I will clear this far, on the far right there in the center. And then, of course, just anything lining the roads, and then we're good. I saw a raccoon running to the south. Probably doesn't mean anything. No, not. Look at that. So animals can see zombies even if they can't visually see them. They can sense zombies, as it were. So when I saw the raccoon running, I'm like, oh, what's it running from? Could have been me, but in that case, it wasn't. If it was me, it wouldn't have been running towards me, you know? That was part of the reason I lost Barber Butters, because I was trying to get a ground shot. But that was a very different situation. Usually the ground shot, I would venture to say that if there is any reason to suspect there could be zombies in more than one direction, don't go for ground shots on fence jumpers. Not in the current build. In the current build, it's just too risky that you're gonna miss it. You're going to miss it, and, you know, in that case, possibly multiple times. Okay, you can pick up bushes. I did not even know that. Now that's interesting. I don't think, no, I don't, You see, one of the things about my defensive position designs is I want to be able to traverse through them on foot myself, without any issues. So if I start adding bushes or, you know, something else that would slow the zombies' movement, it would also slow my movement. And cut off directions that I could run away from them in. One of the things I like to do in my defense positions is just create barriers that I, you know, fall back from. And I want to be able to fall back freely. Right now, it's just a very uncomplicated, just cells of fences, just enclosures, connected enclosures of fences. And seeing as we have so many logs, because we have so many logs, I am going to go ahead and leave those I'm going to leave those park benches where they are. Because why not? Like I said, we're going to make full use. I'm just going to consolidate the logs for now. We're losing daylight, so I won't be able to saw them for much longer without, yeah, we're just going to consolidate. Oh, actually, it is already my bedtime. We did drink some coffee, but a single cup of coffee actually is not a lot to, or like, that was a half cup of coffee. That's not going to do much for a restless sleeper other than buy you a little bit more daylight. It's not going to actually offset your optimal sleep times. It is still going to be optimal for me, generally speaking, to sleep now and then again at 4 a.m. And that'll give me an awake time that's mostly with the daylight, mostly. Interesting. There's one Z. I always wonder where these one-offs come from. It is Louisville, after all. So now that I've confirmed that we're building a defensive position and we don't have, like, massive swarms in the area where we're going to be, I am going to, as an overnight activity, I'm going to take the hauler, because the hauler is a better vehicle to be using if we're just doing a defensive position without a lot of fighting. I'm armed to the teeth, too. I mean, with just in terms of what I have on me, I don't necessarily need the ambulance until I expend a lot of that, so... I don't have... This is not Jericho. I don't have the real estate to leave a vehicle dead center if I'm not going to be immediately using it. For anybody watching, if you're not familiar, I have a... This is not a base, this is an outpost. My actual bases are, substantially bigger than this, and in the case of Jericho, is a converted grocery store with enough floor space that I can just drive through. I can drive like 6 times as many vehicles through it and still have just plenty of room. It's just that big. I didn't even have to do a lot to get all that room either. It's being a grocery store, most of the sales floor is just covered in nothing but shelving that I could either disassemble or pick up and move out of the way. There weren't actually that many walls. Got a nightmare. Oh dear. Isn't it cool that I have a bunch of magazines keep magazines in the bedside cabinet for that exact reason. And now, because I didn't get a lot of sleep, I actually gotta try again ASAP. Now, unfortunately, because the nightmare kind of fucked us up a little bit, we're waking up at like 5 a.m. now, and we still have 20 fatigue. That's not good for a restless sleeper. That means that means we're gonna get tired early. So I'm gonna polish off this coffee now. I'm gonna polish it off now and delete my fatigue entirely, and that makes me almost a normal person for the day. So that's fine. Of course, since I removed one of my coffees entirely there, just replace it before it creeps up on us. Still got a meal. It's not going to last us. Yeah, that's only one bite right there, so we'll take another 60 fry with us. Alright, this is our hauler. Got some garbage in the trunk that I want to get rid of. Yeah, all this is going away. Gas can go outside with the other empty ones. Now, this is not one of my important haulers, so it has basically nothing in terms of a field kit. We can partially fix that right now. We got stuff on the floor right here. Just put a couple of hatchets in it. Better than nothing. It's not like I'm doing anything else with these hatchets. Now, a field kit for me is a lot of things. Way more than I probably have spares of right now. But we'll throw together something ghetto. Field kit for me is a little bit of everything. A little bit of twine, duct tape for repairs, backup medical supplies like a bandage, backup battery, usually a few garbage bags is nice. I have an entire box here. That's a little overkill. Well, it is a little overkill, but this is also a step van. This is a step van, and because it's a step van, there's a lot of room in the trunk, so yeah, we're taking that whole thing. I usually like to keep chips on my driver's seat of my field vehicles, but there's no spare chips, right? Or at least not right now. Meals on Wheels over here. This Volt Mojo Electricians is Meals on Wheels. I got a little bit of everything in here. Probably not chips, unfortunately. I got tortilla chips. You can use tortilla chips in a recipe. I can't remember. Granola bars are functionally similar to chips in terms of weight and hunger reduction, and that's mostly good enough for me for now. So in my field kits on the driver's seat, I like to put a cooking utensil, spare battery, 0.8 encumbrance worth of food, a box of nails, and then there's one other thing I'm missing off the top of my head. I could reference the ambulance to be sure. But then, of course, the glove compartment is all of these things here. Now, this is non-standard for a field vehicle, but I'm going to keep some. Usually, the glove compartment would not have consumables like books, but since this is not an extremely important one, I can put that in there. Yeah, this is looking good. Other things I usually like to have in my field kits are things like crowbars, spare saws, spare knives, some of which I have some over here. The hacksaw, that actually needs to stay with the bomb making kit. You need a hacksaw to make a pipe bomb, and that's actually something I have overlooked rather embarrassingly often. Wait, I've got all the materials, but I don't have the tool. A spare whetstone would be nice. It's starting to feel like whetstones are less common, and I don't know exactly what's contributing to that feeling. Just a feeling. No reels, only feels there. Okay, that is more than enough for a non-primary vehicle. See, we have a hauler. We have a primary hauler. It's back in Jericho, and it's still full of loot. Jericho is so full of loot that I could probably spend 2 or 3 hours sorting it all. We're not doing that just yet, no. Even though we've got fog today outside, which means it's not optimal for shooting. No. We're not getting started with that just yet. See, and there's not just the simple fact that I don't want to spend a lot of time on stream doing that just yet. There's also just the simple fact that if I start spending like 3 or 4 in-game days in one location, any other locations that I haven't been in will start to suffer respawns. So I would much rather continue on First and Main here until I get to my my predetermined conclusions up here. In the current paradigm, that means we are going to the end of the highway. That is our current sort of, I guess you could say, objective. Is there really objective in Project Zomboid other than what you make up to have fun and don't die? Those are the most important ones. Okay, that feels good. I can't wait to find out that I missed something that I would have rather not missed, but that's okay. Oh, nails, of course. We are going to have nails. Boxes of nails all over the floor here. There's one that's going to go on the driver's seat, and then 2 that are going to come with me. 2 boxes of nails. I will commit to building up defense position Wilco. The one I leave on the driver's seat is a spare. Oh, towels. Towels are probably the last thing that I would put on a driver's seat. And that's actually more relevant now that we're getting closer to spring. Well, we're in spring. We're starting to get close to summer. I have already, at least one time, I have gotten so sweaty that I've actually needed to use the bath towels that I keep on the driver's seats of my primary vehicles. These are, most of this is armor. Armor, and then of course the sledgehammer. Backup axe. Well, actually, we can afford to make another axe. We have axe heads all over the place. I'll just take one of those with me. We'll whap one together out in the field. We do actually have a spare sledgehammer. I have the capability of making my own sledgehammer, so we have plenty. The only thing special about the ones that I have now among them is I've got one that's red. And the red ones you can't make, you can only find. Same with the firefighter axes, actually. You can make ugly ones, or you can find red ones. And in that paradigm, well, of course, I'm going to use the red ones in my special vehicles. Ugly ones for my backup vehicles. See, we listened to the weather, and we didn't hear anything about fog today. If you don't believe me, y'all can go back and see it. It's live on stream here. We listened to the weather. We tried to do the thing. We tried to do the thing where the game is like, oh, listen to the weather and you won't be surprised. Except we did. And the weather said nothing about fog. The weather said nothing for 2 days straight. Clear skies. That's what the weather said for 2 days straight. Clear skies. We have been lied to slightly. So I have a vehicle repair kit in this truck. I don't have enough parts for another vehicle repair kit. So that's fine. Everything that's in this truck stays as is. However, the sacks that I had in there can go in here. I'm more likely to use them in this vehicle. Okay, that's looking good. That didn't get out of the way of the gate so we can close it. Alright, so the axe on our back is still slated for use against anything that's in our way here. First order of business is to pick up these construction lights here. These are all battery powered, and I have confirmed that if you add a battery connector, you can pick it up and put it back down and the battery will still be there. So these lights are basically just in a permanent state of being battery powered now. They no longer require a generator. And the batteries last a surprising amount of time. I accidentally left one on overnight, and it only drained about 10% of the battery. And that felt pretty cool when I saw that. So if you're relying on it for long-term usage, as always, it's not the most optimal solution, but for mid-term and short-term, it's great. I peeled the shotgun off of a Zed and left the shotgun on the ground and completely forgot about it. Might as well pick that up before we forget about it again. No ammo in it. I don't have to get every single log, but I will get at least one side of the road, maybe another side in the future. The whole point of leaving these logs here, well, I wanted to get the trees out of the way. That was the most important thing. The second most important thing is these logs get purposed towards defensive positions. Yet another shotgun that I peeled off of a Zed corpse and promptly forgot about. We fought a lot of law enforcement Zeds in the area, so I'm going to see more of that as we, at certain points I would use screenshots of the front of the Knox Bank here, because this is where we got a ton of kills just out foot mobile skirmishing without any defense positions. We did a lot of killing here in that context. optimal logging strategy would involve some rope. But I mean, we have an entire hauler. We're not going to need that much more than what we've already got, so we're just eliminating an extra step there. Especially by taking them from further afield here. If we run out, well, there's a bunch of logs up there too. And if we have leftovers, then that's what this van is for. It is our logging van. Forward operating logging van. We have a dedicated one back at Jericho. Having an entire fleet of vehicles is not a bad thing. Not in my mind. I mean, what are those but things NPCs are going to drive someday, right? That's actually a full trunk right there. That was an odd animation cancel. Are the Zeds animation canceling now? Kind of looked like he reset in the middle of the backswing there. Didn't say my heart skipped a beat, but I noticed a minor flutter. We don't really need to clear trees on this street. I'm just thinking about things that are immediately close to this intersection. This intersection is one of the ones that's, there are so many tight cornered buildings to it that I would probably not want to build here. We don't do every single street corner as a defensive position here. Just a line of them. Okay, so I want to clear these trees just for the sake of having them deleted. I'm going to clear that zombie for the sake of having it deleted, and then we are in building mode. For anybody joining, welcome. Just as a quick recap, we are, this is the corner of 1st and Main on Louisville, so this is actually one of our major destinations, was to fight our way to 1st and Main. And then, of course, after that, a stretch goal is now to fight our way to the end of the Clark Memorial Bridge, see what things feel like at that point. But like I said before, this is just a journey. This is just a journey. There's no destinations, just steps on the road. After we get to the end of the Clark Memorial Bridge, that's when we start looking at the Grand Ohio Mall. And after that, well, residential surveys, lots of them. Because there's still a lot of map that we have not yet explored in Louisville, and a lot of that map is just wind. For a second, I thought I heard footsteps. Anyway, for a lot of that map that's yet unexplored, lots of residential. And every residential building is a chance at a survivor house. Every survivor house is a chance, albeit slim, at the next Longblade book, which is something we have not located despite 600 plus hours on this character. That's just our luck. And the fog is clearing up by noon. I am very happy. I am very happy about that. Okay. Before we get started with log sawing, let's cut the remaining logs that are in the way. And there was a Zed down here somewhere. Yeah, there he is. Really? Okay, right now, I don't even need to be wearing the bandana. It's supposed to be there for huge corpse piles, but all it's doing is making me sweat right now. Okay. Not hungry enough to eat yet. We're almost at the correct insulation to not be wasting too much water on sweat, but it's imperfect. At this point, the game basically just wants us to be topless because, I mean, all the layers we have are like minimal insulation. The crop top that I'm wearing as an underlayer, literally zero insulation. And the medical shirt and the Hawaiian shirt, the intermediary layers, those are like nothing. But imagine cutting wood and not breaking a sweat. That wouldn't happen even at strength level 10 in real life. Everybody breaks a little sweat. I think as far as I'm going to cut here, I just want to make use of the corner of this building. This building is a hard corner. There's no entrances or exits for the entirety of it. So when we're, you know, building a big fighting position, we want to consider that for nearby buildings. Look at all this shit to the south. That must be where a fair chunk of the ones that were here before that I lost track of. They must have gone south. Neat. Gonna run into them sooner rather than later. That's more than I can handle with the axe in any comfortable amount of time. And if I start discharging the firearm that far south, we're going to attract unwelcome attention. I'm going to let them rot for a minute. I mean, they'd probably make a great stress test once we get a few fences up. It's not like I really need to test it. I mean, I know my defensive position strategy right now is amazing for the current build of the game. And, well, to be entirely honest, it probably will have also been relevant for previous builds. I did not get a chance to try the full version of this back in B41, but my memories of B41 tell me it probably would have worked fine. This firefighter axe that we have been using so far is probably about to be kaput. I don't have a crafting surface out here. These, whatchamacallit, these benches don't count. Crafting surface is as close as the nearest log. Just need a log and a saw. That chopping block is now stuck there. Oh well. Floodlight's probably best in the front corner anyway. Sometimes I like to put the floodlights like on a street light and pretend that that street light has actually been connected to something, but no. You can't do that with street lights. Street lights are permanently useless after the power shut off. So when it comes to street corners, my mentality is I would be avoiding streetlights anyway. So use the streetlights to determine where you're going to build fences, because, you know, otherwise I don't want to reduce my drivable surface too much. I might just do like a... I don't know. I really do love the fact that I just got an extra road space here. It's going to be hard to say goodbye to that. That's okay. We'll live. Let's clear a few Zeds. See, my brain meat My brain meat tells me to kill zombies near obstructions that you would have to drive around anyway. To maximize your long-term driving surface. Do we always do what the brain meat tells us? Not always. I mean, those zombies... I don't know what it is. That particular group of zombies. They like to group up very tightly. I'm gonna... going to get the shotgun. I mean, that is too tight to say no to. I would make a reference, but generally speaking, I want to keep this PG-13. I use a little bit too many F-bombs for PG-13 to be 100% kosher. Apparently, you're only allowed one. A lot of slow ones over there. That would actually probably explain why we didn't see them before. Because they were coming from the south, but they're so... Yeah, see, okay. Speaking of the south, this is why I was hesitant to discharge before. I knew there were more here. It was all a question of where they really were. And it looks like we're pulling a first... Yeah, we're pulling a first wave of dudes from... possibly from that apartment complex to the south. Or no, that's not apartments. That is... That's the mega office right there is what that is. I may have made a mistake discharging that early. We'll see what comes all the way to us. Because remember, we didn't discharge right here. We discharged all the way down there. So some of them will have the wherewithal to make it all the way to us, and that's fine. We'll skirmish them. The rest, let's keep them where they are until we can actually get a fence. We only have one sword, so if I wanted to skirmish all of these, it wouldn't be outside the realm of possibility, but I'd go through a sword or two doing so. Just eyeballing how many there were. See, now if we have the ambulance has got a pipe bomb in it. And these guys seem to be enjoying the group up. Our opportunity went past us, though. Yeah. We've kind of missed our opportunity for a good pipe bomb here. Because now, if we run up and those guys actually get visual on us, it's going to be hard to peel all of them off of us. I've tried it before, and that was back while we still had the cover of trees around here. Hello, KTO. We were in the position of building defensive position in Wilco, and then we discharged the firearm. It's proving that we discharged it a little early. I underestimated how many would come from the south. Nah, we ain't getting bullied today. Not today. The only thing bullying me right now is myself with my sleep schedule. I was trashed on my sleep schedule yesterday, that's why I didn't stream. But I think I can manage a decent-sized stream today. We're already up to 2 hours, and I still feel like I got a few hours of life in me. So, one of the reasons I discharged the firearm was because they decided to group up really tightly. And look at that, they're grouping up real tightly again. That being said, if I start shooting now, that's going to start a fight that I don't have the capacity to finish just yet. We will have to fall back if I start a fight with firearms right now. I mean, yeah, you know, we can already see the one-offs. The one-offs with the good sight are going to make it to us. And the way these groups are moving, they're coming at us. It's a question of when, not if. Probably if I start building stuff, that's going to attract even more of them. Like, I'm also at the point where it's no longer going to be safe to fast forward and build stuff, probably. Now, what the brain meat is telling me to do is see if I can't get just a few fences up. Honestly, if I just connect a couple of these chairs, because remember, these chairs were here by default, so zombies will go around them 100% of the time. and we do have a full container of planks right there. So all I need to do is open one of these containers of nails that I brought with me. I've never tried building this close to zombies in large amounts, so I'm actually not sure exactly how loud building is and how liable it's going to be to pull up a group. But we're about to find out, aren't we? Okay, that's not too loud. It's definitely not as loud as cutting a tree. Now we're fighting from a very suboptimal direction. Like, under all circumstances, I hate fighting from the south. I really hate fighting from the south. Part of the reason we're going down first in Maine the way we are is to avoid having to fight from the south. It's like we got our first volunteer. And there's our second volunteer. The movements that the zombies are making right now, more or less random. They could get closer to us, or they could deviate farther from us. There's no... It's a junkyard dog pattern, I think. An A-star junkyard. There's no predicting it or accounting for it. They'll get closer to us, and the ones with the good eyes and ears will come at us as they get close enough. Thankfully, they don't make a lot of noise until they're aggroed onto you. So we can just go by noise for the most part and tell whether they're just hanging out or ready for a rumble. We'll do log sawings 2 at a time. Each 2 logs is 3 fences. I'm thinking 2 just now from that. No, just 1. Oh, I have the knife out already. I can't jaw stab, so technically that's my quietest way to kill somebody. Alright, like I said, I wasn't expecting to fight from this direction. So this chopping block right here, they'll attack that. The chopping block right here, this is a hard stop. This is a hard stop. Zombies will smack this if they come up next to it, so well, that's a thing, I guess. In a perfect world, I would just build the defensive position so that they don't come up next to that, but we have already far deviated from a perfect world, or even anything close to one. I do find it very funny that we're going to be using park benches in a defensive position. But I made the decision early on. We are going to use the system the Indie Stone have presented to us in all of its luster and lack thereof. I'm perfectly okay with it if they want to come at me in a drip feed. By all means, drip feed me, bro. I actually kind of wish I could get rid of this chopping block. It is now an active annoyance. You know what? The sledgehammer is coming out. We put one in the field kit. We're going to use it. Sledgehammers, believe it or not, they actually make a lot of noise. So, just by using the sledgehammer right here, I expect a couple to come at us. Maybe even a whole group. Now that we have a few fences, the groups are no longer even a slight concern to me. 1 set of fences, I am more than happy enough. Yep, as expected, probably half of that left group, or the right group there is coming at us. They didn't even see us. They just heard us and started filtering in this direction. Lots of them are slow. It's making me want to. It's making me want a knife. But no, they're not when they're that condensed. Nope. Okay. Knife goes away. It's dangerous enough screwing around with the knife with just one-offs. Something that has been on my list of things to do that I just haven't really thought about a lot lately is check the game's code and see exactly how jaw stabs work now. It's no longer just get close enough and jaw stab. It's now get close enough and have a chance to jaw stab. That's the best I can make of it right now. I mean, of course, ever getting close enough in the first place to do a jaw stab, that's your first mistake. But it's a part of the game. I want to know how it works. Which is why we do sometimes fuck around with knives with solo Zeds. Never more than that, though. And especially, we're very lightly armored right now. I'm not fucking around with it at all. Not when I'm this lightly armored. Die right there with the rest of the trash. Okay. I think that is actually a clear region now. As close to clear as we'll have it for a bit. There were more groups than just those two. But the other group, yeah, see that one right there? They never came in our direction necessarily. And the other ones never really got out of the south. They're just in the road down there. So we've got plenty more to fight from the south. But I think we can afford to saw many logs now. Unfortunately, we have now killed enough Zeds that this is a stink zone. So the bandana goes back on now. I got away without it for a bit, but we don't want to be getting sick now, do we? We're still going to do these two at a time. I am not feeling safe out here right now, so we're going to do this in chunks. In this context, safe means I'm okay to set it to, like, fast forward stage 5 or whatever. No. I don't know, we're not fast forwarding that hard. So usually what I like to do with my defensive positions is a 3x3 set of 3x3 tiles. This 2, 3, 4, 5. I could still do that. I just split this entire thing in half. Yeah, I can still do that. Literally just a row of fences down the middle here. Dial straight down the center. 1-800-CALLATT. It's free for you and it's cheap for them. I hate 90s commercial jingles. I hate those so much. They're stuck in the back of my brain forever. Just like Eminem lyrics. Except they're infinitely less amusing than Eminem lyrics. Oh, hello. They weren't coming at me. Now they are. Okay, well. We've got an enclosure. One enclosure. Let's have a bite to eat and get started. Or at least when I say get started, we're going to go loud in this particular area. And we're going to see how many of them come at us. This is a perfect crossroads to test things. you know what? Just for the sake of being prepared, I'm going to queue up some combat music. I don't know if we'll need it, but if we need it, we've got it ready. I think, yeah, we're gonna need it. Okay. Yeah, okay. Let's get a mark. 2 hours, 32 minutes. Should have known. In fact, the M9's coming out. Ammo count. 2 rounds. Lots of slow ones moving in, backing up. I like it already. I really do like it already. Wait for my van. Not perfect parts, but it's good parts. 1 north. Charlie 1 north. Think it's slow? Yeah. It'll get to us eventually. Shellmish, Chaos. I'll put a link to it in the description when we're done with the combat. I mean, get a dime for every track that's got a name Chaos. There's probably a lot of them. This one is a rather obscure band. I don't even know if they're still performing. German-Irish instrumental group. It's one of the very rare cases of a track that I feel like the live version is better. This is the live version. It's just more punchy. Feels like it's better mastered for some reason. Something about the studio version is a little muted. They're all slow. Fix that. So I'll get out of the road, huh? Okay, yeah. It was hardly a big fight, but it was a fight. Just due to sheer density more than anything. One of the problems with this song is I start vibing too much. Anyway. We'll put that on more when we get fighting later. I played it so much when we were clearing Louisville State University. I ran the risk of overplaying it, and you never want to do that. But anyway, if you go to YouTube here, Shellmish Chaos. Imagine trying to spell this. Shellmish, Schelmish. And this particularly, the live performance version, is the one that I played. Oops, that doesn't look like the correct URL. 19 years ago this version was posted. I originally heard this at my cousin's wedding, and my cousin has kids now who are old enough to play Minecraft. So make of that what you will. That's great song though. Like I said, I don't know if the group is still performing, but they should. Fantastic music. German-Irish band, which is perfect. My cousin herself is Irish, and the guy she married was German, so they had to find some really good music for the reception, and that was a good time. That was a great time. Wait, that building down the street. We have no choice. We do have buildings a little further down the street. That's why we're building here. In fact, everything we just killed is just from a building that I didn't intend to wake up. The ones that are already awake and need to be pulled down here, they are just a little further down this road, which is what, obviously what we're building up towards here. There's not a lot of there is some real estate in front of the art university, but it's ruined by this fence. Absolutely fucking ruined. A fence that large and that broad, remember, all it takes is 3 or 4 zombies smacking it, and your stress goes from 0 to breaking point. And breaking point stress means suddenly you can't shoot. So whenever I see tall fences like those, what they're actually saying to me is, fuck you, don't fight in this area. Go somewhere else. So this is where we fight. We fight here, where there's none of them tall fences to be seen. Only some low fences and a rather annoying building that I think I've actually established. If I am up here, and if I'm fighting this far forward, I don't see it. But if I'm on this side of the lamp pole, I don't think it'll ever pop in accidentally down here. So this lamp pole we can actually use as a point of reference for whether the silly skyscraper will pop in. If we're north of the lamp pole, then it will pop in unless we manually target in this direction. I don't like that. I want to be able to just glance over my shoulder and see if something's behind me. So this right here is actually this is our core fighting spot right here. More so than, normally I just like to go the farthest forward. But no. If we're in this area, we are fighting in this cell. Speaking of fighting and doing things and whatnot, I actually do have to step away again briefly. I need to check on a file transfer queue in the other machine there, and I need to... That's it. So this should only take, like, I don't know, a minute and 30. I shall be right back momentarily. You know what? I can finally put a marker on the map. And now, while I am away, I can regale you guys with the progress I've made through. I need to... we can also... So what I like to do is put a number of skulls on buildings based on... how many skulls would it be if it was a 7 days to die POI? So we got a 3 skull, we got a 4 skull. This would probably be a 6 skull. This little yellow one here, because this is the skyscraper. Yep, that is that's a tier 6 POI right there. Now directly south of us, not the this thing, whatever this thing is, it's only 2 stories, so it doesn't even get a skull. Buildings that are only 2 stories tall, even in Louisville, no, they're not that threatening to me. They won't have more than 1,000 in them if they only have 2 floors. But anything more than 2 floors, yes, absolutely. They disbanded back in 2012. Oh, that's painful. Oh, that's painful. So Dark, we just ended up killing the Seminole Bull. We never got Athena de-stressed. She can be stressed for the rest of her life as far as I care, because she is still, she's one of 2 females that I have. So I don't care if I have to use her daughter plus granddaughter. I don't care. I still have a female and I still have a male. As long as I have a female and a male, that means I have milk and I have potentially more cows in the future. That's all I need. Just give me a breeding pair and I'm good. But anyway, I do need to step away here. We're going to have a bite to eat before I forget about it. But yeah. So here we are. I'm at Wilco at the north here. So you guys can see what my map looks like while I step away. You know what? If the calf is born with 3 legs, I can still feed it and get some veal out of it. It worked out for the Habsburgs for the first couple generations, and then it didn't. Said this before, I'll say it again. Incest is a generational problem. The first generation is generally about a 3% increase on average, but that is entirely dependent on your family history. If you're coming from a family that, or pedigree that has no overlap whatsoever, everybody in your ancestral line is outbred, then the first generation you have like a 3 to 6% chance. Literally old age for the parents is a greater risk at that point, but second generation it compounds on itself, right? So if you if you go by one of those what is it, one of those songs, I forget what they're called, not Sweet Home Alabama, the one that actually tells the family story, I forget what it's called. Yeah, if you go by that, you'll have a bad time, right? And I'm not saying that I researched this specifically because I played Crusader Kings for a while, but that was contributory. Crusader Kings does not accurately do it. They do kind of have a system that is reflectant of reality, but they really want the first generation to start seeing effects of it, when that's not realistic at all, generally speaking. I mean, and also just the way they represent it is silly. I mean, it's not like in real life there's just an inbred trait What there really is just a bunch of recessive genes that normally would not manifest in people. Cleft lip, Down syndrome are the two that come to mind. There's actually a lot of them. There's a lot of them that are actually very well known in certain regions of the Earth. I will not specify exactly what regions they are. If you know, you know. If you don't, let me put it this way: you're probably not watching this stream if you're from one of those regions, because I don't think those folks are the multilingual type. But I've already said too much. Probably gonna get canceled now. We've cooked yeah, that's right. 3 ingredients, more than enough. But we could also slap some margarine in there. And of course, that has all happened because of cousin marriage. Which cousin marriage, that's, oh, what's the COR? That's, 0.25, I think. 0.25, if I remember right. One of the things that I actually got a silly idea about, I don't know if I ever actually will go through with it, because it's still only in the early phases, is I'm coming up with ideas for a video game, and I just have this bank full of ideas. And one of them is a unique way of displaying genomaps. And right now, genomaps, all they do is show parentage. And it doesn't actually give you a good idea of how inbred or outbred a line, an ancestral line is. In fact, the software that I use, Geno Pro, it literally just throws errors when you try to auto arrange if there's any inbreeding in the family tree. So it's literally useless. Like if you're trying to do animal line breeding because you're trying to select for a specific trait, 100% useless. So it's, I mean, just for the sake of a video game that's supposed to have everything in it, I call it Untitled Survival Crafting Game. A billion little ideas for it. I even have some code written for it. Where is it? It's on my desktop. USG. Did I get as far as to start? I did actually start it. I call it the blood map. It's just supposed to be like it's like a genogram, but it's better. And now as for how it's better, it's better. It makes more sense if you're trying to see if there's any pedigree collapse. That's what it's really meant for. But it's also meant to be able to really easily see people who are close to you in blood, basically. That's why I call it a blood map. But no, I have a much more interesting ideas than that. Vatican I'm particularly proud of, but obviously I've only written a script to test it in Daz Studio, which Daz Studio is so far from a video game engine that it might as well not even register as anything relevant. The only time you'll ever see somebody use Daz Studio for game development is those smutty games on Steam where it looks like 100% of it is just a visual novel, and it's all they all kind of look the same. All the models look the same. There's just these semi-photorealistic 3D, usually just really busty ladies. They all look the same, and the reason is because they're probably all using Daz Studio. I literally have it on my toolbar down here. It's a really good character modeling system if you don't want to go through the effort of, designing a 3D model from the ground up. It's probably one of the most expansive asset libraries on the internet. But in any case, I am curious if I actually wrote any code for that. Are we ready? Yeah, we're actually bedtime. I need to sleep, and then I can get distracted for a second. I'm only allowing this distraction because it is relevant to video games entirely. And if and when USG ever becomes a thing, it will draw very heavily on Project Zomboid. So heavily that you'll recognize a lot of things. But like I said, I have no idea if it will ever come. Because you see, I'm never going to do the indie game thing, right? I'm never going to do let's start a 2 or 3 man indie studio and do it the right way and get a company, get employees on payroll, get benefits. Fuck all of that. Fuck every single bit of that. It slows things down way too much, and it makes no. That's not how I'm going to do it. If and when I ever do it, I do it as I'll be a project lead for an open source project, and I will fund it based on proceeds from other things that I do in life. If I'm not successful with anything else I do in life, if I don't get any surplus money from the book I'm publishing or anything like that, then I'll still toss you know, $1,000 at it here and there from if I got a windfall in my day job. But yeah, I'm never quitting my day job. As much as I love considering things that would work, what this is an animation sequence, or an animation procedural animation system. Right now, procedurality in animation is, you don't do it. You generally don't. It's generally not worth it. You make explicit animations, maybe with a little bit of legroom. But if you try to introduce too much procedural calculation in something as fundamental as an animation for a 3D model, you introduce a lot of overhead. So this, if we ever implemented a system like this, it would have to be something where we have really high engine control, which basically rules out, you know, all the easy engines to get. Unreal and Unity are completely ruled out if we want to try to implement what is VATK? Vertex Array Targeted Inverse Kinematics Animation Engine. The name is a little, yeah. I just like VATK, it just sounds cool. But if you guys are actually interested in 3D animation, you can pause the stream and actually try to read some of this slop. It's only gone through a first draft of editing, and when did I last work on this? 2023? Yeah, it's been a little while. Like I said, I don't quit my day job for anything, so I work on stuff like this when I have the time. And this, of course, is just an overview for USG. I don't know if I've ever showed this on stream before, but it's yeah, okay. The first line, you can tell how out of date this is. Game will use Unity engine. High-level code will be written in C#. Low-level code will be written in Rust. Except Unity doesn't have good support for low-level code in Rust. And even if it does in the future, Rust is a bit of a meme right now. I would sooner learn C at this point. The rest of this, the rest of this makes sense. No need for Steam exclusivity. We can toss it on GOG. I was going to do Steam Windows only to focus on, you know, a single development pool, but GOG is actually surprisingly easy to release games to. But then, of course, you know, Stage 3 release, this would be really hard with a non-Unity or Unreal engine, right? Unity and Unreal are the two engines right now that you want to use if you want to do a console release in the future. And if you want to future-proof that, then you'll use IL2 CPP with Unity. A lot of devs are doing that right now with games that are nowhere near getting on console, but you can future-proof it for that if you use IL2 CPP, which I fucking hate everything about that. I would never do that. I would never augment that. But yeah, this is a list of somewhat novel mechanics. If anybody I highly doubt anybody watching this is actually in game design, but if you are, steal these, please. Somebody steal these. They're novel mechanics, but I would, even when I released my game, I wouldn't try to copyright anything below marketing. I actually have an idea for licensing structures that involves the code itself being free and open source, unlicensed, and unlicensed specifically. The unlicensed is what I use for pretty much every bit of code that I publish, and I would maintain that principle going into you know, any sort of project that I'm the lead of. And the reason for that being is if you make the code completely open source, free as in beer and free as in freedom, both. If you do that with your code, but you keep the art assets, the library and the branding and everything else, if you keep all of that under copyright, then you eliminate the problem of people just, you know, downloading your game and compiling it from source and then just being like, yeah, I'm not going to pay for it. You've mostly eliminated that, you know, aside from the usual piracy concerns. You've mostly eliminated the problem of you know, unmitigated piracy by doing that, because then, of course, people who buy the game on Steam download it along with the asset libraries, but the game will run without the asset libraries, which is how open source contributors can contribute without even having to pay for it. Like, if they want to, they can run the game without any 3D assets and nothing but a little placeholder model for everything. That is actually a thing. I think the last engine that's flexible enough to do that is like Source. I think Source can still do that, where you literally don't need anything but a placeholder asset, and you can still load everything but your maps. Yeah, I would absolutely do that. I'd do that in a heartbeat. But just a little bit of waffle related to, because I mean, you know, That's literally one of the reasons I'm playing this game, is to just, in the back of my mind, get ideas for what would work better, toss them into the idea bin, and someday in the future those ideas will be tested to some extent. Oh, I wanted to replace these magazines. Every time I look at them, I'm like, yeah, and then I get distracted. Okay, so Godot is currently what I would use instead of Unity. I say currently because Godot just had an ideological split. Again, everything with USG is just operating on knowledge that is probably anywhere between 6 months to 3 years old at this point. But yeah, there was a bit of an ideological split in the engine devs. If you guys aren't following open source development, there's a bit of a... it's political. I'm just going to go straight to that. It's political. There's political disagreements that involve purity spirals and how should I phrase this? Going on witch hunts for anybody who would dare be a not good person in your open source contributors. Like, I can't stress how stupid that. Okay, yes, if you want to be like, oh, I'm not going to support people who believe in this, I'm not going to support people who believe in that, I'm going to never give them a cent. I understand that perfectly, but take their money, take their contributions. Why not? What are there Nazi cooties in the code or something? I mean, it's open source. You can audit it. The ideological war, the culture war. It's a culture war. The culture war in open source development right now makes less sense than the culture war among normal people. At least normal people just, they have their reasons. Hey, I'm a normal person too. There are things in the culture war that I would take sides on if I wanted to be that guy. I'm not that guy right now, but if I wanted to be that guy. But no. In open source code, it makes infinitely less sense. You're just there to do programming. And if you don't like the guy who's contributing code to your project, then just be like, okay, we're never going to pay him. We're never going to... Hell, make it so you don't even credit them. If you want to be that kind of a person, then don't even credit them. But you're going to go as far as to ban them from making contributions. That's just fucking stupid. That is just fucking stupid. I don't know if they tried to do it with Ruby. That's painful. I remember the fork of Godot that they made is Redot. I don't know how many people they actually got on that project, so I don't know if Redot actually constitutes the future fork or just a group of guys taking their ball and going home and not actually continuing to play ball, if that makes sense. Yeah. Well, okay, so having people from everywhere. What is the culture war but divide and conquer? So if they find lines to divide people on, they'll do their best. Don't let them. That's all I can say. Don't let them. If you can stop them, stop them. But in any case, that is our overnight activities concluded. We didn't get too much done. We got a little bit of magazine put away. I need to replace my M9 mags, and I think we've already got food for tomorrow. We'll double check that in the morning. I'm eating a stir fry, but I thought there was another one in the fridge too. Yeah, we'll check. But yeah, it's sad. All I can say is that, from the ground up, any project that I lead, we don't care where you're from or who you are. If you contribute, thank you. And if you contribute enough, we'll see if we can. I don't necessarily have a financial system yet. Like right now, I don't want to pay people regular salaries and employ them. That is such a nightmare in the West right now that I wouldn't recommend it to anybody. Don't go into business in the West right now. Now, is it a good thing? I mean, yes, workers need protection. But we're in a very unique spot in the West right now where worker protections are actually working very hard against people who would probably just give those protections otherwise. Meanwhile, the people who don't want worker protections are just getting around them, or they're just firing people. We're in a very bad spot right now, just overall in the West, but I'm probably preaching to the choir on that. Asmongold did a video the other day where he was, he had some really spicy takes. He had some spicy takes that are spicier than I normally expect to hear from him. Not that I don't particularly like or hate the guy, but I do occasionally listen to what he has to say on certain topics. And one of them was just the situation with people getting fired. people are getting fired and they're not getting rehired, and it's, well, I mean, the end of the day, it's just the AI thing is going on right now. Everybody wants to, because if you fire a bunch of people with, you know, making the mouth noises about replacing them with AI, your share price just instantly goes up right now. That's the current rule in the market. Make the mouth noises about firing people for to replace them for, or just make mouth noises about AI and then fire people. You don't even have to say why you're firing them. Just make mouth noises about AI and then lay off a bunch of people. Boom, your share price goes way up. And so, what are people doing across the industry right now? They are firing the fuck out of people, and they are not rehiring them. And they're also just, you know, making mouth noises about the AI. I don't even know if a lot of those jobs that they're currently laying off people, I don't think a lot of those are actually just, yeah, we're definitely going to replace these people with AI. I think there's some really fucking cynical CEOs who are just like, yeah, let's get a big fucking pump. Maybe not even a dump, maybe just a pump. Because it will all crash when the AI bubble finally hits. The infinite money machine behind AI right now can keep the bubble from collapsing for a very depressingly long amount of time. Right now, I predict that the AI bubble will outlive the current presidency and the next. Unless we get... Who the fuck are we going to get next in the United States? Who the fuck are we going to get next here? But, I mean, like, regardless of who we get, they are going to have to be, like more of an outsider than Mamdani. Like, Mamdani was one hell of an outsider. That's why a lot of people are so mad about him. But we would need a more of an outsider than him. Because, I mean, he might be an outsider, but he's still got the Democratic nomination. So he's not that much of an outsider. He's just really good at, you know, well, you know, he just got into office. We'll see what he actually does. We'll let him prove himself. That's my take on it. Hot political take from Sunderbraze. Let the politician prove himself, because he just got elected. And there's a lot of people who would be like, oh, communism has been tried already. Well, you know, we're in the United States. If he wants to actually implement communism, he's going to have a few problems doing so. And I'm not just talking about, no. There's you can't do that by becoming a mayor of a city. The situation in New York is very interesting. Now, my most cynical take on what's going on in New York right now is that all that's happening is a controlled demolition of the real estate pricing. You get somebody with Mamdani's reputation elected, and all of the real estate owners panic and either sell or, you know, try to sell. I mean, imagine selling commercial mortgage-backed real estate. Sorry, what the fuck was it? Security-backed real estate. Imagine trying to sell that in the modern era. But, no, that would, what they're trying to do, though, is they're trying to just make everybody panic and flee so that, whatchamacallit, real estate prices drop. A whole bunch of people just swoop in and be like, okay, we'll buy this, this, and this. And then Mamdani's, you know, gets replaced by somebody else who's more friendly to real estate. Next thing you know, the prices go back up. And, well, we're back at square one. But that's just a cynical take. I don't know. Maybe he's the genuine article. I will let time prove that. We wanted to make a cell out of the middle here, so we're basically just splitting this in half. Yeah. Splitting it in half in both directions. 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, we've actually got a 9, or a 3x3 here. Or sorry, 1, 2, 3. We've got a 6x9 here. So we can split it in half in one direction, but then we can't. It's not going to be a clean split if we try to go for half in the one direction. Yes, KTO, you're 100% correct. I'm a big nothing ever happens guy. I'm always intrigued by the thought experiments. I am a nothing ever happens, but it would be interesting if this happened kind of guy. Because otherwise, if you go the opposite direction and you're like, nothing ever happens and it never will, that's just naive. It's always good to consider. Always good to consider. More hot political takes. It's always good to consider possibilities. Wow. Fighting political commentary. That's what we do. Okay. Now, if we try to split it in half, we're actually going to run into a problem with the benches that we're trying to use. So instead of half, once again, I'll just use the street lamp. I will just use the street lamp and It's not a perfect half, but if we go from there, we're good. I think a lot of people get into politics and overestimate, even if they're like well informed. I think they sometimes overestimate exactly how much power you have once you get in office. Sometimes you have a lot of power, but a lot of times, if there is a lot of power to go around, a lot more important than how much power there is total is who you got to share it with. You know, at the highest level of the United States, you got to share it with those fuckers in Congress, regardless of who you get into the White House. You got to deal with those fuckers in Congress. Some of which you have been in there for twice my age. Hey, we got one of them. One of the gerontocracy retired. We got Nancy Pelosi retiring. Can't wait for Schumer and McConnell and the rest of the fucking gerontocracy to finally retire. They're way past retirement age already. I know they're raising the retirement age because Social Security is so bad off, but come on, guys. Just step aside. Let the younger... Well, also, as somebody who's not strictly as an accelerationist, if you let nothing but young people control things, that's how you get world wars. I'm gonna be real with you guys. If we just let young people take control of everything right now, yeah. I mean, look no further than what happens in some of those countries that didn't have enough safeguards against the young people taking over. Right now, it's just Madagascar and Tibet, was it? They didn't have enough safeguards against the Zoomerwaffen from taking over and completely overthrowing the system. Most countries in the West have layers upon layers upon layers of bureaucratic redundancy to make sure that kind of shit doesn't happen. But eventually, enough boomers and millennials will retire, and it'll just be the younger generation that is now 3 generations removed from the horrors of World War II. Yeah. I will live to see such horrors. A lot of people watching this stream are probably young enough. Good luck. I wish you guys the best. I don't have kids yet, but someday I hope to. I will be preparing them as much as humanly possible for the worst. The absolute worst. As soon as they're old enough to walk, I will teach them how to hike and how to forage for things, and basically all the things we're doing in Project Zomboid right now. I will teach them how to do all sorts of things that normal kids wouldn't do, but it would still be fun. I mean, what is a defensive position but a tree house on the ground, right? Just make the walls a little higher and maybe add a little bit of reinforcing so that it's small caliber ammunition won't penetrate it. And well, don't tell the kids about that. Just, you know, teach them how to build stuff. That's all you do, and hope for the best. At the very worst, or I'm sorry, at the very best, they'll use that knowledge to home improvement in the future. At the very worst, they'll be building defensive positions just like Andy is right now. Who knows? I don't know. Welding, that's something I need to do. As soon as my kids are old enough to weld, I will learn right alongside them, and we'll learn how to weld. Employment is hard right now, but if you want a job, become a welder. That is a very, very quick route. Well, quick as long as you can learn it. If you can't learn it, well, that's unfortunate. Just don't stare straight at the beam. Yeah, absolutely. The basics and everything beyond that. I mean, like, you know, I'll be here if they want to learn more than the basics, but otherwise the basics are important and very underrated. I mean, that's exactly what my dad taught me carpentry, and you guys are witnessing the fruits of that labor. I would not have a custom built mounting station for my 44-inch monitor if I didn't have basic carpentry skills. Now, that being said, I'm violating so many standard practices that this would be an OSHA violation waiting to happen. But well, they haven't kicked down my door yet, so yeah, absolutely. If anything, we have this game teaches us the uncountable benefits of having skill bonuses from the start. That is something I have learned from this game that is 100% true in real life as well. If you have a skill bonus to start with, when you actually need to build the skill and you don't have a lot of time to do it, foreknowledge is more important than anything else. Even more important than hands-on experience. Because foreknowledge will determine exactly how long it takes for you to apply your hands-on experience into something useful. Gambiara. I am a big fan of words. Scored post-high school in English when I was in 5th grade. But that is one that has escaped my lexicon. Oh, yeah, okay. It's just a specific word for jerry-rigging something. MacGyverism. Oh, it's, okay, so it's like a, okay, so it's like a way of thought where you improvise you improvise things easily. Yeah, that makes sense. Perfect sense. Gambiara. I'm curious what context you would use in it other than just, being good at improvised stuff. Just sounds like an optimized word, which I'm all in favor of as well. It works if it's built right. Well, okay. Almost everything on this is attached with C-clamps. It's not built right, and I'm not even going to pretend that it's built right, but it works. It was only ever meant to be a temporary solution. I never intended on living in this apartment for longer than... I didn't have an upper limit. I just didn't think it would be that long. And then I started paying rent, and I realized that I was paying as much in rent as my boomer parents were for their mortgage on a single-family home. And, well, it actually took a couple of years of doing that to kick in exactly how hard I'm being screwed by my own rent cost. But what else is new, am I right? I'm probably preaching to the choir there. Okay, I'm thinking one more shipment of lumber to get this corner up. I do want a 3x3 of fighting positions, though. So I think I'll do one more to the south after that. It doesn't have to be as big as the rest, though. Okay, yeah. So, basically, it's a government solution, temporary government solution. Nothing more permanent. Wait a minute. Did I actually have planks left? I've already blown an entire box of nails. Okay. Even the music is telling me yes, 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 yes. It's all right. I got another box of them things. Now I position I only have 3 lights. I position them assuming that I'm going to be fighting from the north. I'm not going to get a mega horde from the north for my first actual stress test. The zombies we killed right there, that was not a stress test. That was just uninvited guests interrupting my construction. An actual stress test would be well over twice as many as these. Because a stress test involves us having to fall back more than once. We haven't really had to fall back more than once so far in this area. Oh great, there's rain. Well, worse things have happened. Open box of nails. And I'm going to have 1 extra plank. Oh, yeah, so these lamps, the yellow ones, they're battery powered. And they, so you craft a battery connector. I don't know what the prerequisite is for this, electrical something. 3 or 4, I don't know. You craft a battery connector, you stick a battery into it, and it will power pretty much any light. Like we could do this with a desk light if we wanted to. But I prefer the construction lights, because they got really wide area. I haven't gotten a good feel for their consumption rate, but I did accidentally leave one running overnight once, and it seemed to only use about 10% of the battery. So it feels really good for short-term engagements, as long as you remember to shut them off afterwards. Ah, level 5, yep. That feels about right. Pretty much everything I would ever want from electrical comes from... Okay, so you need electrical level 6 to make long-range detonators. So we still only have 1 recipe that we have to wait until level 6 for. That's just that's electrical in Zomboid at the moment. Been that way for a very long time. Oh no, I mean, like, I have a generator. I literally have a spare generator in one of my vans that I could bring up here easily. There's no need at the moment. These three on battery connectors. Honestly, having lights on battery connectors is... These three weigh 45 encumbrance. That's a generator plus 5 right there. So, not having to carry around a generator just for those lights is great. I was over by 1 log. I hate having odd numbers of logs. I'll just grab 3 from sporadic drops. I have another... my other military backpack is up here somewhere. And I actually probably lost track of it. I'm gonna lose track of my sledgehammer if I don't get good and put it somewhere where I'm gonna see it. Where is it? Huh. Here's the downside to the beautiful tactical black. It kind of blends in with zombies. Well, if it was on the ground anywhere around here, we would have seen it by now. I will have to backtrack a little bit on area I've already covered. Okay, if I dropped the backpack back here somewhere, I would have seen it by now. So, it's not in this area most likely. Second most likely place would be the trunk. Grab the sledgehammer now before I forget about it. Ah, wait a minute. I think I saw it. Ah, there it is. Okay. Ah, look at that. Directly behind one of these silly fences. I remember dropping it somewhere very close here. I just... after that. After that is... oh, shoot. That's what that is. No, why did I go get the second military backpack? So I can do this. If you are sure there's not going to be zombies around, you can always do this. And it does work. Now, of course, if a zombie came up, all I got to do is whip out a two-handed weapon and she'll immediately drop what she's carrying, which is great. Well, except now, that's too heavy to pick back up. I should probably... Oh, no, I'm not sick. We're good. If I was building up sickness, I would thaw the logs elsewhere. Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. I have so many military backpacks that I don't feel like I'm at risk of losing one. But I still don't want to lose one. They're still rare enough that I don't want to have to lose one. I have, like, I think a total of 10 in various places. Still not enough. I'll find a use for every single one of them and then some. Now, I have not yet built any defenses with steel. I do have an entire trailer with welding materials. But I don't yet know exactly which one of these fences are most at risk. So, especially when fighting from the north, because right now, all the Zeds we've killed have been fighting from the south. And I hope I don't have to do too much killing from the south yet. TBA on that. Yeah, so we only need 2 more, and we'll have a 3x3. Oh god, yeah. Oh yeah. That's one of the reasons I love my Alice kit so much. I can keep almost 100% of everything in there. The main backpack, it has stuff in it that's important, but almost all the time, everything I ever want to have is in my Alice kit, which is literally just a fanny pack on steroids. I highly doubt we'll need to expand it too much further than this. I feel like a 3x3 of 3x3 at least cells is good enough for most sword clearing. And we've kind of I don't want to say we've confirmed that 100% with X-ray. X-ray feels really, really, really good. And this is basically equivalent to X-ray, except ever so slightly more narrow in certain places because of the benches. The benches were not a requirement, but they may be useful. Maybe. Yeah, absolutely. Now, the only thing about the Alice pack that annoys me, and again, I mean, quote-unquote annoys, it's still extremely useful. In real life, Alice belt and suspenders are very, very, very modular to such an extent that there are holsters, like actual, like, sidearm holsters. So somebody on Reddit actually posted a really cool, you know, what we should do is just the Alice belt and suspenders should be a platform that you can add attachments to. There's probably already a mod for this, but in real life, that's exactly what it is. It's just a platform that you add bags to, or holsters, or certain tool holders, right? So instead of, right now, all it is just something that has a slot that you can only put a knife, angle-headed flashlight, canteen. I think that's it. A knife of most any kind, so we use hunting knives because they're best in slot that you can craft repeatedly. Angle-headed flashlight, that's a no-brainer. I always want to have one of those on my chest. And then, of course, the actual bag itself is the biggest bag you can fit on the slot that you would otherwise put fanny packs. That being said, if I could, I would probably trade the knife slot. I would probably do a shoulder holster right there, on that slot, if I could. Like, what I think that, you know, just how firearms have mods, you should be able to just right-click your Alice kit and add or remove things. The guy on Reddit that had this, he had an Alice kit that he used when he was in service. He showed pictures of it and everything. What did you call it? A butt pack? It's just a huge cylindrical, like, extra large fanny pack. That would be a mod that you could add or remove to your Alice kit to increase the storage space in it. And then, of course, you know, the other mods would be a knife holster, or a sheath for a bayonet sheath. That's what they call it in real life. I don't know if you would even need anything special for the angle-headed flashlight. That should just be attachable to any slot on your okay, so I'm only speaking in terms of if you're organized. If you're organized, Alice kit is 7, chest rig is 6. And chest rig, because it has no slots, it's always felt like not an option to me. But I do know chest rig does not come with a... I actually thought chest rig was supposed to be the one that doesn't have a combat speed reducer. But in this, I'm looking at it right now, Alice kit does not have a combat speed reducer. I thought it did. In any case, I don't feel it. My combat speed feels great. Anyway, we were close to the end of the day already, so I don't expect that we will be doing a big fight, but I do want to do like a small fight. Can you do a small fight in Louisville right now in the current year? In the year of our Lord 2025 in Louisville? Can it be a small fight without branching out of control? Maybe. I mean, what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave the van running so that I can bail if it gets like too nasty. Because I don't have any reloads, right? This van is construction only right now. So we are liable to run low, if not out of shotgun. And 45 auto is good, but 38 special at half mast, so yeah. Um, it does. So does Health Kit. I mean, as far as I know, right now, I always thought that the right. So it's really hard to see probably on the screen. The text is so small. Reduces magazine-fed firearm reload time. Yeah. I do actually have a chest rig somewhere at Jericho. I could take a look and see if there are like anything, any specific buffs on it that I missed. It may have even changed more recently than the last patch notes that I remember reading. It was something close. It could have been 4210 or 9. I don't think it was 11 or 12. But like I said, I don't remember. These trees, ideally, I would eliminate them. I've kind of had my fill of cutting trees for the minute. I mean, again, we've got enough obstructions on this road that would make this road really annoying to fall back on. Because, like, let's just say we're pulling a huge group from up here. An untold number of them will get caught in this stupid fence. I may actually sledge or weld apart a small part of that fence. I'm not sure. Right, yeah, and that's the thing right there. The angle-headed flashlight is key. Absolutely. So what I kind of want to do right now is see if I can't get this building here to spill. I don't know if I want... I don't actually want to pull the entire building and then fight the entire building. I just want to spill it and gauge what's inside of it. And if we have a fight, we will bring what can keep track of us. Whatever can keep track of us can come to Wilco and fight us there. So despite the rain, I can still nail a perfect crosshair at that range. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. So just a few discharges here at this corner. That ought to pull a lot of them out of that building. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, okay. We got a mega building, boys. Just wanted to confirm that. In fact, it's such a mega building that we hit audio channel limit just now. Despite being outside and on a street. Okay, yeah! That's Louisville right there. Okay, I just wanted to confirm that we had that ahead of us. I'm not going to put too much effort into drawing that entire group down the road yet. I will kill whoever has the attention of me, or still has their attention on me, by the time we get to this corner here. Because any further than here, and I would like to have some more prep on this street if I can swing it. These trees, it'd be great to get rid of the ones directly flush with the street. And just a couple holes, just a couple strategic holes in that fence up there. That would also make me very happy. Yeah, and that hotel, unfortunately, is directly next to First Street in the middle of our... That's in our way. So that hotel must die as part of our journey destination here. We could, yeah, absolutely. I do know, I can tell you just by... All I did was glance at it. There's a lot of paintings in there that are the 20 encumbrance kind. So even if we filled an entire step van... Even if we filled an entire step van... that's only like, what, 10 paintings? There's like 4 times that, at least. So we got to triage a little bit. But yeah, otherwise, some unique things in the art gallery, absolutely. I would want to heist those. The Louisville, the Louisville Art Gallery. Funny thing is, this is far enough in the past. Cybersecurity was so foreign a concept right now. They probably didn't have any digital locks at places that actually cared about security yet. They probably had all physical locks. Or mechanically electrical. As in, like, you know, maybe they were electrically powered, but they were not, you know, None of this integrated chipset bullshit that requires passwords and security certificates that got to be validated over the fucking internet and everything. Yeah. The modded trucks with the massive. I eagerly await the day that I am praying to every deity known to mankind that Filibuster Rhymes will be able to convince the Indie Stone to let him put some tractor trailers into the game. He's our only hope right now. I mean, obviously we've always got our mods, but when I talk about my hopes and dreams for this game, I'm always talking about vanilla, and I want there to be mega hauler trucks in vanilla. I get that they don't want us to have too convenient a time of it, so make it hard, please. Make it hard. Make us have to do manual gear shifting on the tractor trailers if we want to drive a semi-truck. Make us learn it so well that we would have a CDL. You know, I'm not opposed to that. I'm literally not opposed to that, because then if we can't do it, if somebody still wants to play Project Zomboid, but they don't want to learn how to be, they don't want to get their CDL, get an NPC to do it. Get that gives driver NPCs for you right there. I would love to see some shit like that, and we've already got driver NPCs. The almighty truck. Yeah, no, and 300, that's a third more than this van right in front of me right here. I would take it. I would take it in a heartbeat. I would have 3 or 4 of them in my fleet, and I would be just that much happier with this game. Oh, hello there. This is the first time I've seen a zombie near Reed in a long time. That tells me let's just do a quick patrol. Let's just do a quick patrol before, if she was a respawn, let's do a quick patrol before they start building up anywhere. Maybe even identify where. That is the first zombie I've seen at Reed in a long, long time. X-ray doesn't count. If she was from X-ray, she would have been on the other side. But she came from the direction... I suppose I should have... I don't know. There were never that many Zeds in these townhouses here. These townhouses were always, like, really, really, really light. Like 2 or 3 Zeds in them tops. I don't know if I ever actually went inside these ones here, though, this row. All of my looting was focused on the other row. I'm not seeing, like, any spawns whatsoever, but I have such a shit view inside these buildings, so nothing of what I just looked at is of that much strategic understanding. Fine. See, he wants to decide to break the mold and not smack the fence right when he's within range of doing so. I mean, we walked on the back road all the way here to, what the fuck's it called? Yankee. This is defense position Yankee. I wasn't expecting to ever have to use it again on this character because I'm hoping that by the time respawns come out in force on 1st Street here, which is where we would have to do it, I'm hoping by that time comes we are done with this stage of our journey. And it can stay here for us in the future if we ever come back to... I don't see us coming back to Louisville in this character. Once I'm done with Louisville, I still have Irvington to explore. I have driven through it, but that hardly counts. I don't think I left anything else. Oh, I did leave the bed here. I did leave the bed here, and that actually is not the worst thing in the world, but it's the only hospital bed I have for a while. Oops. Okay, I'm not seeing, like, anything. Those 3 that I just killed, they hardly count for anything, really. Alright. Oh, hey, Richard, good morning. Excellent. Most excellent. I wouldn't say you missed too much here. We've had a slowish morning. We've progressed a little bit. We have built another defensive position, more or less similar to Yankee and X-Ray. Well, yeah, it's all the X-Ray design, really. Yankee is a bit of an early prototype. But what we were doing immediately is a quick patrol because we saw a Z right next to Reed, and that tells me we are keeping an eye out for respawns. Respawns, but I mean, you know, we're looking in territory I've never actually walked down on foot before. So are they spawns or respawns? The philosophical question. Ah, look at that, look at that. See, this group up here, I have no idea if these are spawns or respawns because we are far enough away from territory that I've fully cleared normally. I saw a box of cereal on the floor in here somewhere. House alarm. Oh, it was not. It wasn't this row of houses. This row of houses is intact. It's the southern one, this one here, that's looted and trashed. That I saw some cereal on the floor. And some barbecue chips. And a comic book. Bravo Romeo Echo November. Bren? Okay. Whatever you say. I would make a I would make a parody. I would put a Pepe the Frog on the front. I would name it Foxtrot Echo Romeo November. It would be one of the little Pepes. Come on now, I know I saw some cereal in here. I am for cereal after all. Ah, haha, I am for cereal, you get. Oh no, that's not cereal, that's mac and cheese. I'll take it, it's fine. That just means I've got to go cook it. I don't think I have any mac and cheese on Meals on Wheels. A travesty, to say the least. I still can't shake the feeling that I saw some cereal, like actual cereal, not just the mac and cheese. But I don't. We've done our due diligence. We've got some eating material. We're gonna clear that group, and by that time it's bedtime. Is it really? Like if you open it, it doesn't. Actually. Because I am now at fatigue. I had no problem discharging in this area. With anybody who would be gathered by bullets here, yes, by all means, gather here. Away from Reed. In this direction. Perfect. Oh, so you can't open. Ah, okay. You can open a box of mac and cheese, but that has to be the box of boxes. What a damn shame that is. Oh, there was a Walrus Guy video. Walrus Guy is coming back. He's been making some videos lately. Very obscure YouTube pooper. I don't expect too many folks in the chat might recognize that name, but he made some great stuff back in the day, and he's been posting some really funny music video parodies, or like not music video parodies. He's been using music video material in his videos. And one of them is this line where I don't even know what song it's from, this redheaded chick. I cannot make mac and cheese I don't even know if that's what she's supposed to say. He probably edited it. How do you fuck that up? That is impressive how they fucked that up. I feel like I should put that. I'm gonna put that on the kitchen. I'm gonna put that right here, so that we can look at it and be reminded of the silly mistake the Indie Stone made. Yeah. If I have any more mac and cheese, we'll make a wall. We'll make a wall of mac and cheese. A wall of shame. Yeah, we have another box. You know what? I found a use for the bulletin boards. Hello. Okay, we do have meat. This is why we have multiple doors. I have no idea how weak these fences are. I don't suspect a single zombie is going to be a problem, but we don't want to run too many risks here. Now, coming from that direction actually makes sense, yeah. I've patrolled in many directions, not that one yet. So, okay. And look at that, it is our bedtime now. Can't wait to hear a zombie smacking something while I'm sleeping. Well, if we're gonna have bad weather, we might as well have a good time with building stuff. I've also taken to using rainwater for laundry. I mean, we have all these buckets up here. Actually, that's not a bad... $88 liters in that one. 203 liters in that one. That's a lot, but not enough for laundry. I would not use these two on a laundry circuit. However, if I wanted to do laundry, that wouldn't be too awful hard. How do the people in these townhouses do laundry, I wonder? Don't think there are laundry machines in here. In fact, where is the nearest laundry machine? Yeah, most likely. I didn't have B42 map open because I closed it. Sometimes I'll just leave B42 map open like 100% of the time, even if I don't even plan on streaming. And then I remember when I start going down the rabbit hole of screwing around with AI, I remember that Firefox can actually eat up almost 1.5 gigabytes of VRAM if you let it. So I actually sometimes just close Firefox completely, just because I'm screwing around with AI. So that's a laundromat right there. That's a little bit out of the way. It definitely won't be secure. Unfortunately, everything up here is, like, excessively urban. Like, it's so urban, I would not actually expect to see a laundromat. Ah, well, there's another one, and this is in territory that is even less secured. So we've got two options, and they both suck. I don't think there would actually be too awful many at this one that was further to the south here. Yes, I think I know where that is. I know where this is, and I think it's... I'm not going to even begin to call it secure. I'm just going to end that sentence right there. We're going to take the hauler van because the laundromat that we want to take a look at and maybe grab a washer and dryer, it's right next to a storage units that I didn't even know was there. No idea if that's intact or whether it's looted and trashed or what. We got to finish up that beef. Yeah, we've got a couple of hits of it left. I have no idea if you can make a sandwich out of regular beef. Sandwiches in this game are strangely selective. I think you can put ground beef, but not beef patties on a sandwich. Which, yeah, okay. As silly as that sounds, I think that's actually how it works right now. I just remember trying to put a beef patty on a sandwich, and I was totally floored that I couldn't. So that made its way into my long-term memory. Fucking... I mean, okay, yes, sure, you need hamburger buns to make a proper hamburger, or proper burger. I'm not trying to make a proper burger, I just want meat between buns. And you should be able to do that with a meat patty. Like, literally just slice it in half on, breadth-wise. It's not that hard. Yeah. I know. I mean, okay, you know what? I wouldn't even be mad about it. I can make my own bread. Why can't I just slice that bread so that it's thick? So that we make a hamburger. You know what? Just gonna do a search for the word bun. Output items. No, the only way to get buns... See, what there should just be a crafting recipe. Slice bread into buns versus slice bread into slices. I don't know. Maybe a ratio of... Right now, bread, if you slice it normally... you turn one loaf of bread into three slices, right? So maybe since you have to make hamburger buns thicker, maybe so you can make your own bread and slice it into 2 hamburger buns. That would perfectly realistic and perfectly plausible. And yet we can't because, well, why would we have things that are fun? Probably just a low priority thing, really. Alright, so we're definitely not deploying just yet, because we only got a half hour before we need a second sleep. I don't expect this storm to let up. Which actually is, that's why we're going on a side quest here. Oh, that being said, if I'm gonna go and be building some laundry infrastructure, then I might as well get the rain barrels up now. I have the planks. I have an absolute ton of things I could make it out of. Tarp right here. An unknown number of planks upstairs. This happened before, by the way. Okay, it's off and on, but last time I went to build rain barrels, because I said, oh, there's rain, I started gathering materials for a rain barrel, and the rain stopped. And now it's off and on, but I have a feeling that the moment I get these rain barrels up, it's going to be off and not on. That's just a feeling. Maybe I'm just being cynical. We're going to find out, aren't we? Alright, if this is the edge right here, water fixtures pull it down from a 9x9 region above. So that means if I were to do, well, actually, okay. Before I back up, I gotta back up and make sure that I can't put anything on this tile right here because of the roof access. I have an idea. And I'm gonna test that idea tomorrow morning, I think. I'm gonna go ahead and put the rain barrel down. Fuck it, I'll put the rain barrel down now. If it doesn't work, I'll transfer the water out of it and move it later. For now, I'm gonna take it on a leap of faith that this is gonna work. There it is. There it is. The rain has stopped. I'm just about to build the barrel, and the rain has stopped. Here is hoping it's gonna be off and on all night. We're going to take that one right there as a investment in the future. Yeah, no, the frickin' the loaf of bread that we can make as a player. That looks pretty bunny. I don't know. Definitely oven bread. Believe it or not, I worked at a bakery for a very short period of time, but I didn't actually learn very much about baking from scratch, if that makes sense. It was a grocery store. This is when I was working at the grocery store. Because it's a grocery store, they ain't got time to bake stuff in-house. Almost everything we put on the shelves has been baked somewhere else and sent to us. But what we have to do is treat them right out of the freezer, right? So there was an entire skill set that does qualify as baking, which is really just glorified thawing. That is unironically a skill set. Nowhere near as actually expansive as baking itself, but it is a skill set. One that I learned. I'm very good at thawing things and defrosting things now. I can actually make donuts really well. As long as I don't have to make them from scratch. As long as I have an entire box full of, as long as I have a box full of the plain rings, I know how to glaze them and sprinkle them and, you know, all the trimmings. But of course, making from scratch, the hell's that? The hell's that? We're a grocery store. I ain't got time for that shit. Oh, hello there. I almost ran into that guy thanks to the building. This guy's presence just tells me we've got general respawns on first. We're going to call that guy General Respawn. I'm sure we're going to see Colonel respawns and Captain respawns and Corporal respawns and then a billion Private respawns. Hey, there they are. Corporal and his privates. This area was completely clear. Fuck if it is now. Now, we blocked up the entire lower floor of that apartment complex there, the low-income one right there, the Section 8 apartment complex. All the windows blocked up and most of the doors are. That doesn't mean we won't have interference from that direction, though. It's just increased the distance they got to travel to reach us. Now, killing these guys wouldn't be necessary to, strictly speaking, to keep First Street clean, but we're going to the laundromat, which is in this direction. We've got to take a direction. This is one of them. 1, 2, 3, get off my father's apple tree. Alright, you know what? These guys are not in first. I can afford to leave a little bit of body in the street. One right. One south, fast. I hate fighting targets incoming from the south, I really do. But no other choice in this particular instance. We have no other direction to flank them from right now. That hat might be a little dark for LEO blue, but I'm taking it. Actually, now that if I'm ever going to do LEO blue, I'm going to use the wizard hat. I actually have a wizard hat. Oh, you know what? I just had the silliest idea. Oh, yeah. Okay, so. Armor comes in many colors. But right now, we have armor for most slots except for shins. I would like to have some shin armor that actually matches the rest of my kit. Anything that I can make is gonna violate it a little bit by dressing me up with some like gunmetal gray or something like that. If I'm gonna do a color change, I want a lot of things that match that color change, and I can get it if I do the color. If I make the color LEO blue, law enforcement blue, because I can make bulletproof vest armor for most of my limbs. The discomfort would be nasty, but I mean, that's, you know, it's armor. I have started a consideration about that in the back of my head. Next time we're at Jericho, what we need to do is go to Jericho and swatch test the wizard hat that I'm thinking of. A wizard hat, it's got yellow stars and blue canvas. The blue canvas, I think, is close to LEO. It might be a little saturated and a little light. Okay. So this right here is what I saw on the map. This storage unit right here, it's been looted and trashed. So what does that mean? That means any value it may have had as a potential source for Longblade, the book, the last book we don't have that we want. Any potential chance of finding that here is severely diminished. But I would not be doing my due diligence if I didn't take a look. So what we're looking for specifically are just cardboard crates. And we just have to peek at the cardboard crates long enough to see that they are or aren't ones like this. Well, okay, this is not a cardboard crate. I didn't know that you could get a bookshelf spawn on storage shelves. I've probably seen that before, but it didn't register. So I'm going to have to shove that in the back of my brain. All that means is we're clearing all containers here, since I'm no longer sure that they will only spawn in... Usually I just look at the cardboard boxes, the big ones. The small ones aren't even worth... I mean, the small ones hardly ever have anything good in them unless you have not yet gotten every magazine there is to get. Which is most people, of course, but eventually. Murphy's Law will eventually get you to that point. At which point, I don't recall ever seeing proper books in these here small cardboard boxes. I mostly just remember them being in the way and being empty. Yeah, see, We've got a couple 4s and a couple 5, or like, you know, a couple really low-level ones. But in terms of what we really want, Long Blade 5, chances are astronomical. I do recall seeing... I know for sure that I got a couple of my napping books. That's napping with a K. And the only reason that's significant is because napping, as a skill book class, does not spawn on normal bookshelves. And so what that tells me is the book spawns here are different from the normal ones. The normal ones, well, we hit Louisville State University, which was full of normal ones. And we came home with multiple copies of every book except for Napping and Longblade. So what that tells me is standard book tables, no, zero chance. But if you see Napping, right now, I believe the case is if you see Napping, you have a chance to see Longblade. Have not tested that. Have not even looked at the wiki to test it, but I think that is the case. In fact, I believe I've also seen aiming and reloading in these cardboard boxes, but that does not stick out in my brain enough to confirm or deny. Yeah, but that's the funny thing about those is, well, I was able to locate an entire set of carving in LSU. So whatever book table I guess it is that LSU draws from, that book table is one that, well, has some really alarmingly specific oversights. Crowbar. Alright, skill magazines. I don't need to be picking up those. Literal crates. I have crates and crates. There are crates, Neo. Crates where magazines are no longer found. They are grown. I didn't believe it myself until I saw the fields. Okay. I really wish dead batteries would just despawn. There was a dead battery on the floor right there, and all it does is distract me. Hang on a second. Earmuffs of a random generated color? That's interesting. I did not know that earmuffs come in random colors. I also don't know if earmuffs do what I hope they do. I've never tried. I have a theory that earmuffs, because they reduce sound, they should reduce stress from things like zombie smacking fences. I don't know if I would ever do that, but if that was a thing, I would probably carry around earmuffs as an option. The reason I would probably never do it is, I mean, you know, hearing is one of my strongest superpowers IRL. Closest thing I'll ever have to a superpower is my ability to hear things that a lot of people probably don't normally hear. And probably half of that is thanks to the 5.1 surround sound, but the rest of it is just brimming autistic sensitivity to noise. Alright, she's coming out. We got her. Hey, we can test it right now. We could test it right now. Let's kill this bitch first. And now, here's what we need to do. We go over here, out of audio range. Our stress is currently at 4. I expect it will go down, you know, it always goes down over time. So we've got the earmuffs on now. Oh, wait a minute. Are these just the regular, They do have some hearing impairment. They're not the kind you get from... They're not hearing protectors. Okay. It wouldn't be outside the remit of possibility to find hearing protectors just laying around here somewhere. But we're not going to, like, go out of our way to look for it. There is some hearing impairment on these earmuffs we just picked up. So I'm going to put them on. And all I want to see is if my stress, how quickly it goes up when the Zeds over here smack the fence. No, they're not here anymore. They lost track of me. And when they lose track of me, that's when they remember how to go around fences. Isn't it amazing how that works? It's only when they don't see me that they suddenly get a burst of knowledge. This way to the human. Wait a minute, there's a human there. Go straight. They're coming right for us. You know what? We were gonna test this, but now we've got a bunch of slow shamblers.
Hey.
Okay, we've got one slow shambler. It doesn't sound like my hearing is impaired at all. Nope. Look at that. Every one tap equals one stress. You know those old memes? One like equals one prayer? One tap equals one stress. Even with earmuffs on. Tap this if you stress Evertom. Not like I wanted to get to you, Baka. Alright, well, here was our primary objective. Always down for a little journey, but at the end of the day, we're here for this. I will pick up bath towels if I see any. That is something we could find in here, bath towels. Looks like people, because they looted and trashed this place, they remembered to take all their laundry with them. Ah, bath towel. Tank top is a layer I don't currently have covered. It is... Oh, no. I lied. They changed I should have remembered this, because it's something the Indie Stone did that made me happy. For a while there, tank tops were basically almost their own layer. Like, there was almost nothing else you could put on a tank top layer. But I guess they've reshuffled it a little bit. Now, crop tops can go in the same layer as tank tops. I guess it's an undershirt sort of layer. The layers for characters in this game are a fucking hodgepodge mess. If you ever go to create a new character in this game and go to the sandbox setting that lets you enable full character creation or something like that, it's like a little checkbox. Allow full customization or character customization. Basically, what it does is it shows you every single slot and every single thing that can go in every single slot. I'd recommend that to anybody, just to get to know the slot system better, even if you don't even go forward with character creation. Just look at what all the slot options are. That's knowledge worth having. But yeah, you can also see firsthand when you do that how much of a frickin' mess the slot system is right now. Like, why is there a dedicated slot for, like, I don't know, 5 different things? Every single one of those slots takes up a few bytes of state memory for every single zombie. So if you could optimize slots a little bit, you would technically be saving a lot of that Java memory limit. But I digress. Said it many times before. I ain't no dev. Can't tell you how to do it. I can just tell you what looks a little cringe. Alright, we got a washer, now a dryer. I don't usually get one of these, but I mean, it's right in front of me. Sometimes a laundry cart is actually useful. Sometimes. I don't think it has the correct amount of storage. I'll have to double check this. I think laundry carts are actually a little small. In a perfect world, the laundry cart storage would be equal to what you can fit in a laundry machine. In my mind, that makes perfect sense, but I think they're actually a little small. Laundry machines are on the same size scale as like what you can fit in a passenger seat of a vehicle or a garbage bag. So I use garbage bags a lot to gauge the to gauge whether I have a full load of laundry or not. That's one of those truisms that remains true regardless of your perks. If you're organized, then your garbage bags are 26, and so are your passenger seats and your laundry machines. Movable as in without having to pick them up. Yeah, they should be. I mean, okay, at that point, we're just asking for the shopping carts mod to be integrated into vanilla, which it should have been. It is. It's so good. That is one of the mods I would add without a second thought if we were unstable. If we were playing a stable version, I would have added that without a second thought. That is so fun. It's not particularly overpowered, and it's not, it's just a great balance. It's realistic, too. I guarantee you we would see a lot of people out there in the world with just stolen shopping carts if there was an apocalypse tomorrow. Stolen shopping carts would be all over the place. Alright, I'm gonna already dump RTB stuff here. If I were ever to mess with something to do with changing to LEO colors, if I were to ever do that, it would have to come in the form of a return to Jericho. So that's not happening anytime soon then. I would love it. I would love carts right now. Okay, so here's a time for a test. Right now, if you build a staircase on an upper level floor, what happens is, you see how this staircase on this floor right here has these two little support pillars that go to the floor beneath it? If you build a staircase on an upper floor, those support pillars now extend infinitely beneath the staircase. So these little support pillars right here, this is part of the staircase all the way up here. I could be misremembering, but I feel like you can actually get away with, we got our sledgehammer right here. I'm going to test a thing. And I can't remember if I've tested this before, so I may be retesting it. But if this works, then we've got our spot for the laundry machine. And if it doesn't work, well, shit. Well, I mean, okay, it'll work. It'll work. The only question is, will it... Now we got to check upstairs and see if it deleted the... Is that the support beam to the stair? It didn't delete it. That's really funny. That's really funny. I don't know why those spawn. Like, I genuinely don't know why those spawn. I think it's a glitch. Or it's an intended functionality that's not finished yet. Take your pick. This is Project Zomboid. But in any case, we can delete them with the sledgehammer. They ain't no pianos yet. They ain't no pianos yet. Now, what I feel is less likely to work, but may actually be a thing. You may actually be able to disassemble them, just right-click disassemble, but I think that's a lot less likely to actually work. Okay, so we have, I remember now, I put the rain barrels that I'm going to leave dedicated for laundry. I made sure to space it out so that if we put it here, it will not pull from any potential drinking water sources. Regardless of how I do my base designs, I always want to keep laundry water and drinking water separate. And I use the B word again, base. This is again not even a base. there has been a part of me in the back of my brain being like, dude, just build a furnace and forge here and call it. But like I said before, once we are done with our journey down First Street, this place will become less and less relevant over time. It is a power center that we can strike out from on our way towards Grand Ohio. But once we are done with Grand Ohio and we go on our residential search, we'll be striking out from Jericho, most likely. Yeah, I think. I could be wrong, Kitty. I could be wrong about this. I think using the barrels, or any water source, really, anything that's not an infinite water source, I think that's actually like a really inefficient use. Like, you're wasting a lot of water. I think the laundry machines can, like, do a full load of laundry with way less total water, I think. Don't quote me on that. I feel like I've successfully pulled it off, and, well, is that intentional or was it not intentional? Open questions. Bucket of plaster should go with my building materials in here. Rain always sets off my ears a little bit. Interesting. We've got our pipe wrench right here. I don't actually have a way to tell exactly how much water is in it. Soap. You know, that's something... I have collected a lot of soap over the years in this game. I don't know if I've ever used it except a couple of times. Probably useful. Probably very useful. I cannot think of very many times I've actually used it, though. Yes, absolutely. 100%. That should be a thing, but I can smell the excuses already. Alright, so we've only got like 6 liters of water in there. I will assume that that's not enough and toss some buckets in. And so we'll estimate this to be like a total of 30 liters total once we add these 2 buckets and let it fill up for a bit further. Yeah, it's like at 26, and by the time we run it, it might be up to 30. Now that is definitely not even close to being enough to wash a full load of laundry, but I'm going to try it and see what happens anyway. What I think is going to happen, and I mean, of course, I've only tried this a few times. Usually by the time I actually start throwing things in the laundry, usually at that point I am rolling in spare water. But I'm just going to try tossing way more in there than can actually go in there. Shield your eyes, children. I can't show some of this on YouTube. But yeah, I'm going to turn this shit on and see what happens. And it's okay to use my drinking water for a couple of things because I have so much of it. Stuff that I wouldn't even be able to throw into the I like how the bunny suit doesn't get dirty. So we can technically walk around in the bunny suit and never get dirty. That's really, really, really funny. That's actually, unironically, that's an incentive to just, if we ever want to go absolutely nuts but not go naked, we could reduce our action economy by a ton by going almost naked. I think I could probably damage my feet if I walk around too much like this. Even inside, which is silly, but I think that's a thing. Don't have any spare shoes laying around in this place. Probably have enough. I'd probably have enough. I have enough rags laying around. I have enough rags laying around. I could probably make improvised footwear. Nope. Okay, so underwear. Right now what we're wearing is, wait a minute. We had... Yeah, look at that. Everything is clean. Everything is clean. So I'm going to toss it into the dryer. And turn the dryer on. And I want to see if it... I'm pretty sure what it did... What I think it does is if it eats up from the water supply, probably ate up all the water. Yeah, it ate up all the water, but it got everything clean. So basically, as long as you have a separate water source that has water in it, it'll let you wash a load of laundry, and it'll just eat up the whole water source. So I think I made the correct decision by doing it that way. Technically speaking, in this game, you don't really need to dry your clothes. There's almost no problems you can get by just putting on wet clothes. We're not in cold enough weather for it to be a threat to us if we... The only thing I'm missing right now are the bunny ears. I think... Did I leave those in the ambulance? I either left them in the ambulance or back at Jericho. I left them back at Jericho. That's okay. That is okay. Everything that's currently in the ambulance is more or less fine to stay there. We are a little bit overloaded on M9 magazines, but that's hardly the worst of our problems back here. It's a shame I don't have any books to read. Actually, we just finished our last stir fry, so we have some food to cook. There is not enough natural water in any puddle to wash a rag. However, I recently learned, so if we right-click on any water source and try to wash a rag, it costs us 4 liters of water. That sounds a little silly. So what if I pick up this bucket instead so that it's in my inventory as a water source? I drop my water bottle so I don't accidentally use it. And then I use clean bandage. Well, now that I'm using a water source in my hand, it only costs 0.5 liters. What magic is this? Why does it go from 4 liters to just 0.5? Just because we're using the crafting menu. I think the devs have got a bit of a bias for their crafting menu. But what else is new, am I right? I kind of wish there were grades of laundry machines. I'm pretty sure the commercial ones dry faster. Oh, you know what? Okay. I didn't notice this initially. Some of our gear is still... the hat is still bloody, for example. I didn't notice that until just now. So I guess 30 liters was enough for almost everything except for the hats. Which definitely doesn't measure up with, you know, the right-click menu usages. So we are getting away with a little bit more, but it does look like that it's not actually doing 100% of everything. And when I say bloody, what I really... That's hardly bloody. I mean, there's very, very... Only 6 liters of water left worth on it. What were we wearing? See, what's really bugging me right now is the chest layer. We were using bandeaus for the longest time, and then we stopped. I don't think it was because of the bunny suit that we stopped. I don't think. But now I'm curious. Now I need to confirm this because this is important to me. We're playing a game where style is important, and therefore we've got a style on the zombies 100%. See, right now, without the underlayers, we could put on a coat of plates on the chest and basically bare arm it, and we would still be at least 30% protected. But the coat of plates, the combat speed degradation from the coat of plates would make it not even worth it at that point, in my opinion. By my calculus. I have never had summer heat so bad that I felt the need to completely go without underlayers. Overlayers is fine, but underlayers now. The game just doesn't have extreme enough weather. Kentucky is fine. Kentucky is good. I had a brain fart just now because I was gonna actually gonna sew together an improvised bandeau. I wanted to test that, but I don't know if I have the materials. You would think that I would carry around a sewing kit out in the field with me, but every time I do, I put it in the RTB bag, and it goes back to base, and I stop thinking about whether I have a sewing kit in the field with me. Skill issue, honestly. Logistical skill issue. Yeah, we have aramid thread with us right now. By itself, that's hardly even useful. I think the only reason I have that is because it represents at one point I was taking apart some bulletproof vests that I found. You know what? There's an entire sewing store that we should probably loot sooner rather than later. It was right across the street from the police department. That is exactly what we're doing next. Not just because, I want to test something with sewing. No. There's also other stuff up there that we can grab, and I want to loot that store before before there's respawns up there that make it annoying to loot. Okay. I have removed from the trunk the RTB stuff. Don't know exactly why I keep putting all of my planks upstairs, but I feel like that's where I'm more likely to use them. This handheld console was supposed to be a decoration. So a decoration it shall become. See, back in the 90s, if we wanted to play multiplayer, we would have to do direct cable connections. And so Nintendo pioneered a little bit of that in the gaming world. What they would do is they would have a little port on the side of your Game Boy, your Game Boy Advance, your Game Boy Color. It would have a little port on the side, and sold separately was a special cable, not a LAN cable, even though they could have done a LAN cable. No. They made their own little port with their own little transmission protocol and their own little cable so that they could charge you extra for the cable. If anybody who's looking at Nintendo right now and seeing all the vicious legal things that they're doing to anybody who would dare threaten their income, they have always been like that. They have never not been like that. I've heard some people accuse Nintendo of participating in shittification. No, they have always been like that. It's just usually the quality of their product would completely overrule any concerns about their business ethics back in the day, at least. I mean, you know, most of us who actually use their products were still kids back then. There's a lot more adults in the gaming world now than there were back in the 90s. Back in the 90s, most of the adults who actually did gaming were stuck with their, you know, the pinball machines and their arcade machines and their stuff outside. Nintendo was generally kid stuff back in the day. At least that's what the association was. It still is for some people. I very, very, very vividly remember this one chick at back in high school. She's sitting next to me. We had some free time in class. I don't know what she was doing, but she was within eyesight to look over my shoulder. Me and my friend were looking up something on the internet about a video game, and she's just like, "Is that video games? When are you guys gonna outgrow that stuff?" That really stuck in the back of my head. Just the tone of voice she took. Yeah, I'm pretty sure most people watching have heard somebody say something like that at some point. It stuck with me, just the sheer condescension in her voice. She made absolutely zero effort to cushion her disdain. Video games were clearly for children, and I had a feel, you know, to be honest. I'm armchair psychologizing, but I feel like she probably had somebody in her life who was too busy playing video games to spend time with her, and she was projecting that out onto somebody else. But what can you do? Play responsibly, right? Didn't even get to use the camera. That's fine. We've got ourselves 2 honkin' chonkers of stir fries here. Jeez Louise, already midday. This is flown by. Despite the government shutdown coming to a halt, as far as I understand it, I haven't even paid attention that much. It has been relatively slow today. We were actually afraid at work that we were going to get a massive influx of people who were furloughed from shutdown so long that they just, the system started counting them as dead on arrival. But I don't think we've got probably, yeah. I'm actually under NDA, so I can't talk too much specifics, but I think some people got their first tier of problems, while the rest of them probably dodged it. You don't start running into serious problems until you're away for months or more. Oh, that's painful. That's really... Okay, so, well, I mean, you know, I have not been dating, so don't take dating advice from me. I have not done dating for more than... I have not even tried for more than about 4 years, but I've not actually succeeded for more than a decade. So take no advice from me. But what I've been told is that don't tell them that you're playing. And I mean, unless you live together. If you live together, then, well, you're screwed. But if you don't live together, if you're just, you know, texting, hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? Just go a little bit without answering. Don't always answer right away. Don't be the guy who responds instantly. Like I said, don't take this is not my advice. This is advice from other people that I'm just relaying. Don't respond instantly, because then you're easy. Don't be easy. You want to be a challenge, apparently. That never made sense to me when I was a young man, but now that I'm in my 30s and I've seen enough of the way other people behave, that makes perfect sense to me. Sadly enough, it makes perfect sense to me. I've never really expected relationships to be something where one person is trying to tame the other. That never made any sense to me. Because growing up, I mean, obviously my parents completely screwed me over by having an incredibly stable relationship with very, very, very few relationship problems, and therefore I never got to see how relationships are supposed to be, you know, problem solved, troubleshoot video games. I can disassemble binary code to figure out what's going on in a video game, but no, relationships, I'm a slow learner, because I ain't got no knowledge base for it. Yeah, no, I've never been tested for autism. I'm almost 100% certain I'm somewhere on the spectrum. But don't, anybody who self-diagnoses has a fool for a patient. So I'm just going to say I have autistic tendencies. You can, as long as you add the word tendencies, sociopathic tendencies, psychopathic tendencies, insane tendencies. If you add the word tendencies, then you're not technically diagnosing anything. You're just saying, hey, maybe check that guy. And we just got all cleaned up, and now we got to dirty ourselves again. That's alright. Take a little while before we were as bad as we were before. Speaking of cleaning up, we may have to close and reopen the game. A few days of rain, what that means is this water may be stuck on the ground forever now. There is currently a glitch with B42, where if you play the game just for a long session, a long session, sometimes water will get stuck on the ground after a rain. Gotta close and reopen the game to get it to go wet. So at the end of this street, there's burgers, and then there is a sewing shop. That's our current quote-unquote destination. Running into more interference than I was expecting. So we're going to have the bite to eat of this stir fry, and then I am probably actually going to drink half of one of these coffees. Because seeing how many zombies there are, yeah, it'd be faster to just not have my damage cut in half by fatigue. This is what we saved all of our coffee for. We have an entire map's worth of coffee saved up. It was all for Louisville. Everything before Louisville, I was just like, what's the rush, right? What's the rush? Right now, in Louisville, there is actually a ticking clock over our heads. And that ticking clock is called respawns. So if we go too slow, we actually have to start worrying about getting flanked. Silly as that might sound. Okay. I mean, just for reference, all of the zombies we've pulled out of the police department, I think, are now mostly desiccated. Yeah, there are no longer any zombies we killed in the police station that are still have loot on them. There's just some desiccated skeletons up here, and that is it. Another fun thing I have learned over the years is that right now there's this craze. Well, it's coming to a bit of a close, but there was a social craze for a while there, where anybody who remotely demonstrated tendencies of the opposite sex. Oh, you're trans. That means you're trans. Here, that means you need to start identifying as trans. No, not necessarily. Just something I actually want to address in my book. Just the way I present my characters. I have observed in life, there are people with feminine energy and masculine energy, and by and large, it matches their biological sex. But then you get those outliers, and I've noticed some very interesting examples of outliers. You would think that a male with feminine energy would actually kind of, maybe be a girly man. That's one form of it. I have seen some, nobody would ever call them girly men, just very socially inclined, like more so than most women I've ever met. Very, very socially inclined, very socially astute, and very, very good at the social games, to such an extent that just by working with one of them, for a couple of years, I leveled up my game a little bit, just a little bit. Not that it went anywhere. I mean, at the time, while I was working with that individual, I was stuck in a very weird situationship. I can't even call it a relationship. It was just some stupid little thing. I was in a bad spot. All I can ever say about relationships for 100% certainty is don't let the fear of being alone turn you into a doormat. For the love of God, don't do that. Learn how to be happy by yourself, and then figure everything else out first. Because the fear of being alone will lead you to do some really fucking stupid things. Really fucking stupid things. Okay, we are good. I think. Thought I just heard some raspy inhalation. Yeah, we're good. Nothing respawning up here. Just initial spawns that never made the cut for our last big kill zone. So what are we doing immediately? We're actually going to gather up, now that we've got a hauler. I had always intended on bringing a hauler up here before spawns became a problem, and picking up all the bulletproof vests. There's a lot of them. And as fate would have it, we're also doing a run on a sewing shop. So a bunch of bulletproof vests and a sewing shop. What does that mean? That means we can make whatever armor we want in LEO blue. Will I do it immediately? Maybe not, but I'll have all the materials too. Now, 99.9% of these vests will be full of holes. That's fine. They don't need to be intact to harvest them for aramid thread or to turn them into limb armor. You can turn bulletproof vests into shin armor, thigh armor, leg armor. Thigh or shin, forearm, and I think arm as well. I'm not 100% sure if it breaks down that far. But you can go pretty nuts with it. And it doesn't matter how busted up the initial bulletproof vest is. You'll always turn it into a good quality limb armor. That may not always be the case. I don't know if the devs are ever going to work towards qualities of armor, but if they do, well, that'll be the first thing. That'll be the first thing to go, most likely. You know, something completely damaged will probably produce something of low quality. Yeah, that only follows, doesn't it? Hate to say it, but sometimes the Indie Stone makes perfectly logical decisions when they want to ruin our fun. They just like to do that a lot more than they do make logical decisions that increase our fun. Preach into the choir on that one. Pretty much, I think 100% of these vests we picked up, all chock full of holes. So they are all in the chopping block. We never located... Okay, here's something interesting. I don't know if we ever actually located the lockers that are not gun lockers in the police department here. Like, the police department here, this main building is mostly cleared. We hit the gun lockers. That was obviously our primary target in the police department here. I feel like there's got to be equipment lockers that are not gun lockers, but just equipment. We might see some vests in. So here's first floor. Floor 1. Okay, right there. I don't think we hit this. So I predict a couple chances of... most likely we're going to see just, you know, the usual locker loot. I don't expect anything overly impressive, but I'll take what I can get. We got a little duffel bag right here full of stuff. It's already got vests in it. We'll take the duffel bag that's in the duffel bag out. That's what we do here. We pick up duffel bags and we toss shit into them. Okay, I don't need to leave the van running if I'm going to be going inside the police department. I left this wooden mallet on the ground because I found it on a zombie's belt, and that fascinated me. But I actually did that because wooden mallets, surprisingly enough, you can't make them yourself. They're actually a little bit rare if you need specific masonry tasks done, and you don't have a wooden mallet right in front of you. That was second floor, right? Or floor 1, as it were. Here's the gun locker right here. That was the first First thing we went straight for right there. I mean, busted a hole in the wall with the sledgehammer. We are going in noise discipline mode. That is a dead end. Okay, we didn't hit this area. This little corner here. I'm going to take all these exercise mats. Why? They only weigh 0.5 encumbrance. And they're beautiful little black flooring tiles that you could use them as carpets if you wanted to. They're just so lightweight that I can take all of them and it wouldn't slow me down in the slightest. A guy out there, he's clocked us. I don't know if he's probably got a path to us. I'm sure he does. So we'll have to kill him before we sleep. Now that sounds like more than one. If they know how to get to me, they'll use the stairs right here. There's more than that. But she was the one that was right in front of me. That guy that was walking inside, I don't know if he will have retained interest long enough. So, but we do need to sleep. It's bedtime. It's past our bedtime. We still have a bed in this building. It took us so long to clear this building. We still have a bed in it. We literally have a safe place to sleep, quote unquote safe. It's about as safe as anything could get in this area. It's just on a floor that we've 100% cleaned, and it's behind an intact door. Not this one, but one floor up from here. Oh, another BP vest. This one's busted. This is a bright pink formal shirt. I left it behind specifically to pick it up in the future. Now, the only consternation with this area as a sleeping spot is... Oh no, never mind, there's nothing. We're close to the sky bridge, but not close enough. So, we moved a bunk bed in here. There's a whole room full of bunk beds, but the door was busted out. So we have an intact door. Anybody attacks us overnight, well, we've got a machete in our hand, and if it's a group, we've got a shotgun point blank. We're fine. All I really care about is an intact door, a good weapon in my hand, and facing the only point of ingress. I recently learned that a window breaking while you're asleep is not enough to instantly wake you up. And that was a bit of a red pill on sleeping situations. But what do we really take away from that? Well, don't consider I used to consider, an intact window. Okay, a zombie breaks it, I'll wake up. No, we had a zombie wander by when we were sleeping behind an intact window. Recently, this is after we got to Louisville here. Shortly after we got to Louisville and started establishing Foxtrot, we went to sleep in the garage there, and zombie wandered up, broke window. Man, I still see the little clock spinning, and I'm like, what the fuck? I just start smacking the space bar. When I wake up, I'm pushing the zombie, and I don't know if that push was an auto push because I was grabbed, or just a push because I was spamming the space bar. Like, I was just spamming the space bar, because I'm like, okay, fuck. Hit the only button that'll guaranteed get them away from you no matter what range they're at, if they're close enough. Panic moment. But that's why I updated my considerations for a place to sleep in a potentially insecure location. I want at least only one point of ingress that is not barricaded. I feel much better about sleeping if that's the case. That doesn't mean that I won't occasionally sleep in a somewhat insecure location, but no more unbarricaded windows, ever. I will sleep behind barricaded windows, or I will move the bed. And like in this case, you know, a fully intact steel door is all right. That's fine. Look at that, another BP vest. So our main backpack is now full. That's what we got the other ones for. We are 1 floor 2 up. We are going 1 floor down here. Sneaky sneak mode is staying engaged because that Zed who clocked us before, who knows, maybe he made it all the way upstairs. I highly doubt it, but we stay prepared for anything here. That's not the Zed that clocked me. This is a different one. Believe it or not, I don't think Zeds actually react to light. I'm not 100% on this, but every time where I see them reacting to light, or what I think is reacting to light, I think it's always just my footsteps, because I'm clumsy. I'm clumsy and conspicuous, so my footsteps make extra noise, and I'm very easy to spot. So the sneaky sneak for me is mostly a meme. Hey there, Xanathar, welcome. We are only rocking 2 mods. In fact, one of them is a mod I literally just made on stream, and all it is a recolor. Our equipment that we're currently wearing is actually supposed to be puke green, the backpack and the Alice kit. So we recolored those. So we have the very simple texture recolor mod, and then the stat bar mod. Those are the only 2 mods we're currently rocking. We are trying to keep... Basically right now, my threshold is anything that adds an item to the game, I believe is a potential vector for increasing your chances of a save getting broken by a game update. So I'm trying to avoid that like the plague. At first, when I first started this save, we were rocking a draw on the map mod, because I figured it's UI only. It's UI only, so maybe it doesn't add anything to the game. Well, then there was a big map update. So that kind of took me off guard, but the map update added so much that we don't really need to free draw on the map anymore to get a really good, like I think it was 42.11 that added it. The new upgrades to the map system that let you just make markings almost a lot more freely. You still can't freehand draw. I really wish you could, but you can't. It's close enough though that I like it a lot. I literally just took I took the draw on map mod off after that, because I mean, you know, we can't free draw, but we can like use what I've started doing is like using text underline or like underscores, just a bunch of underscores, and then you can rotate it. And I use that to make a little dotted line to indicate a trail. Like we built our own little road to Indiana, and I used that to mark the general path that I took. Not a perfect marker because, of course, there was a lot of traversal. But this is what it looked like back when we could free draw. The data that it added to the save is still there. So this is another mod I used to have right here. Is just draw on the map allowed me to just make these pretty little blue lines that indicated my patrol paths when I was in Riverside and still clearing the place out. Riverside is the only correct place to start, my humble opinion. But yeah, currently we're just in the Louisville Police Department doing some looting. There isn't a lot to loot here, to be honest. I mean, this entire room, these are not storage containers. They look like them, but there's nothing in them. Click on them, nothing happens. There's no containers here. They're literally just window dressing. I'm sure the devs will add something there someday. Maybe something you have to locksmith out first, I don't know. Hopefully something we can just break with the sledgehammer. What we're actually here for is supposed to be over here somewhere. We wanted to take a look at the dressing room lockers. Wait a minute. This is the laundry room. This might also have what we're looking for. Maybe intact bulletproof vests, maybe any sort of duty gear. I'll take any sort of duty gear. These look more like janitor closet, actually. Oh yeah, Riverside is best side. I love the place. Lovely, lovely place. We have a very nice base established there. Being as we're in Louisville, even with a road through Indiana, it still takes a long time to get back to Riverside. So we don't get to go back there very often as of yet. With the respawn rate that we're playing with, because obviously we're playing vanilla Apocalypse right now. No sandbox settings changed. You get to see all of the horror of the default game settings and how grindy they can be. A little over 600 hours on this character, and still barely halfway through some of the weapon skills. Wasn't particularly a goal, but man, they don't make it easy to. They don't make it easy by design. All these are just equipment lockers, like, would have thought this is one massive janitor closet. This actually kind of feels unfinished. I feel like a police department would not have lockers like this just full of DIY gear. I mean, I've seen some interesting things in Louisville PD, but this takes the cake. Some stuff that I would take if I had more room for it. We started this character's save on 42.10, and we have thankfully survived all the updates since then. That being said, there could always be an update that kind of maybe doesn't destroy our save, but will come with, like, you know, I think it was 42.8. I think 42.8 came with some, or 8 or 9, I can't remember. One of them, like right before 10, came with a bunch of warnings, like, we're changing the Z respawning map, and due to changes, migrated saves could have zombies, like, popping up in bases or something like that. And I was like, nah, we're starting over. That was a voluntary start over right there. I don't know if I would necessarily do that with Annie here, just because we've invested so much. But, yeah. I mean, at this point, if the save breaks, we're just going to say that she sailed off into the sunset, because she's certainly capable of it at this point. One of our moral victories that we're working towards, we might actually get there on stream today, is just making our way all the way to the end of the highway there. The highway that's, we're kind of like moving down First Street here. First Street in Louisville, kind of the festering heart of it. We've got these defensive positions as we're moving forward, and our outpost right here in the Reed office building. And we have cleared more or less all the way up to Wilco here. We've established the next defensive position, and we have identified the next massive source of Zeds. I do believe it is this one right here, Havisham Hotel. I'm going to give it at least 3 skulls. The skulls are just, you know, how packed is it with zombies on the upper floors? I kind of think of it almost like 7 Days to Die, if anybody's played that. A lot of overlap in the game appeal. But they've got like tier 3 POIs, tier 4 POIs. This is definitely at least a tier 3, probably 4. I'm gonna give it a 4th. I want to see exactly how many come out of the first floor before I give it any more. We already peeped these, didn't we? Yeah, okay. We still haven't gotten to the actual lockers that I came here to look at. We've gotten distracted a couple times. That adds a lot here. Huh. KTO, 100%. That is that's a good ending to a run. That's a great ending to a run. I've always been an advocate of Project Zomboid having a optional storyline that could actually end things for your character if you chose to pursue it to the end. I've always been a big fan of that concept, but the execution would be very important. And of course, you know, multiple endings would be amazing. Canonical endings, non-canonical endings, alternate endings. I wrote a I think I've probably told you about this before, KTO, but anybody else watching, I wrote a big old blog post on the PZ forums once about how they could do, and I think this would be amazing, they could do a Dead Rising style gameplay where, you know, every character that they introduce as an NPC has like a ticking clock over their head, and if you don't interact with that character to help save them from whatever their fate would have been, then that's it. And you got your mandatory ones, you got your optional ones. It'd be a perfect way to add Kate and Baldspot back into the game as NPCs that you can save if you get to them before they run out of food, because Bob is utterly incapable of collecting enough food to keep himself and his wife fed, just like the old days. But yeah, make it to Muldraw to save Bob and Kate within the first, I don't know, 2 weeks maybe. I'm just ballparking these numbers. But then you could do so much more than that, right? Jackie J dies of the airborne strain, and it doesn't happen until 2 weeks in. That would be an amazing stretch goal that I would love to fight for. Break my way into the Louisville checkpoint within the first 2 weeks and slap a gas mask on her before she dies. I'd do that. I would go very far out of my way to do that, because Jackie J is a hero. She's the one who broke the news of the zombie apocalypse to everybody, when everybody else was keeping silent about it. But then, of course, she died of the airborne strain, just like 95% of humanity. And that is all she wrote. Okay, I need to check the map again. And not the M map, but I need to check B42map.com here. We literally went right past it. We went right past it when we hit the exercise room. Damn it. Okay. So we need to backtrack to the exercise room and then take this little door here with the... When I see the door with the window, I'm like, okay, just another evidence room or interrogation room or office or whatever. I wasn't expecting the locker room to have a window on it, but, well... Maybe this is operating on Starship Troopers mentality. You can, nobody cares if everybody can see into the locker room, right? And we need to go down one floor, too. Oh, we're actually past my second bedtime. I have 2 bedtimes as a restless sleeper, and the second one was supposed to be at 4 a.m. Closed off by the military until day 9. That would be, I mean, okay, so obviously, and this was one of the first things that somebody in the Steam forum shot down when I discussed it. Everything that gets described on the radio, why not make it into something that actually gets shown? Like, you know, show, don't tell, or, you know, tell and show, as it were. You know, with video games, you got tell and show, storytelling. You can do both at once. Video games are just the only medium that can really do that well. But yeah, lots of possibilities for that. And of course, you know, when I started thinking about introducing Dead Rising style, you know, character interactions and alternate endings based on that, I got the silly idea of, you know, gotta save Jackie J and Frank, whatever the fuck his cameraman's name is, I forgot that. Gotta save them both. And then you've got to keep them alive as McDrew starts sending SWAT teams after them. I don't know, to take revenge or some shit. Like having McDrew be somebody who just kind of loses his shit after the zombie apocalypse. That'd be great. I mean, he's already sort of an antagonist character based on his reaction to everything. And you could just take that to its logical conclusion. It doesn't have to go as ham as, you know, Dead Rising is a Capcom game, so of course it's just going to be chock full of silliness. You don't have to do that for a game like this. I'd be here for it if they did, but you don't have to. Okay, we do still have a little bit of room in here, but we are coming down the home stretch on room in our bags. Not that I expect to have too much success in here. Hey, another duffel bag. I'll take that. Okay, so the deputy shirt goes in the same layer as the formal shirt, and it doesn't provide that much more insulation. Oh, we got some black shin guards. Okay, anybody who's followed along long enough will have known. We found thigh guards in black, tactical black. Now we have shin guards in tactical black. Oh, I'm very happy. This is actually something that I didn't even dare hope to see it, but we got it anyway. I'm actually genuinely happy right now. One of our little side goals is just collecting the correct colors of everything. With B42's random color system, infinite possibilities. Right, there's more thigh guards, 2 more tactical knee pads. We got way more than I was hoping for. Most excellent. I don't even know if I have a fully intact trooper set. I know I have a billion deputy shirts, billion deputy pants. Most of the law enforcement blues I just have billions of back at Riverside. But some of these I'm not actually sure if I have. Oh yeah, fair enough. That's cool. I definitely know for sure that a lot of people, I think I have, probably more than half of my viewers have never interacted with chat. They just, and I can tell this just by looking at my analytics, because, you know, obviously YouTube shows me how many people are watching, but it also shows me that almost half of my viewers put me on a YouTube TV app. So that tells me that a lot of people just like to put me on as background noise from the TV, probably while they're doing something else. Shout out to you folks. Appreciate y'all as well. We've already got a couple of megaphones. We don't need it anymore. I will steal this guy's lunch, because his cookies haven't gone bad. Ah, t-shirt, police step. That is all I ever wanted out of this place. We've got a full set of LEO blues, everything. Now, I guess, obviously, stretch goal was if we could get our hands on a pristine bulletproof vest. That'd be cool. I'm not upset about that. Yeah, there's literally an extra nightstick in there. Normally I would take that. We have so much at this point. We have so much that I'm at genuine risk if I get out and, or if I try to put stuff down and fight. I have to drop everything to not be at risk. Okay, we are out of here. We are extremely over-encumbered. We have to drop everything in our hands if we see a single zombie. Otherwise, we could get it. We could get one shot. We are so heavily over-encumbered that if a zombie touches us like this, they're almost guaranteed to get a hit of some kind. So we are staying far away from corners, center of the hallway, and going straight back to the vehicle. And all I gotta do is whip out my sword and I'll drop both of these duffel bags. So if I actually see something, we're not in that big of a danger. I just need to make sure to see it. I'm never at more risk than I am when going out of a narrow doorway in that state. But we are good. That is the kind of risk-taking behavior you'll see here. Nothing worse. In between those two duffel bags full of PD loot and these garbage bags I left on the floor over here full of bulletproof vests, we have probably got an entire hauler. We still don't have all the BP vests. We've got like 90% of them though. It's actually a perfect day we picked to do this too because, well, the fog. It's ugly looking. Okay, so we managed to empty our backpack entirely into the trunk here. And in doing so, we have a very, very, very full trunk. Which is great. That just means that my backpack is what we are filling up when we get to the sewing shop, which is kind of what I went in this direction for in the first place. It was only after I started going this direction that I realized that there was some potentially interesting loot in the PD that I had neglected. So this place is called All Work and Sew Play. AWL, All Work and Sew, SEW Play. Kind of cringe, but you know what? It's not as bad as 7 Days to Die. Their business names in that game are peak cringe. Actually, it's kind of, you know, it's so cringe that it loops past the point of cringe and just goes into being ugly. That I could go the rest of my life without seeing a pun on something that involves adding Z to a name. 1-800-ZOMBLOVE was probably the breaking point for me. Like, I can deal with a lot of zombie puns. 1-800-ZOMBLOVE was kind of pushing it for me. And this is coming from a guy who watches YTPs all the time and just laughs his fucking head off at the same jokes all the time. Even I have my limits. Even I have my limits. So we've actually found several bottles of dye here. They've all been in law enforcement, or like, you know, different shades of blue. We could very easily mix some of these blues together and make an LEO blue. I mean, look at that. We've got like 6 shades of blue now. That's glorious. I'm actually going to set this garbage bag aside specifically for dye. It might be a perfect fit in the trunk. Damn, like really close. If I take these 3 things out, maybe that. No? now for sure. Most excellent. And that constitutes all of the... That constitutes the sewing shop. Well, minus the... We need total coverage. I mean, twine is useful for a hell of a lot more than sewing. Twine is one of those things you'll find need for it in many, many, many strange places. Fog is lifting at noon. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Entirely 2 north, they look slow. Probably are not going to keep track of us on the other side of a building. Probably. It's more BP vests. I have literally no room for them, but doing another pass along the streets specifically for vests if we need more air mid-thread. Right now we have so much air mid-thread potential that, yeah, we're good. Rat race. Sorry, I missed your message earlier. Rat race is a word I've heard a couple times before. I'm guessing it's a game type. The most I've heard of it is that it's what somebody else rather popular has been streaming a lot of B42 on, if I'm not mistaken. But that is the most I know about it. I'm assuming that it is a alternate difficulty setting of some kind. That's probably just a very high-level overview, if anything, but I would have to hear more about that to know if it's interesting or not. I have no strong opinions of whether I'd ever play the challenge difficulties in this game. If only because, whenever I think of Project Zomboid, the base game by itself feels pretty challenging. I feel like if you are looking for a challenge in the base game, you might be looking in the wrong place for something. Might be. But that is subjective. PZ, the challenge is the longevity. And, well, okay. I guess the biggest challenge in Project Zomboid, to me, is how long can you go without making a very, very simple mistake? I find a lot of interest in that. There's a lot of people who don't, and I understand that completely. That is a bit of a niche appeal. And that's of course what what your alternative difficulty settings are. Your 16 times population Louisville with all sprinters and whatnot. I picked up this bone war hatchet specifically. Ah, okay. Yeah, okay. Pinpoint hearing. So, okay, when I think about lots of zombies with pinpoint hearing, specifically for the challenge, what I really wish this game had support for, and I don't think there's any settings that would actually make it feel like this, but if you've ever read World War Z, this was not in the movie, just the book, in World War Z, the Zeds were incredibly terrifying in certain circumstances because they were the way they did sort of a Twilight bark. When a Zed saw a person in World War Z, they would make a very loud noise, and that would almost be like a call to other Zeds. And every time another Zed heard the call, they would echo the call. So you would just get this Twilight bark chain, just this daisy chain of zombies making noise. And so a single zombie in a place that just, doesn't have very many humans, hasn't for a while, a single zombie seeing a single human could just... pebbles that start an avalanche. And Zomboid does not have the mechanics to handle that because of the way... I think the devs are working towards it with their off-cell population mechanics. But they definitely don't have anything yet for that. And it would be amazing if they did. All we need is a zombie noise as a reaction to seeing a player. A zombie noise that other zombies can respond to. I would be very interested in seeing how the game plays under those circumstances. Can't promise I would ever want to play it long term like that though, and that's of course the rub, because this game, I don't want to go as far as to say it's hard enough as is. I find it challenging enough as is, but that is one way you can make it absolutely insane, is just the ability to pull. Now, of course, that kind of a thing, I was about to say that kind of a thing would be a little bit more welcome when the player isn't the only thing that could pull zombies. But then you start going down the rabbit hole of how do you simulate, just NPCs on the other side of the map accidentally pulling a bunch of zombies. I'm not saying, in fact, I'm not even saying that it would be that difficult, but you'd have to write some algorithms for that, right? You'd have to make it so that the game has an event system going on in the background, maybe, and one such possible event would be, like the Survivor Zombie event that we already have, but apply that to something that's actually happening, as opposed to just being randomly generated when the player comes into that area for the first time. I think a lot about things that would be cool in this game that would make sense if they were added. That, unfortunately, is one of the things that would make the game so much harder than it already is by default. And I think because of that, the devs are not going to prioritize something like that anytime soon, if ever. Which is sad, because that would be really, really, really cool. That would be really, really cool. We were gonna make more food, but we're actually okay for now. So what I'm gonna do is I talked to Step Away briefly IRL and get something queued up while I continue to burn my life away on streaming here. I won't be gone very long, and I shall regale you guys with my map in my absence here. In fact, I'll update it briefly. I should have been making green arrows to indicate a supply line that I want to keep open in perpetuity. How about we use blue arrows to indicate a supply line that I want to keep open for a while. Just a row of blue arrows. Unfortunately, the character limit is rather stifling, but we can change the size like this. So this basically just indicates that I want to have a supply line going all the way down First Street here. And right now, we've got it all the way down from Zulu to Wilco here. And I'm going to make a smaller one from Jericho to Zulu. Because this is also just a route that we've been keeping clear. There we go. This way it's not blocking too many of my markings. And it's taking into account that we have our own little custom road there. Perfect, okay. It's a little awkward, there's a bit of a turn there. But otherwise, that is our supply line as we move from Jericho, which Jericho is more or less these green arrows. These green arrows are the most well-defended that I have, because I patrol them at least once a month and fully clear them every time. Now, when we're done with this blue route, we're not going to be going back to patrolling it once a month. To keep it clear, because that is way too much work for just what I've seen already. So this blue line indicates a bit of temporariness. This red over here, like for example, this was our LSU assault path. This red is almost entirely temporary. because I have made zero effort to try to keep LSU clean after getting everything out of my way so that I could hit the library. That was our purpose at LSU, and that purpose has been achieved. So that is our current progress, and our current destination, which I hope to hit on stream, is to handle all of our fight on Wilco here. I will go ahead and put some arrows to indicate the angles of approach for Wilco. We have multiple angles of approach from that direction. Unfortunately, we also have a bit coming to Wilco from the south, and we have to be aware of that. Not quite as much coming from this way, but I'll put an arrow just in case. And Wilco is just, you know, it's a box formation. It's a box formation. We can handle from whatever direction it comes. We just don't want to have more than that, right? Okay. I shall be back momentarily here. Alright, we are back. And interesting. Okay, so today is Thursday. Thursday is right. It is Thursday, right? Yeah, today's Thursday. Thursday is is comparable to Tuesday in terms of YouTube numbers, and I'm only gonna spend a minute or two thinking about this right now. This is my breakdown of YouTube viewers right now. Or this is actually almost a month and a half out of date, so I should probably check this again at some point. But this is what I got right now. Tuesdays, Thursdays, there's a bit of a difference. Thursdays are a little bit bigger. I think tit for tat Mondays would be a little better than Thursdays. But otherwise, it's definitely better than Wednesdays. Not a lot of people get on YouTube on Wednesdays. I'm thinking about that because at the beginning of this stream, I've been hypothesizing about what actually makes YouTube recommend my streams to other people. And right now, as silly as this might sound, right now I think it's actually just time of day that I start the stream. And I think it's so specific that as long as I start the stream before 8 a.m. local time, Eastern Standard for me, as long as I start the stream before then, even if it's just a few minutes before then, I think I get more viewers than like a notable increase in viewership, because we went for 7 hours on Tuesday, and we got a total of 172 views. I would say probably about 50 of those after the stream, so we have actually already surpassed my Tuesday numbers. Concurrence hardly ever got over the double digits, and we've been rather consistent in the double digits since noon, I think. Yeah. So that's just a little bit of YouTuber yap about what's going on in the background with the channel here. This, I guess, anybody watching, if you're not familiar, this is technically my secondary channel. My primary channel, I want to go as far. I'm almost terrified to touch it. So the channel, obviously, it's called Ginfidel. I don't really identify with that name. It's just kind of a shitposting name. My actual internet ID is Sunderbraze. I would be showing you my Steam page right now, but of course Steam is dead, I guess. I don't know. My actual YouTube channel, youtube.com/Sunderbraze. The most recent posted video, I think, was 13 years ago now. 12 years ago. Yeah, 12 years ago I posted almost everything public on my channel is soundtrack extensions. And in fact, the only one that is really relevant to everybody is back in like 2012, I spent about 20 minutes making a 15-minute soundtrack extension of He's a Pirate from Pirates of the Caribbean. And that has almost 100 million views. YouTube is a very strange place. It really is. And obviously because of the sheer viewership, there's almost 80,000 people who have subbed to my main channel over the years. I'm guessing they just, hey, this guy makes some cool extensions. That one was pretty cool. Let's just hit the sub button. So I obviously I have a built-in audience that's much, much larger than anything I have on this channel, the Ginfidel. But I don't. I'm trying to be very careful about how I actually handle it. Obviously, the moment I go live with any sort of gaming-related content on that channel, the massive drop in subscribers probably. They'll be like, oh, what the hell? Who's this guy? There will probably be a massive number of people who don't even remember subscribing to me. Because remember, like I said, no videos posted in more than 12 years. So that's a thing, I guess. I don't know. Just something that I'm always thinking about in the back of my mind. My current strategy, like my long-term strategy, like this, and now we're just getting into big meta, life meta almost, is I'm writing a book, and I do want to publish that book self-published. And the only way to self-publish in this world is to have an audience that will look for your work from something else. Because, self-published author, just trying to stand on their own 2 feet, it is probably, I don't want to go as far as to say impossible to market yourself that hard on just a book in this day and age. So I'm not. I'm building a presence on the internet, a very public presence, and just focusing around video games for now. I mean, video games are somewhat relevant to a lot of the themes in my book anyway, so there's overlap. But at the end of the day, that's kind of my strategy. That's why I'm here. I'm not here to make money. I don't want to. I'm not quitting my day job. Very much not quitting my day job. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm going with it. It's like This channel right here is just live streaming, low effort. I just fire up the camera and I do what I would otherwise be doing, minus the yap. I talk to myself like an absolute madman. I would sometimes talk to myself even if I wasn't live streaming, so it was only logical that I would. It almost seemed like a perfectly logical decision to start doing it in front of a camera where people might actually somehow find enjoyment in that. But yeah, all the stuff that I've been doing on this channel is kind of building towards a rekindling of my main channel. I think I will always have this as my live streaming channel. So if you're here for the live streams, absolutely, that's what we do here. But in the future, what I might do is publish, like, you know, supercuts and stuff of the stuff that you see here in a little bit more of a digestible format instead of 600 hours of this character, Anime, right here. We've spent about 600 hours just on this game. You know what? It's been so long since I've tallied the hours. And it actually takes so long for my Seagate Exos hard drive to count the gigabytes of footage that... What is that? That's today, right? 11/13? Okay. So these are just previous streams that I haven't sorted yet. I'm going to put those in my current PZ Live folder. I'm going to open the PZ Live folder and I'm going to tab back out because it is going to take like a minute and a half. It's going to take about a minute and a half for my computer, or for my hard drive, to parse through all that footage and just, you know, tally a total gigabyte and duration for every single one of those videos. That's how much we've done here. And that's going to be a lot of content. But I have a feeling that people would be very interested to see something a lot more condensed than what they're seeing here. Because right here is just all stream of consciousness, what I'm doing at the time. Very rarely anything more than that. And there's an audience for that, but there's also probably even bigger audience of people who would love to see a little bit less filler and a little bit more... Hey, that's neat. You know what I mean? Alright, is it done yet? Nope, still counting. At least Windows gives me a little green bar. Again, all it's doing is... It's a hard drive, obviously. It's not a solid state. So it doesn't really matter how good your computer is. It's going to take forever to parse through... That's like 3 or 4 terabytes of footage. Probably more than 4 at this point. And these are all just, you know... if you go to my YouTube channel... Or actually, in the playlist in the description. Playlist in the description for 100% of this. These are just my local copies. I always stream and record. Okay, 5.81 terabytes of footage. Details. Once again, it's got to parse everything. Now it's tallying the length. And this is what I wanted to see. How far over 600 hours? Or was I fudging it? Okay, I was fudging it. We're at 569 of pre-recorded footage. Add that 5 hours today. So we're at like 575. About 575 hours. So I've been ballparking it when I say 600 hours. It's not an inaccurate statement, just, you know. Yeah, we have a lot of... And that's this character, just this character. We have several characters that I've done live, and several characters that I practiced on before going live. I have played extensively all of the Build 42 versions that have come out. But what I did was... Before I started doing Project Zomboid content, I did a lot of Darktide, and how I did Darktide was I would just record all of my sessions, and then delete the ones that weren't interesting, and upload the ones that were. That's a lot easier to do with Darktide, because every mission is, you know, 30 minutes. You can make bite-sized chunks out of that and actually get something done with there. Project Zomboid, your sessions are so much more open-ended, right? Just look at all the live streams I've done, and just look at the length and see all the variation there. Sometimes as few as 4 hours, sometimes as many as 12 plus. We have literally gone over the 12-hour limit because sometimes we completely forget that there's a time limit. Hard limit for YouTube live streams is 11 hours, 56 minutes, and like 54 seconds, something like that. I think it's a little different every time, but basically what happens is you can keep streaming, but YouTube stops recording after that point. Great for the people who don't really care about their replays being saved, but that is, you know, that's a big draw for my channel. You know, people who are here for the content can't always make it live. I know there's a big crowd of folks who still like my content, even though they can't catch it while it's live. You know, shout out to you folks. Just as important to the rest of my viewers. But yeah, do something with these. I've been picking up flashlights that I don't really need all of them. I just need to dismantle them at some point. Okay, that is my inventory tentatively sorted. Now, what do I do with all these bulletproof vests? Well, it's just a question of how many are going to get turned into other forms of armor and how many are going to get scrapped for aramid thread, both of which are things y'all think about a lot in B42, or at least that's what I think about a lot. Let's just start with, like, I don't know, 3 of them, and yeah, let's do 4. We're going to do 4, and we're just going to scrap all of these straight to aramid thread over here. Aramid thread, if anybody is not familiar, is the basically generic brand Kevlar. You can have Kevlar in your video games, but you can't use the brand name. All right, so there's 4, and we got out of that. That looks like about 1 full spool of aramid thread there. Yeah, about 1.5. So that's great. We rarely are going to need that much more than... We could probably make a full set of bulletproof vest armor just with that, which is fantastic. Bulletproof vest, forearm, shin, and thigh armor. Okay, I was slightly off. You can make bulletproof vest, forearm, shin, and thigh. You cannot make bulletproof upper arm armor, because that is also a slot, I think. Or did they roll that into shoulder? They might roll that into shoulder. Yes, okay. So in this game, despite all the slots, and there's a lot of them, there's shoulder armor, and then there's forearm armor. And I'm guessing the shoulder covers, despite the fact that upper arm is its own thing in the protection breakdown here. Interesting. I mean, I literally never wear 90% of these armor types because the trade-offs are just so absurd. Yeah, in my opinion, the trade-offs are just silly. I mean, just to give some perspective on the trade-offs, if you want to wear shoulder armor, you can't wear a backpack. So if you want to armor yourself so that you got, you know, as much slot coverage as you can get, you're going to be giving up backpacks entirely. And I find that to be, well, that's a little cringe. I mean, like, sure, I can understand that it would block some backpacks, but I mean, all backpacks, really? Yeah, I know, and, you know, medieval knights weren't exactly known for walking around with backpacks, but they would have some form of storage on their person. I'm not a big Renaissance fair kind of guy, so I'm not sure exactly what form that would take. But you know, humans carry stuff in things, regardless of what kind of human they are, what their profession is, what they do all the time. Life will find a way, as it were. We have enough spare batteries for another box full of batteries. And that is for the RTB bag right there. This duffel bag on the floor is just stuff that's going back to Jericho with us. And all this stuff on the floor right here should be in that bag. This hat is so dark, it's actually kind of hard to see the blue color in it. Thankfully, we actually have a solution for that. We've got ourselves a mannequin right here. Where would I want to put it? Somewhere where I won't run over it, ideally. Over here is fine. That is a really dark blue. That is a really dark blue. Darker than probably what you'll see in law enforcement blues. Not the worst thing in the world, but something to keep track of. Now, that being said, I mean, we can... I don't do this very often. We can make our own blue. We've got enough dye for it. Now, what can you dye in this game? The options are limited. You cannot dye everything, sadly. Some things that I wouldn't have expected before. Bandanas, for example, that cover your face. You have to turn them into tied bandanas first, then you can dye them. And despite the fact that the dyeing menu doesn't show this, you can technically dye anything that's made with wool. You've just got to dye the wool first and then turn around and make it with that wool. Otherwise, it's whatever you see in the crafting menu under the dye clothing recipe. Hopefully they expand that. Let's go ahead and fire up some law enforcement armor. Oh, this skirt was actually... This skirt, something I was going to toss into the mix. I don't know if I'm actually going to wear it. It's law enforcement blue, so I picked it up. I have a bunch of rags, but I left them upstairs. Level 10 tailoring has its perks. Repaired to 100% condition, just like new. It's not a perfect match for the tank top, but it's surprisingly not a bad match for the hat. Yeah, file that under to be considered, I guess. Again, there's many things we can either make ourselves or dye ourselves. And we've got an entire road full of clothing shops that we haven't even touched yet. So if we get into it, if we really want to do fashion frame here, we've got our options. Wait a minute, now that in there and hemp in there. Okay. Speaking of crops, my kale is probably ready to harvest. I'll need to check on Jericho at some point in the next couple of days. I think the harvest phase for kale is wide enough that I don't have to worry about it yet. But that's something I'm gonna have to think about soon. I do have some crops growing at Jericho. If anybody did not catch when I did that, I planted just potatoes and kale right now. So that is something we'll want to check on when the opportunity presents itself. Just add that list of things to do when we stop by Jericho next. Okay, yeah, let's fire up some bulletproof vest armor then. Just need 3 pieces, or 3 vests, and we can make all the possible BP armor with just those 3. And between the airmid thread and the duct tape from our bomb making kit, we've got more than enough materials in totality to make everything. Now, each recipe makes 2 pieces, right? So this recipe turns 1 vest into 2 forearm armors. This one turns it into 2 shin armors. This one turns it into 2 thigh armors. And I ran out of airmid thread. That's okay. We're going to go ahead and put the forearm and shin armors on the mannequin here. And this is the actual test right here. Okay, the skirt is a little bit light. Because obviously what we're trying to match is the LEO blue of the bulletproof vests, because those cannot be dyed and they only come in a select few number of colors. That's why we are kind of, focusing on LEO blue as its own little category of colors. Oh, and you can pick aramid thread from the vests themselves, or the vest armor, rather. I need to make sure I never accidentally do that. We did forearm and shin, so now we do thigh. The skirt hides it completely. Okay, not bad. While we're doing this, of course, we've got this formal shirt that we can repair right now and then toss it into the wash. We're probably actually going to need some more rags. We are going to run out of rags. We only have 3. Formal shirt has got a lot of slots in it. So we'll just take some of the sheets we picked up and tear those up. You get 10 clean rags for every 1 sheet. I know I picked up sheets, I just don't know what I did with them. Oh, they must... probably just put them right here. Yeah, all 8 of them are on this table. I thought I only put a few on this table. Okay. Problem solved. It's almost bedtime already. Today went by pretty fast. A lot of screwing around. Now in this case, we patched all the holes, but the condition is still only like up to half. I think that's fine as long as we don't damage it. If we damage it, of course, it might run the risk of breaking without being very repairable, if that makes sense. I think if you get too many holes in it, there might be diminishing returns. I've never damaged clothing enough to be sure of that. So yeah. File that in the fun little trivia bank from my brain. I mentioned before, this is not even close to a match to LEO Blue. I just picked it up because I liked it, and I repaired it because I have all the kit right now. Otherwise, that goes in the RGB bag. Alright, a little late getting to bed, but otherwise we are very situated. Always stay hydrated. Alright, so LTO mentioned a art gallery heist. I have been feeling it. It was a question of when, not if. Now is not a bad time. While we are... it's the middle of the night, so we need a midnight activity. And we just went ahead and emptied the hauler. Actually, I think now that I've made those extra bulletproof vests armors, I think that I'm not going to be making any more BP armors for a while. I can go ahead and rip apart all these remaining vests. Probably like I should have done a while ago. I mean, I have left them intact probably longer than they needed to be. I could literally blow probably the entire night just pulling apart bulletproof vests at this point, and that would be a perfectly valid use of my time. The only thing you want to wait for when it comes to harvesting aramid thread is making sure that you are, I think higher level tailoring gets you a little bit better return on investment. So I would generally not recommend harvesting if you don't have to. I mean, if you need it, obviously get it, but if you don't need it just yet, and you just kind of, want to take it because it's there, I would recommend waiting a little bit until you are a little higher level. I think at one point I literally just started tossing it on the floor in my base. Now the recipe would have had me using my multi-tool instead of this all. Don't want to do that. Don't want to do that. My multi-tool is not worth a durability hit for this. Not when there's an all right over there. You gotta keep an eye on the crafting menu. Sometimes it will correctly not prioritize rarer tools, and sometimes it will incorrectly prioritize the rarer ones that really should not be used for rote things when there are other options right there in your bag. So we only actually got 12 out of 17 bulletproof vests pulled apart as our midnight activity. Ready then. Ah, look at that. Bug today. I guess that makes a perfect day for an art heist. We are going to make the homies who hit the Louvre proud. Not like they're homies, I don't know the guys, but, we're going to make them proud. Okay, so the deputy shirt is much darker than even the bulletproof vest stuff. What about the deputy overshirt? Hang on, I think it's exactly the same. Okay, yes. So police deputy comes in both t-shirt and shirt form in 2 different slots. You can wear them both at the same time. You can wear a deputy shirt and a deputy t-shirt at the same time. That's silly, and I like it. That's kind of funny. Maximum over deputy. I don't know. I just find that amusing. The rest of the police gear we picked up is mostly of the gray and white variety and some prison guard stuff. Yeah, we got a prison guard shirt and pants. I've never seen that before. Probably because I don't do prisons generally in this game. So the blue police t-shirt. Now that, look at that. That is pretty. Okay. Okay. I really like that. That's not the deputy t-shirt. That's just police t-shirt. Just plain old police t-shirt. Now the police deputy shirt specifically will layer over that. So we actually don't really want to wear the police deputy shirt then. We'll probably want to find another shirt. Because that's such a pretty match right there. Yeah, we'll reconsider other things. So all the bulletproof vests we've hit so far, minus what we've made with it so far. We're currently up to, what's that, 4? Surplus of 5. Pretty much 5 full spools of aramid thread, and we've still got some vests left to kill. Oh yeah, we still got 5 more vests, so I think we'll come away with probably about 6 spools. I think that's about equal to what I have in Riverside, actually. So in terms of just total things we've ripped apart for aramid thread, we're now coming close to equaling the amount that we've ripped apart and brought back to Riverside with us, which Riverside might as well be a representation of everything else on the map at this point. Because everything that we have found on the map has either been consolidated into Riverside or brought with us here to Louisville. Okay, yeah, 6.1 spools of aramid thread. Great. Fantastic. More than I'll ever need. I mean, like I said, I don't wear armor that much, so this is just all, it's just good to have. Just good to have, that's all it is. I like the ability to make armor more than I like wearing it. Better to have it and not need it than need it to not, or than it to not need, or whatever the fuck that quote goes. I butchered it already. Let's make ourselves something to eat here. ×3. How about ×4? Just whip together some frying pans full of stuff. Make sure we get 2 helpings of egg in each of these, because we have a lot of eggs. And we've got 2 beefs left, but they're both leftovers. Literally not even worth the numbers they're comprised of. Right now our primary ingredients are kale and eggs. All right. Ran out of chives, and we ran out of garlic, so we'll take another one of these garlics out. Tons of spices. We just want to make sure that if we stand in front of Meals on Wheels and we right-click on a recipe, option overload, in my opinion. I prefer to not have a massive list of options. Most of these will probably come out to be 30s, which is great. That means 2 a day. 2 a day for our daily bread. Juice box. Let's see if I can't consolidate some of this if I can't. There's a lot of stuff in here that doesn't really need to be in here immediately. Meals on Wheels is supposed to just have a little bit of everything. It's not supposed to be full. It needs to have room. I have a lot of loose nails in a lot of different places. Having 109 in Meals on Wheels is not necessary. The driver's seat, sure, that can have it. Okay, I don't think I'm at risk of running out of energy, but I am trying to assess myself while I do this, and I am feeling a bit of sluggishness. I don't think it's gonna... Just something to be aware of, that's all. If I'm feeling sluggishness at this time of day, that's always symptomatic of my sleep schedule being screwed up. Yesterday was so bad, it just didn't feel worth it to stream, but today, we've got ourselves a good stream going so far. I think I can manage... at least definitely the rest of in-game today, the rest of the day today in-game. Maybe tomorrow morning in-game I might call the stream there, maybe. But for the rest of today and the stream, I think our project is going to be, well, thanks to the fog, we're a little bit limited on combat. If the fog clears up by midday, we are going to take a big bite out of that horde that came out of the 4-star here. 4-star, we'll just call that the 4-star hotel. It might be a 5-star, but we're starting with 4 until we get a head count. Yeah, we'll absolutely be taking a hit of that if we get fog clear up. If we don't get fog clear up, then, well, unfortunately, we'll probably be spending the rest of today on we'll probably be spending the rest of today on, well, we're gonna, raid the art gallery. That's first and foremost right now. I'm just trying to clear everything out of the vehicular device. The spade that we picked up, actually, that goes in the passenger seat. All of my vehicles should have a spade, a shovel device of some kind. Otherwise, they don't count as a vehicle of mine. No vehicle of mine's going to deploy without a spade in it. And, of course, a bunch of leftover building materials that can go on the floor right here. And everything else in this duffel has a home here. We don't have to bring it all the way back to Jericho, so it's not a full RTB bag. Look at that. Look at that. Our girl in the mannequin there, she looks pretty. She's going to be uncomfortable, though. We have, I mean, obviously, you know, limb bulletproof armor. It's great protection. It's really uncomfortable. Really, that's, you know, that's just what we carry around as something to slap on if we get into big fights. We would not be wearing it constantly. Because that would just be a recipe for depression right there. we've filled up this box completely. We have. Mostly through electrical. I need to move some of the electrical stuff to a different box. One of the problems if you just dismantle electrical devices and then just put everything that you get out of the dismantlement into the same container, it will fill up. And it's a question of when, not if. Amplifiers I use them least often, so those are the first to go to a different box. These scrap electronics, I need to split those up a little bit. Otherwise, 138 is I mean, you know. I had a shortage here before, and we overcorrected, and I'm perfectly okay with that. Half-mask respirator without a filter is basically useless, and we can't replace the filters. The devs broke the recipe to replace gas mask filters, so gas and dust masks are currently completely useless after they are empty, rather. The full ones that have filters in them, don't take the filters out, that's all I can say, because right now you can't put them back in. Silly as it would look on us, the fanny pack actually looks perfectly fine in that kit. I don't know if I would ever actually go forward with that, because a police-themed kit would definitely have us with a shoulder holster. But I'll keep that near the mannequin as an option. So, we've picked up some shin guards. I've been meaning to try those on. Because right now, in our ambulance, which is our primary combat vehicle, we've got thigh guards in tactical black. As of recently, after our activities today, we now have 2 shin guards in addition to those. These do not replace knee pads. So these knee pads that I'm already wearing, that are already giving me great lower body protection. Oh, okay, I lied. The shin guards do replace the knee pads. And the shin guards give a rather significant movement speed debuff. Okay. Well, that's what they're there for. I mean, they're there for... I don't need to move as fast. And that's making me question whether I would ever wear them. But... this is what it would look like if I did. And look at that. I mean, fuck. That looks beautiful. Look at that. I want to hold on to these just because they fucking look cool. I mean, look at that. Look at that. You know what? This warrants a cleanup. I've got to clean them up so I can see what it actually looks like. I'm a little annoyed by the fog now because the fog actually screws up the game's color rendition. The colors are currently being rendered a little bit muted because there's fog outside. As silly as that sounds. Oh man, oh, I like that. Oh, I like that so much. It's a shame that this is really, really uncomfortable. Like, really uncomfortable. Like, it would unironically make her miserable to go out like this for too long. And I can feel the movement speed decrease. Well, we've also got Tier 2 overloaded. Let me drop a a couple of these things. I'll put these in my backpack and these in here. Okay, now we're just tier 1 overloaded. I feel it less. Okay, this is tolerable. This is tolerable. As long as my carry weight doesn't increase too much, this is tolerable. I just want something that's not going to slow me down as much as, like, you know, a like full set of metal armor that you make with blacksmithing, for example. That would slow me to a halt based on what I'm used to. I can feel the difference with this, but it's nowhere near as bad as it could be. So what that means is the thigh guards and shin guards here, permanently part of our field armor now. So let's actually compare. Other parts of field armor that we currently have: bone fingerless gloves, bone choker, coat of plates, and riding helmet. Riding helmet is, in my opinion, the perfect balance of protection to the head without any insulation, and most importantly with zero hearing decrease and zero vision decrease. Even the military helmet actually decreases your vision a little bit and makes it harder to shoot, as ironic as that might sound. But this is peak protection that I'm willing to do. And we're great right now. We could be better. Actually, if I had a leather jacket, which I do. I have literally a million leather jackets. There is a Wilson's leather stand-in right here. We have more leather jackets than we would ever know what to do with, just right here. A lot of these are damaged. Now, there's a leather jacket and a leather coat. Leather coat will block your Alice kit and your chest armor. So a leather coat, almost never. Because, I mean, if you want insulation, there's much better ways of getting it. So right now, this is our high insulation trade-off right here. It would make us miserable even more so than we already would be in summer. But hang on just a second. I hate seeing bloody stuff when I'm looking so fly otherwise. Normally I would never waste drinking water on this, but this is important. This is for the drip. This is for the drip. I will go very far out of my way for the drip. Now, this leather jacket we just picked up, I'm going to put it in my in my armor collection on the in the van. So what that means is I actually need to put some strips on it. I don't have any leather strips just laying around right now in this location. So I'm just going to go next door and pick up one of those leather coats and rip it up and get some strips and apply them to the jacket I just picked up. For that, I just take some thread and a needle. Now, I cannot consider this place to be perfectly safe territory, so I do need to keep my eyes open while I'm doing this. Hang on a second, is this leather? There are two types of leather jackets. A long one in like a bomber style. I think this one right here. I don't know if this is long or not. I'm just going to try it on. It doesn't seem to visually change. And most importantly, my thighs are already 100%, so I literally can't tell the difference. Difference being, of course, a leather jacket that's long actually gives you thigh and groin protection in addition to the upper body, like Duster style. That only, as far as I know, that only applies to, you can't use bottled water for washing clothing in vanilla. I wish you could, that'd be kind of cool. But it's just clean. The clean bandage is the only recipe that's vanilla. That sounds like something that would probably be added by the Common Sense mod. because that is common sense. I mean, if you can wash one thing... Yeah, it's just rags, vanilla. I mean, in fact, we'll actually do that right now, because we've got the water for it, and we want the strips clean so that we can bundle them, whatever we don't use. So, I right-click on the leather jacket I picked up, inspect, add padding to all using leather strips. We increase the bite by 10% and the scratch by a lot. And then the only thing that I'm missing now... Well, I'm missing a couple things, actually. I'm missing... I could wear long johns that actually cover the upper body. I'm currently foregoing full long johns. I'm just doing lower body long johns because of the heat. Right now, I can kind of operate in this for a little while. If I do a lot of melee combat like this, we will overheat to like the 2nd degree and start running the risk of getting sick from being wet with our own sweat. As silly as that sounds, yes, if we do long-term combat in this kit, we will sweat so much that we will be at risk of getting sick from it. And, well, that's really just the leather jacket right there. So the leather jacket is what is bringing our left and right forearm as high as it is. It's also helping with... Actually, I think... No, that's... The leather jacket is just that. If I take off the leather jackets that we just put together. Okay, the forearms go down significantly, and we actually do lose some upper arm. Okay. There's nothing I can do about that. Forearm protection is wear a jacket, wear a sweater, hoodies and sweaters, wear a jacket, wear a sweater. We're wearing as many long sleeve things that don't provide a lot of insulation already, as much as humanly possible. We could get a little bit less insulation if we wore a medical scrubs shirt instead of a formal shirt. It would not be that significant. We would not gain that much. Like, that's what I do during winter. I wear medical scrubs instead of a formal shirt. A little bit less insulation, because even during winter, once you slap the leather jacket on, you're hot all the time. So yeah, that's our armor loadout right now. I do think for like super heavy combat, this leather jacket does need to be going on. So it'll go in the passenger seat of the ambulance most likely. But yeah, I am really happy with these levels. 50%, obviously the head and the groin are the most weakest of any kit. Now we are extremely uncomfortable right now, so we would not last more than a single day like this. The depression would kick in. Being uncomfortable reduces your happies, and your happies, once you get sad enough, that makes you slower for certain things. Most pertinently to combat, it makes your weapon switching slower. We switch weapons a lot here, like all the time. Like, we are constantly switching weapons, and because of that, we can't afford to get sad. So it's not just for RP purposes that I keep Annie as happy as humanly possible. I'm not just taking care of her because she's my girl. I'm also taking care of her because if I don't, she gets slower. And when she's slower, she's more at risk of getting nommed on, so... Yeah, just a little insight on that. That means all the stuff that I currently have on me is going to stay on me. I don't have to put anything into this duffel bag that is RTB that I was thinking about. Maybe some of these hatchets. Yeah, some of these hatchets are coming back with us. Oops. Now, we've got 2 bulletproof vests in stark white civilian color here. I have not yet actually been able to assemble a Annie the White outfit. Right now, we've got Annie the Black. I don't have an Annie the Gray or an Annie the White. But I do very much look forward to someday doing the meme of, that was Annie the Black. I am Annie the White. And I come to you now at the destruction of Grand Ohio Mall, or something, I don't know. Things to think about for the future. I'm always thinking about outfits, even if I might never wear some of them. In fact, I'm almost guaranteed to never wear some of them. That doesn't matter. I still having a wardrobe, just a full wardrobe of really good matches. I don't know. That triggers something deep in the ape brain for me. And that's one of the things I enjoy doing in this game very much. It's for the drip, after all. That's something a lot of people can get behind once they understand it. Okay, we don't need to be this uncomfortable yet. Because, like I said before, we are going to, now that we've got good weather, we actually are going to go ahead and, we're going to go ahead and do some combat. And after that combat, we are going to, then we'll hit the museum. We spent a little bit more time doing this than I would have otherwise. Okay, so what I've done is I've removed the stuff that makes me the most uncomfortable. What I want to do is trial this current loadout. This current loadout with the leather jackets and the thigh and shin protectors. Or no. Sorry, just the thigh protectors. The shin protectors are actually, we're not wearing them right now. Because we really don't need them. I mean, the shin guards look cool, and they bring our protection levels to 100% on the lower body. But the knee pads are just so close. We would only be getting 20% more bite protection at the cost of all that movement speed. It's kind of hard to wrap my head around that. But it will stay in my armor kit as an option. And we are now out of room in the armor kit, but that is actually partially because of the block mace. That doesn't need to be in there. I would never use the block mace in combat in its current form. The block mace is currently kind of a meme. I made it because it's, technically speaking, for short blunt, it's the best in slot if you're not using a back slot, right? So short blunt, all of your best options, counterintuitively, have to go on your back, where all the big weapons go. Short blunt, and yet it takes up a big weapon slot. It's silly. I don't like it. I really wish you could put things like maces on your belt. But this block mace right here, which is an improvised welding weapon, this is the only short blunt that is really, really good that you can make out of, stuff instead of loot that can go on your belt as opposed to your back. I would expect a lot more in-game weapons that you can make would go on your belt, but no, most of them go on your back. The swords, of course, one of the best weapons in the game, put on your belt or your back. Rather unique in that regard, but I digress. We have waffled enough. I would like to take a chonky hit at those Zeds up there to the north. For that, we are going to need the ambulance. My current hunting knife. It is perfect. We are opening 2 boxes of shotgun shells. Probably at least one of the magnums. Or, yeah. 1 box of 38 special. And you know what? Fuck it. 1 box of 45 auto. Honestly, it's such a pretty day out. And we still have daylight to work with. There's a part of me that wants to pull out the 223 and do some sniping. Yeah, you know what? That's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to do a full spectrum combat today. We are going to do full spectrum combat. So, what is full spectrum for me? That's an extra long weapon is what that is. Right now, obviously, I don't have the back slot for another long weapon. But if you put it in your hand and carry it around by hand, and then switch off it from your hand when you need to, you can fudge having another large weapon on your person. And that's exactly what we're going to do. So we have 61 rounds of 223. 223 is our current preferred caliber for rifle shooting. So this is our loadout for now. I'm really happy about it. What basically the combat flow with this loadout is we eventually put away the rifle, and that's it. We Rick O'Connell style, right? Opening of the Mummy, 1999 movie, or whenever exactly, that was a 90s movie. When he's got the Medjai the Medjai hordes coming at him, or Magi conscripts, I think they are. The Magi conscripts on horseback, the cavalry charge, and he's leading the French Legion, and they're just they're all shooting with rifles, but he's got his rifle. Shoot rifle, shoot rifle, shoot rifle. Drop rifle, handgun, 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 handgun. Drops his handguns, pulls out more handguns. Fucking love that man. He's my hero. Absolute legend to the nth degree. And I'm just going to go ahead and get ahead of this, the fatigue that's built up. We're just going to go ahead right now and drink some coffee. Just another half of a cup. And here is defense position. Defense position Wilco is right here and waiting for us. So, you know what? I got a mark earlier for the last combat, and then I forgot to put it down. Big oops. Nothing I can do about that. I think it was 2 hours something. Yeah, I'll scrub through it. I'll find it. It's not too hard. Just gotta scrub through until we see all of the Zeds on screen at once. But now we're gonna get a mark of 6 hours and 28 minutes. Something. All right. Combat engage. We will put on the epic music as soon as we get the big groups coming at us. I think I will go ahead and allow some of the street to get corpsey. We're not going to be going back and forth on this road very much. So target priority is going to be fast shamblers with the rifle. We let the slow ones come to us, and we'll deal with them with a different weapon when they get to us. Might seem like small fries, but these are the opening shots of a large fight. We kind of left a scattered group on the road here, as we're known to do, which is very conducive to moving up with sniping. This is a 223 with an 8x scope. The 8x scope means it's long range or stop using it. Or you can point blank with it. We can do this. And we will on occasion when it's convenient to do so. But we don't want to do that too much, because otherwise, you know, that's a quick way to burn through your 223 in a non-optimal way. And I have chosen that we are going to do corpses on the left side of the road, and we're going to try to keep the right side of the road clear if we can. Yeah, see this one right here? She was already out of in my dead zone, as it were. Like we're hunters from World of Warcraft from the old days. Slow shamblers, I'll skirmish these guys. Okay, and the groups are coming at us. This is where the fun begins. Actual mark 6:30. One left, or right. Some action to the south, apparently. Got fence thumpers up ahead. As I feared with this area. Get Agnes in the middle of the road that I'm trying to clear here. One right beneath my feet is Survivor. Leave that for later. And falling back a little bit. A lot of it. Carrying around this silly block mace. Oops. I was supposed to drop that somewhere. Literally couldn't find a spot to drop it. That useless right now. That is it for the 223. We are out of loose 223. Long range is now 45 auto. Now what this means is we're actually moving up, because now we're not getting a steady enough stream to justify too many firearms right now. As you can see, a lot of them are further up here. I was hoping I would move up a little further and get the rest of these, but that's what this is for. Alright, so we're going to get it from both angles here. I cannot stay in one spot for very long at all here. We're literally just making noise to get these guys out of the building. Maybe even a little more. So I'm going to go through the effort of doing this. Yeah, that ought to do the trick. Like a breadcrumb trail. Only the bread are corpses. A lot of fence thumpers. Don't want to spend much time here. Skirmish for a moment. Kill the front line of fast ones. Try to keep the attention of the back line of slower ones. Yeah, see, some of them are already losing interest. That's why we keep discharging, because and this is where I wanted to get rid of these trees. These trees are going to make my life annoying. Alright, coming up on Wilco here. I'm willing to bet we've probably already lost a good chunk of the back line. That's alright. We're gonna have a bite to eat while we fall back a little bit. Some of them lost interest quick there. Trying to keep the attention of as many stragglers as we can here. I don't want to line of sight them. Sometimes it's useful to line of sight them. No, not right now. We want them to see us, otherwise they will lose interest faster. You know what? We're actually close enough that we can do the... We got the ambulance. Damn it. Okay. That's a lot of slow ones. This is why we skirmish. See, the siren is also very consistent. So some of them will literally lose interest in us. One of my 6, 2, possibly more. Still alive. Another slow one of my 6. Okay, moving back up, we're going to catch the rest of them. We definitely missed a lot. That's, okay, so the in-games, for anybody if you're not familiar, the game's music breaks after like 10 minutes of playing these days. So we got to put on our own music, and this is one of our choices for combat music. We're going to take a side road to get back up and flank the ones that are further back that did not get enraptured by our sounds until now. Actually, exploring new territory in the process. Now this is our primary target right here, the Havisham Hotel Suites. Goal is to find our way down First Street here. Hello. Yeah, I had a feeling there was still a lot. Almost a side hit. He dodged that. Whew. I was more worried about the ambulance than me. I really should have the fire truck for this. I can't afford to take too many hits on the ambulance. But that's okay. We'll live. It's literally what it's here for. I can't sustain any fallback operations when there's this fucking backfill here. These people that didn't make it to the party but decided to stand outside the house. Y'all met that guy. Don't be that guy. Focusing on the fast ones if we can. Yeah, my spidey senses are tingling. Oh shit. Wrong side there. Okay. We're not in the EU, that's the wrong side to drive on. See, I was hoping we would get the attention of a little bit more of them to bring them back to our fighting position here. You can't always win every forward fight. Yeah, not a lot. Unfortunate. Shit, I'm more worried about backfill at this point. Wasn't quite the climactic fight I was hoping for. We might have hit limit on this building. Yeah, I think we hit limit on Havisham for the first 2 floors at least. I'm not okay with that. Actually not a good parking spot at all. I know better than to do this. Park with the driver's side facing. Don't do that. Don't park driver's side north ever. He says as he parks driver's side north. That's all right. Ammo check. Bandolier reloaded. 38 special is overrepresented. Alright. We'll get a little bit of action at the defensive position. Nowhere near as much as I hoped for. Missed target there. Fatigue kicks in, but we're alright for now. Yeah, like I said, there's not as many. We'll skirmish for a bit until we get a group over here. If we get a group over here. Yeah, we still got a little bit, but not enough to... Honestly, we built too far back. That's okay. Worse things have happened. Alright. I think this draws a close to combat. Alright, moratorium on firearms for now. Just in mop-up mode. Not that there's too much to mop up. I mean, successful. I will never not call that a success. Just, well, would have been slightly more ammo efficient if we could get them all to come back here and play fence hopper with us. Too many more of those, and it will be more time efficient to just have a generator powering them all at once instead of the battery connectors. I think those are permanently connected by battery now. Maybe if I take the battery out, they can go back to generator, but I don't know. I've never tried to go back to generator power after battery power. Now, that defensive position we built, if we intentionally want to just pull more zombies for the sake of it, we could get a lot more use out of that defensive position if we wanted to do that. I mean, like, for example, right here is defense position. This is X-ray right here. This is X-ray. Up there was Wilco. This is X-ray. We could still get a lot of use out of X-ray if we woke up the 4th and 5th floors of this building right here. But we have no incentive to do so. I mean, this is just residential. It's just a big old apartment complex full of nothing but residential loot. Why would we fight 1,000 zombies for no reason when there are thousands and thousands of zombies that we can fight for some sort of a reason? No calculus there. If we want to fight zombies, we're going to do it in a direction that makes a little bit more sense than just emptying out the upper floors of buildings that aren't awake yet. I can't wait for the day that buildings will wake up. I mean, there are players clamoring for this right now. Fix the glitch where zombies on upper floors don't wake up yet. Guys, that's not a glitch. That is 100% intended. And I don't think... I actually just got scared by my own mannequin. I don't think they actually want that quote-unquote fixed. I think those requests are coming from the masochists. But I'm not sure. I don't know how many masochists there are among the Project Zomboid player base. It's definitely a non-zero number. Plead the fifth as to whether I'm one of them. I rationalize it. I'm showing y'all what the default game is like, so that you don't have to experience the default if you don't want to. Plenty of sandbox settings to make it less annoying. For example, I have very, very extensively demonstrated the annoyance of respawns on this stream. Alright, so the thigh guards can go back into the kit here. I was not wearing anything else that would make me uncomfortable. I mean, technically speaking, I could go to sleep in these thigh guards and I wouldn't hate myself for it. I also wouldn't like it that much. I'm starting to question which tools I'm carrying around with me. Rather, which armor. I don't think I actually do have room for these shin guards right now. I want them, though, and that's the thing that really bothers me, is I want them. I really want them. But I've got to move something to a different spot, otherwise I can't fit everything. I know the moment I start not carrying around an extra claw hammer is the moment that I'm gonna not have one when I need it. You know what? The half mask respirator's coming out. I literally cannot find a reason to use one at this point. The cloth mask works, and if it doesn't, or if the cloth mask isn't enough, then that just means we need to fall back. Perfect. Okay. Right? Yeah, we are short 0.5 encumbrance from somewhere else could go in here. No, that's fine. That's fine. I don't have to think about this too much harder. The passenger seat is good for now. Randomly, we did pick up another hat from a zombie, and I want to see how that measures up against this other hat for the LEO kit here. Ooh, I think that's a better match. Hang on a second, I have to side by side this. I'm gonna put the one that was on there previously on my head, and the one that's on the mannequin's head now. The mannequin, it looks like the mannequin's darker. That's actually the flashlight. They're almost the same. We're gonna check these matches here. Yes, that's right. We swatch test things in Photoshop. That's how hard we go when it comes to matching things. If you guys are here for the combat, we're probably done for this stream. I'm probably in wrap-up mode here. I am feeling a little bit... I feel like I burned my oil just there. For the most part, I don't want to keep... Now, of course, we didn't do the heist. We were supposed to do the heist. All that really means is we're walking into a building that's already cleared and loading up a bunch of artwork. I mean, that's a really easy thing we can do. We've got an early start today. That's exactly what we're going to do. But yeah, I am going to take a look at that real quick in Photoshop and swatch test that. Alright, so the hat we just picked up is the one that's on the mannequin. That is pretty dark. 10, 18, 30 versus... We'll be charitable, we'll go for a dark segment. 12, 19, 30. That is like almost identical. Okay, cool. But now, while we're here, what I want to do is compare those with the other parts. I'm pretty sure. Okay, I did suspect that the T-shirt was a little lighter, and it is by a solid 10. A solid 10 in each category, pretty much. That's not as bad. Honestly, I can deal with that. Literally the same. Okay, so the skirt, I was good on this. I was really good on this. When I saw that skirt on just a random fucking zombie, while we were clearing the police department, I was like, hey, that skirt, that looks like a perfect match for LEO. And I just peeled it off the zombie and dropped it on the ground, and it languished there for a couple weeks at this point. And then I came back, picked it up, and would you look at that? The police T-shirt, it is almost a perfect match for. Now, what I want to do is compare that to the wrist and leg armors, which are made from police bulletproof vests, right? So these, yeah, they're all different LEO colors, and the bulletproof vest sets are a little lighter too. But that's okay. That's perfectly fine. We are in close enough territory very firmly here, and I'm really happy about that. What better could we do? Probably, I mean, okay, so military boots is not even a question. There are no colored military boots. Okay, so they're desert camo. If I wanted to do white, or close to white, like sandy white, Otherwise, it's black. So, I mean, like, it was always going to be a mixture of black and blue for a police LEO-themed kit. No, that was never a question. But what was a question, and still is, one of the reasons I've been thinking about an LEO kit recently has been because of... I found a hat, just like this one, a wizard hat, except it is blue with yellow stars on it. And I'm very curious to see how that measures up with law enforcement blues. So, we are actually behind on sleep right now. We can actually fix that completely by just drinking another coffee. I've been meaning to make some more anyway. We've got plenty of materials to make more with. So there's 2 fresh coffees to replace the ones I've drank in the backpack there. And we've already got our daily bread. So yeah, as a wrap-up activity, we are going to hit the, I was going to add something to the mannequin. How does the half-mask respirator look? It's a little bright. That's okay. I was never necessarily considering that. I was just curious. The half-mask respirator can go in RGB now. We're basically not using them for now. So we've got some extra thigh guards. We don't have to think about those for the LEO kit because that's what the that's what that stuff is for. Honestly, these can just go right back where they were. That's perfectly okay. I never should have even removed them. They're just special because they happen to be the correct color. Okay, so since we're doing an art heist, I can remove anything from my backpack that is not... All we're going to rock is 38 special. If we need a gun, we'll switch to the 38 special. Everything else, we'll put away the reloads for now. And of course, the reason we're cleaning out our inventory a little bit is because we got a lot of stuff. Easier to carry stuff if you don't have too much stuff. The vehicle we will be using is this one. These gym mats can come out of here and go into RTB. I don't think I'm going to be using them here. If I want dark colored flooring here, I'll just go across the street and steal more of those black carpets. I have almost infinite dark colored flooring here. Okay, with those removed, I can now carry a 20 encumbrance item in my backpack. That's important, obviously, if we're going to raid an art museum. A lot of the big art items weigh 20 encumbrance, and we can fit 36 encumbrance into the any given military backpack. Though our magic number is as described. You know what? We're gonna take the trailer too, because actually the trailer is empty. That's why all my welding stuff is on the floor. So that's okay. Now what we're actually okay. So here's the order of operations. Here's what we're gonna do. We are now actually on an RTB. We're doing an art museum heist, but via RTB because we want to go back to Jericho with all of this lovely gear. See if we can't even maybe add more to it. And so, because this is now an RTB run, because basically what we're doing is we're going to hit the art museum and then go back to Jericho, all the way back to Jericho, and then that is where we will log out at Jericho. So we are still in wrap up here, but we are doing a logistics run, and the stream will end at Jericho today, which means I'm just doing a quick parse upstairs for anything I would want to bring to Jericho with me. Probably nothing up here. Jericho, despite being an actual base as opposed to a outpost like this one, Jericho is actually something that I want to, how should I say, something that I want to build up eventually, but I haven't started yet. Those are all beige tiles. Okay. So all that's slated to, for RTB is what's on the floor right there. So we drive the trailer right past it, and into the trailer it goes. I think that's actually the trailer almost full, if I'm not mistaken. Close enough. So here's the... okay. Another slight mod. We don't need a haul around the trailer if we don't have... the trailer doesn't really have that much room. It can fit, like, I don't know, one painting. In fact, that's exactly what it will fit. We're gonna take our copy of She's Got It, and we're gonna put that in the trailer for RTB, because it is a really pretty painting. Borderline, something I can't show on YouTube, but it's pretty. And it's not going to stay here at this place, because this place, once we're done here, we're not coming back here for a long time, so there is not much of a point in leaving something that rare here. Okay, now these paintings, Waterfall and Riverside, there are so many of these that I don't even need to bring those back. Like, those are literally staying here because I have so many of them. The art museum, as it were, is something for rare art. We'll do none of those modern art things. No Jackson Pollock here. Ain't about that life. This compost bag goes back. Perhaps one of these hacksaws. They're both broken, or damaged rather. Okay, that is a full trailer. Now the last thing I'm going to do, I have not checked the generator at I've not checked the generator here at Reed for a while. It's probably overdue. Oh wow, God, that is the lowest I've let a generator get in a long time. That is perfectly okay. We got a full can of gas right here. I'm suspecting that I might not need to do another full refill of that generator. Oh, no, that's not true. Because, again, I think we're going to use this place as our power center for when we start pushing towards Grand Ohio Mall. It is a bit of a stretch to get to Grand Ohio from here, but it's a logical progression. Okay. We do need the refueling vehicle to be refueled, because we are out of gas at the generator here. So, order of operations now. Art heist, as we've previously mentioned. Come back here, grab the trailer, and then RTB to Jericho. Now, among the quote-unquote art, do we consider pallets of gold bars to be art? Because we just drove past a bank, and banks have got pallets and pallets of gold bars in them. And that bank, Knox Bank, wow, that's been clear for a while, hasn't it? Stragglers, as somewhat predicted here. Clean this mess up. Lots of pretty flowers. It's a shame there's no, like, chrysanthemums or violets or something. All of the flowers in this game that we have options for, they're all really pastel. I'm not the biggest pastel fan. In fact, I'm really not. I'm not keen on pastel. This is coming from somebody who used to be an avid enjoyer of Friendship is Magic. But for some reason, pastel never did it for me, even when I was very deep in that series. All right, so the art museum is right up there, and as I feared, we do have a fair number of them. What is this character here? I like that hat, sailor. That's a pretty hat. I don't know how many of those I have, if any. I'll take it. There was one survivor zombie in this group. This gentleman here. Heard somebody burp at me. There you are. Got a little bit of everything. Very little of what I care about. But I'll take it all. Minus the book. Billion copies of all those already. No headwear jumps out at me or anything like that. We do got a group up there, honestly. That's just a couple of shotgun shells, as long as they're well enough placed. I used to be on an avid spree of collecting pink and violet headwear of any kind. I've kind of put a bit of a kibosh on that because there are so few base game things that are like a really good solid pink color. I have had very poor success at assembling us like just a straight up pink set of gear. Because I got a ton of pink stuff. It just, all of it is an ever so slightly different shade of pink. And individually it doesn't, you don't notice it individually. It adds up though. It adds up rather significantly if everything is a slight mismatch. Then you just look like one of those patchwork quilts. And I ain't about that life. Hello, friendos. Y'all are really late to the party. Yep. For a game that has a jaw stab, I would kind of like a backstab too. I mean, isn't that like Stealth 101 to have a backstab? Maybe I've played too much World of Warcraft, but I quite vividly remember most stealth games having it. Assassin's Creed got it, don't it? I've only ever played a little bit of Assassin's Creed. And that was long before we called it Ubislop. So, last night's efforts were not entirely in vain, but we did get a few stragglers in the designated path. We were trying to keep the right side of the road clear. Not much of success in that regard, but a lot of success. Still alive. Always. If you're talking within the context of today. Yep, we're good. Alright, and now we discharge. This will help us figure out how many exactly there are still up here. Jeez Louise, 3 p.m. already. I am kind of glad that I'm drawing things to a close. I did have a couple things on the docket today other than Zomboid. Oh, right. I didn't even bring ammo. I overestimated how clear this place would be. It was very clear. And then we did a big pool right in front of it. Kind of forgot about that. We're going to try to finish what we started here. Wouldn't go as far as to say clear south, but we're okay south. It's always the buildings with the big fences. I really love the front courtyard of this place. If it wasn't for these iron fences, this would have made an amazing defensive position right here. But no, the fences ruin it. See, now what we've got most likely is a small army of slow shamblers that never even made it, didn't make it down the road, let alone to the party. Oi, I'm right here, dude. That's why we don't fuck with fences. Like, they'll be right in front of you, and they'll be tailing you already. And then they'll see a fence, and like these assholes up here. A fence right in front of them, zombie smack fence. It's just, like, bendable fences framework, alright? It's really bending the zombies' brains. I think I found one of the artists. You can tell by the mohawk and the big hoopy earrings. You can make hoopy earrings work, but very rarely does it not come with some other wacky choices. That we are definitively in the 90s, not the 80s. Big hoopy earrings were mainstream in the 80s. But we are past that era. One of the things that I do kind of to mess around with AI is I try to get, whenever, especially when I'm testing a new image model, even video models, I tried to get it to do period pieces, right? Generate somebody from the 50s, generate somebody from the 60s, 70s, etc. Obviously, 60s and 70s get you a lot of hippies. 80s and 90s start to mesh together a little bit, but you definitely see a lot more of the big, bushy hair and the big, hoopy earrings. A lot of big. There's a lot of big around the head in the 80s. It leveled off a little bit in the 90s, but you still had, you know, perms are still a thing. Big curlies. One on our 6 here. Never get to... yes, okay, so we're 4.5 with short blade. It is going to be a long time before our next level with short blade. If we really wanted to go nuts with it, we would have to make a handguard dagger. Handguard dagger cannot go on your webbing. It has to go on your belt. And the day that I put a knife on my belt is either extreme or early game when I have no other choice, or a cold day in hell. My belt slots, there are so many better things I can put than a knife. Like, you can use a machete as a knife for a lot of recipes. So I would literally, if it's my belt, I would sooner do more long blade than another slot that could be done by something else. This lady never made it away from the vehicle. Like, I'm sorry. I saw this tree jiggle. Nothing. I like how the trees got jiggle physics before the humans in this game. That being said, knowing what I know about this game's engine, it's a miracle that we've got different hairstyles. Anything else different about the bodies is, well, every single bit of it is more tax on system resources, because this game's engine is just that inefficient. Okay, now I learned something very interesting about double doors. Some vehicles can fit into them. I don't think a step van is one of them. Okay, I didn't think a step van was one of them. That's really, really funny. That's gonna make looting this place even easier. Yeah, this gives us a step up on the dudes from the Lurv. Lurv heist ain't got nothing on us. Just drove our van straight into the front door. Hey, shit, that's funny. I knew that you could fit some vehicles through double doors. If you can fit a step van through something, you can probably fit anything through it. That's really funny. Now, headlights are actually really bad in this game. Like, really bad. So we actually can't go that far, because headlight effectiveness is really bad if we don't have any, like, there's no natural light further in. So we're just going to park it so that we've got its trunk very easily accessible. That's good, that's fine. Alright, let's go for the big stuff that I've never seen before. This is a two-parter right here. It doesn't even have a name, it's just painting. Alright, painting. You are... Congratulations, you are being rescued. So, these two paintings right here. Oh, it's a two-frame painting. They're literally the same. Okay. I was under the impression those are two separate items. Sometimes you'll actually see that. Degrees and certifications come to mind. Sometimes there will be two things on a wall tile, and it looks really cool. But you actually can't replicate that yourself. Like, you could pick a certificate and a degree up, and they're both on the same wall tile at different elevations. You can't put them down like that, though. Once you pick them up, they're gone forever. You can't put them back. So the base game can have its multi-layered things, despite being separate and discrete items, but we can't, alas. Now, our flashlight is actually surprisingly low on battery, so we are going to need to reload the flashlight, probably in the midst of this operation. And I am not in need of any toy-related things. Nope. Is that a black toy car? I might take that. Trailer. No, I'm sorry, that's, of my list of things to do. Trying to accomplish a very small measure of them is actually more annoying than it might seem. Oh, who did this one? I should know more about art. It does not actually show the name of who did the painting. I think it's one of those ones that is real famous. Of course it weighs 20 encumbrance. And so does this one. Both of these ones here. Both of these elderly chaps. I don't even know who they are. They are ones we've got copies of already. I have seen this one before. This is in Terra Invicta. It must be some open, some public domain stuff, because I've seen this exact. Okay, so another game I've live streamed, Terra Invicta. This is the visual that they use when the Academy completes its objective research. This is when the Academy decides that we're going to take both routes. We are going to simultaneously cooperate with the aliens and threaten them into compliance. It's great. I love it. But yeah, that's probably another really hefty painting that we're going to need to come back for. Both of those are probably two-parters. Now, when it comes to carrying a bunch of stuff that weighs 20 encumbrance, we have the power. We have the technology. How we have to do it is military backpacks in both hands, on the back, and then the final one goes straight into the inventory. And that means we can actually carry 4 items at once if each weighs 20 encumbrance. I know this because doing beds, like a large bed. A large bed, it weighs 40 encumbrance for each, or 20 encumbrance for each part. So we are actually drawing on our experience with moving large beds all at once here. This, I think, hang on a second. Yes, Incognito Library is one of the more common ones. You can find those outside of the... In fact, everything in this corner here. Elderly Chap right here. I don't remember that one. Another Incognito Library. I've never seen this one before, though. And we're here for the unique stuff. Flowers on table painting. Best part about this current paradigm with me carrying this stuff, if a zombie is right around the corner, I could drop both backpacks at once if I pull out my sword. So that would solve that problem. Nomad Above the Gloom. And it only weighs 20 for the whole thing. Perfect. Oh, look at that. Oh, I have 0.08 encumbrance too heavy to pick up one more painting. That is so silly. If I put the water bottle in my backpack, I can pick up the last painting. That is so silly. I have a feeling that the vehicle is actually going to get full really quickly here. We're not going to have half of this place done. Yeah, in fact, we can't even finish this shipment. Maybe if we eat the rest of this stir-fry, and then remove the other stir-fry, we can fit this last painting in there, and then this step van is completely full. So now we are loading for bear. After we kill the okay, so we're gonna clear the entrance, park outside, because once we're done with this, we're gonna need to go. No dilly dallying. We're gonna load for bear. I haven't loaded for bear in a very long time. It is not a safe thing to do in Louisville. What is loading for bear? Basically just putting as much as humanly possible in your inventory and leaving it in there until you get back to base where you can dump it. That's our only option if we want to get most of the rest of these. And why is it so dangerous? Well, it's not even just danger, it's inconvenience. I would really love to take these statues. Oh my god, I can. That changes things a little bit. It weighs as much as a... Okay. Well, that's me coming back here then. Absolutely, that's me coming back here. Yeah, we're coming back here with another step van. Yep. Because I mean, honestly, I want to take one of the bust statues and then the female statue here. That's 40, 80, 120. That's more than half of a step van just for those three. Which tracks, that makes perfect sense. I actually would have expected them to be a little bit heavier. I haven't even ruled it out, they might be. They might be a little heavier. Like, that might actually be multiple parts. Like 40 times 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe. Alright, we're not going in that direction. So if I hit pick up... No, it won't even let me try to pick it up. That's okay. Is that... I think that's Venus. Yeah, that's Venus right there. I don't have... I could take Venus and nothing else. I would rather... What is this? This looks like an orc in a Santa Claus hat. With googly eyes. You see there's a googly eye right there. There's the Santa hat. And the body makes it look like an orc from World of Warcraft. Only really lean. Now this is a painting in 2 parts. So we don't have room for that. We can do 2 more 20 encumbrance paintings. Maybe 3. That's a really pretty one. I have not been disappointed by this venture. Is this also one that I can pick up? Oh yeah, it is. Okay, we're doing all 4. All 4 of those sculptures, that's a full step van right there. Which is perfect. That just means we're doing multiple trips. Here I was thinking that I was gonna wrap things up here. No, we're not done yet. We gotta save the art, boys. Yeah, okay. So we're taking... I think we can afford the 3 parts to this. Okay, I can just barely. If I load for bear, I can fit this last part. But I can no longer drop anything. I've got to get out of here now. I literally could not kill a single zombie unless I dropped everything. And even then I would be vulnerable because I'm carrying a painting in my person, as opposed to, like, in my hands or anything. Because it's a painting, I can't drop it. Driver's seat check, clear. Alright. let's get out of here. We have a full trunk worth of stuff that we can come back for. I'll probably do that next stream. I do actually, like I said before, I do actually have some stuff I got to do. So if we get like, okay, if we get a completely straight shot back to Jericho, no big zombie kills or nothing I got to dodge to get back, sure, we can go back and forth, and that would not take very much time at all in game or in real life. But I suspect because respawns have been a little, let's just call it steady. There have been a steady drip feed of respawns on our way back to Jericho. You'll start seeing them dead on the side of the road here, or walking in the middle of the road. Dead or yeah. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. That is First Street in Louisville. The blood on the ground is still caked from when we annihilated everybody here, and that wasn't good enough. That was not good enough. Now everything here, I want to say, should hopefully be clear for a couple more weeks, maybe. Because we just did a full kill of everything that respawned here. Doesn't mean anything for the train yard up ahead. The train yard is one of those extreme high density areas. So I never expected that to be clear for any extended period of time. We missed my shortcut. Here it is. Alright, train yard coming up here, and as expected, tons. Yep. So we recently did a cleanup here, as you can see by the corpses on the left. It wasn't good enough. This is a train yard. I remember looking at the map cell populations for B42 a couple of builds ago. This is probably still consistent. The train yard right here is in the 1700s. It is on par with the checkpoint itself, getting into Louisville, just in terms of average population across the entire cell. So, yeah, I mean, by using this little shortcut here, we are... I probably should have factored that into my long-term equations, but that's okay. We've gotten a lot of good use out of this shortcut, and we will continue to do so. But that's what... that just means that it's going to be a... we're going to stop and get out and kill a lot of things on our way back. So that is next stream. Next stream we finish the art heist and progress further down first. I really did want to get to the end of the road, as it were. But we couldn't make it. That's fine. For anybody watching, if you are not familiar with Jericho, Jericho is my actual power base here in Louisville. Reed is prettier than it is functional. It's functional. It's you know, indoor. It can park 6 vehicles, but 6 is the upper limit. Whereas here, this place is got parking for another 10 if I really want to. This place is supposed to be the garage, but I mean, well, it's farther away from everything. We're not preserving perishables here, so the generator is literally just lights at this moment. Now, despite the size, I actually don't have a lot of real estate to put the artwork. We're going to start putting some artwork in the cabinets here. Particularly, I'm going to put the series together, especially because the series are so heavy. I think the kale is still ready for harvest. So what I just said about not preserving anything here, well, that might change momentarily. I might have to harvest the kale, because the sooner I harvest it, the better off I am for getting another harvest out of it. You can harvest kale multiple times the same plant in one season. It's great. Kale is fantastic. Okay, that is a two-parter painting, or a, as opposed to 1, 2, 3. So, there we go. Last one can go in here, and that is, all of the red cabinets are now full. And we still got a little bit more art. A lot of bit more art, actually. As I expected, almost everything in there was a weighed 20 encumbrance. You know what else was 20 encumbrance? This backpack full of assorted loot. I'll put it over here with the rest of the assorted loot. As you can see, we have a fair bit. Okay, I lied about them all being full. The magazine bin here is actually not very full. Perfect. Move a little bit of magazine around and we can fit exactly that. Okay. Now that is a true statement. It's about to be even truer. I have to go around to the other side for these last two. I like Nomad Above the Gloom so much that I think I'm going to put it just right here. I'm going to put that right here in Jericho. I may actually take it back to Riverside eventually, but for now, it shall be in Jericho where I can see it because it's pretty. I'm going to put it somewhere nice and prominent. How about right next to the entrance? Can I do that? Or is the switch? Switch is not blocking it. Let's do over here by the bomb making and firearm storage. Beautiful. Alright, so now this is a empty truck. We'll probably take this one back with us tomorrow. But for now, I park it in the actual parking. The other vehicles are not in actual parking because they have stuff that needs to be emptied. That's why they're out there. Normally the ambulance... okay, so there's 3 ambulances in here. The dirty ambulance is actually my second best. Don't let the dirt fool you. The dirt is just because of how we came by it. It's actually got a 99% or a 99 quality engine. My main ambulance, the one that I've been fighting in this whole time, is a 100 quality. That's a fluke. I don't ever expect to see one like that again. But this one here, this is a 99, very close second. These two over here, these are shit. One of them is like 69, one of them is like, I think even less than that. What is engine quality? That's your 100 minus engine quality equals your chance to fail to start. Right, so engine quality 69, as nice as that sounds, what that really means is 31% chance to fail to start. The dirt protects the ambulance, 100%. It does. It's not dirt, it's a coating of protective material that looks like dirt. Alright, now that I'm done sorting art, I can take my water bottle back out. Okay, and everything in my inventory is sorted. We do have laundry infrastructure here, but I really need to wash my weapons more than I need to wash my clothes. Cows are looking good. I'm going to check up on Athena. Athena was broken last time I saw her. And what broken means is they are, like, stressed, really agitated. And you cannot, for some reason, trying to pet them gives an error. So that was her last state. If she's still stressed, that's whatever. I just want to see if I can actually pet her now. Because petting animals is supposed to reduce stress. Still agitated.
Hey!
But she still trusts me. She comes when I call. I try to pet her, and I can't pet her. She's still broken. See, I click the pet button. I just get this silly little green bar that does nothing. So she is she might be stressed for the rest of her life, and that sucks because she was my best cow. But some stupid little glitch that happened when we were driving, and I have to chalk it up as a glitch. It didn't happen to any of the other. Well, it happened to Athena, and it happened to our Ginfidel bull. The Ginfidel bull, I just fucking killed him. Athena, I have a bit of a sentimental attachment to her. I'm not gonna just kill her just because she's stressed, and the stress may go away. I hope the stress will go away. She's a good cow. I don't want to have to kill her. But if she never gets stressed, or I mean she never de-stresses, the crueler thing would be to let her live. I mean, at that point, if an animal is going to be stressed for the rest of their existence, I'm only speaking for myself. I wouldn't want to be stressed for the rest of my existence. I would want a sweet release from that. But thankfully, humans don't work like that. I don't think cows should work. No animal should work like that. Just stressed, permanently stressed. That is very silly. But that is what we deal with in Build 42 at the moment. So, what I'm going to do is take a look at the kale. The kale is currently ready to harvest. And the question is, how much longer will it be in the ready to harvest phase? Because the moment I harvest it, it will go back to the seedling phase. Okay, ready to harvest, and I've only got days left. So that means it's only going to last days before it goes rotten. If you don't harvest it, it will go rotten. So, yeah, we have no choice. We're going to harvest all of this kale, and it's going to go straight into this garbage bag, which is then going to go straight into the freezer. And we are going to get so much kale that we're going to fill up this garbage bag, and there's going to be a lot left over. There's a reason I have a lot of popsicle freezers here. You see them just laying around. Right now, those popsicle freezers are outside of my generator range because I don't need them running. But, well, I might actually need to fire up one of those. Yeah, we're already halfway full on a garbage bag right now. That is what happens when you are agriculture level 10. So that's actually exactly what we're going to do. We're going to finish this harvest and just make garbage bags of kale. Because that is exactly what we should be doing right now. Kale is great. I still have the kale that I'm eating back at the kale that I'm eating back up at Reed. That is literally last year's harvest. Still eating last year's harvest. That's how good kale is. I made sure to preserve it. Okay, we got one full bag. We can actually, okay, so you can limit break if you're harvesting crops. You can, normally there's a hard limit of 50 encumbrance in your character's inventory. There are a couple of niche ways to limit break yourself. Harvesting crops is one of them. We're currently at 55 out of 20 encumbrance. Yeah. And the only reason I'm doing that is because anything over what's in these two garbage bags can just go straight into the fridge. It's not going to be as much. So this actually worked out perfectly. We can get these bags of kale situated as a overnight activity. Right now I just want to get, well, not as an overnight, we got to get that done now. Sooner it goes into the freezer, the better. So that was almost 3 full garbage bags of kale. Like very, very close. So, as a relic of my transition here from Riverside, this particular freezer that we just looked at here, it's still got its own generator circuit. This generator right here was placed here very specifically so that it would only power that freezer. I should have just turned this on. Okay, no, I gotta fix it and refuel it and then turn it on, and then we'll leave the kale in that freezer. That makes a lot more sense to me. Small collection of electrical parts for current repairs and future. So what this means is we're actually committing to leaving the generator at Jericho here on. At least the one for the freezer. Alright, so just to confirm, the only things on this generator right now is the popsicle freezer, which is exactly by design. That's why it's over here in the corner. So all that kale is now going to go in there. So the way big freezers work, or chest freezers, every chest freezer, whether it's a two-parter like this one or the single one, each of them can fit a little bit more than a garbage bag's worth. But both garbage bags cannot be full. So this one here is full, and then this other one here is full. Actually, we want it to be full minus one. That is actually what we need to do. Okay, so both sides of the freezer now have a full garbage bag. So what we got to do is we still have a garbage bag that is like partially full, in addition to the full ones. We'll do a partial one. So we got a garbage bag kale and a garbage bag half kale. Am I going insane, or did there not used to be a grab half? There it is. I had to drop it for that, but otherwise, okay. So actually, I think this is going to come out almost perfect. Very close. We're at 36.4 encumbrance out of 39. So we actually, with those two rows of kale at agriculture level 10 has produced almost enough to fill up an entire double-sided chest freezer. That's a very interesting ratio. Because it will probably hold the same for the potatoes. The potatoes weigh the same, which is, I mean, that is so fucking unrealistic, I can't even begin to describe it. Potatoes may change in the future, but right now, potatoes weigh exactly the same as kale does. In terms of, like, 1 unit of potato, 1 unit of kale. So, garbage bag kale half. And we just leave this here because even when we shut down the main generator here, the separate generator circuit The separate generator circuit that's powering just this freezer will continue to run, and we'll just, keep running until we start using up the kale enough to justify shutting down a dedicated freezer. Honestly, when the potato harvest comes... Hello. That's why I love these gates. Because I can deal with them and I don't have to kill them inside my base. Lead them over here and kill them where the ugly blood can get all over the fucking... Oops. Oh, shit. That's not good. Are you gonna make me poke you? Okay. And he's tired, boss. I do have to be aware. We're probably going to get more on this side. I have not run a generator in this particular area. The one on the roof is further insulated, but this one is going to pick up residential respawns from this direction. I will deal with that as I see fit. This generator is located far enough that I don't expect it to bother inside the base. Oh man, it's gonna... If it pulls anybody from this side, look at all this surface area that they can smack now. All this stuff that I built myself, every bit of it is smackable. If a zombie just wanders in this direction, they'll start smacking my walls. But what else is new? That's just Project Zomboid right there. The player builds it, the zombies will smack it. We have learned that beyond any shadow of a doubt. And you know what? We'll have a bite of that kale that we just harvested. It's delicious. Good for you. Chock full of calories, actually. As far as crops that the player can farm, possibly one of the highest calorie counts individually. Take inventory of the animals. They're probably all fine, aside from, obviously, Athena. We've got Athena Jr. We should have Adonis, too? Yeah, okay. So, the breakdown here is, Adonis is, Athena... Okay, so this is Athena 2C. The 2 is where I get a junior from, but C means she's the third cohort of her generation. So she's named after her mother, Athena II, but then she's the third one, so 2C. Fathered by Adonis over here. Adonis is already Athena's son, so we're beating past Crusader Kings levels of inbreeding here, and yet no consequences. So I can't wait for that update. Animal inbreeding patch coming any day now, most likely. But so far, it has not affected any animal health that I have noticed. All of these eggs say they're fertilized, but I have not seen anything happen. So maybe someday they'll hatch. I don't know. In fact, I'll take these eggs here because they are all not fertilized, according to the UI. Oh, look at that. Okay. Well, I didn't really want to end the stream on a crash. Thankfully, we're not crashing in a place where we're going to be at risk of zombies attacking us. So I will go ahead and force close the game, I guess. Whenever the game crashes, what you want to do is check your save folder. So I just got user directory, Zomboid, saves, Apocalypse. And we're just looking for the save that you're currently on. If the game is trying to dump the save, it will have created a new folder with your current save game's name _crash. So if the game had crashed and was trying to dump the save, you generally want to let it do that. But there's no feedback telling you that it's doing that. It'll just look like this. Like, it'll just give you the standard Windows app hang screen, which is fucking useless to users. Users have no idea what this means. We can click the X, but of course that'll just give us the standard, do you want to kill it? So we're just going to go right past that and just fucking kill it. And we're going to relaunch it to make sure everything's okay. I'm not going to end the stream like that. We're close to the end, but I do like to end it on a morning note. So we will make sure everything's okay in the save and get things situated for tomorrow morning and take it from there. There's probably just some kind of memory leak. That's most likely what happened. A memory leak, and it filled up the Java memory, and that's it. Because we have seen a crash just like that many times at this point. Many times, more recently. I don't know exactly what could be causing it, but it happens after a while. We've been at this for right around 8 hours, so it's right on time, I guess you could say. Okay, doesn't look like we lost. Public service announcement, I always mention this whenever crashes come up. The devs have gotten really good about making it so that the crash does not destroy your save. We've survived many crashes on this character. And the reason for that, the biggest thing they changed that made it much better is a lot of people will have noticed in the past that if your game crashes, it doesn't dump the save to disk. And what happens if it doesn't dump the save to disk, like at all, if it doesn't like do any sort of writing, it'll lose things like time progression. And you try to reload a save after a crash in previous builds of the game, the time will be wrong, and certain inventories will not be up to date. Some inventories will be like you remember them. Others will be like they were a long time ago. It was a fucking mess. Emphasis on was. Almost all that's been fixed. Right now, almost any time a character or world inventory is updated, it gets written straight to disk. That is a massive increase in I/O. Probably not good for your flash drives. Or, I'm sorry, for flash memory. It's probably not good for flash memory. You run this game on a solid state, like I am. Probably not good for the longevity of my solid state, but that's okay. That's what it's there for. But the one thing that is at risk is vehicle inventories. Thankfully, we have not changed a vehicle inventory in a long time. We emptied the trunk of the step van and parked it, and yeah, we've been doing other things for a while. I don't know how often vehicle inventories are saved to the disk, but it's for some reason vehicle inventories are the only thing that is not updated as regularly as player or world inventories. So I don't even have to think about, all the paintings. All the paintings, we just take a peek. Of course, they're all still there. We don't even have to... Generally, you don't have to think about that anymore. In previous builds, we would have a lot to worry about if the save just crashed on us like that. But anyway, we're putting these eggs in the fridge. And as an overnight activity, we're going to reforge our sword because it was down to half capacity. We had some other swords that needed to be reforged, but we forgot to pick up the trailer. We drove right past Reed. Reed was the trailer at Reed, right in front of it, was loaded for RTB. We just drove right past it because I forgot. I am making mistakes at this point. Just one of the reasons that I'm also calling it. Like I said before, other things to do, but also I'm now firmly making mistakes. Not serious ones, but catch yourself before they become serious, right? That's what I like to do, if possible. So we got 2 sword blades. One was dropped on the floor. We're just going to reforge both of those right now. Should have a bunch of charcoal left in this van. Right now, this ambulance is basically just dedicated charcoal storage. And it doesn't look like it, but we are actually too far away from the forge. Take a slightly closer step to the forge, and now we can forge whatever we want. So we go to swords, and we use the blades that are broken as materials, and just fast forward. It takes a solid 30 minutes per blade, so that's actually perfect for our overnight activity. I'm going to put those swords back together. And we're actually out of handles, as fate would have it. Been a little while since that happened. Handles are easy. If you are somebody who does carving. Okay, so we got a sword. Putting that on our belt. Now we got a sword blade. I'll put that in my backpack. We're going to sleep because it's 4 a.m. And then just briefly before we call it, we are going to go outside and carve a couple of sticks so that we have a bunch more handles to rebuild the current sword and ones in the future. Did you know you can actually move things between inventories while you're sleeping? I've done it once by accident, purely by accident. I just I put a book from my backpack into the I guess my character was sleepwalking. I don't know. That was kind of funny. I expect that to be a glitch that'll be fixed at some point in the future. We're a little hungry. We don't have any food prepped. We're just going to do the unhealthy thing and eat some ho-hos. I mean, they're delicious and they don't expire. There would not be an apocalypse without me eating some ho-hos. Those would literally be something that I would steal en masse from the local grocery store. Because just like Twinkies, they don't go bad. Quite the cream filling. You would expect something with cream filling. Nah, it's got that fake cream in it. Gotta love the fake cream. So we take just a couple saplings. Each one of these saplings is 8 small handles. Carve 8 small handles times 2. And this is one of those situations where the crafting menu wants you to use your handy knife instead of your hunting knife. And that is unacceptable to me. I can make more hunting knives. I can't make more handy knives. I am utterly reproached by that. But we got the handles on the floor right here. Use one of them now. My flashlight battery has been in need of replacement for a while. I thought it would run out in the museum. I'm just going to toss this one out and replace it now so I don't have to think about it next time. Okay, now the last thing we're going to do is make sure that we don't forget the bunny ears. Because we forgot the bunny ears last time. There's probably some other stuff I'm going to do that's cosmetic related. I'll save all that for next time. This time I just wanted to make sure that I'm bringing the bunny ears. Because that is a part of our summer kit. At some point we're going to be done with the insulation from the witch hat. I mean, the witch hat, it's always been just, you know, a Halloween theme, and Halloween is now past. Wait a minute. Okay, there is just one thing I'm going to take a look at. One last thing. The hat, the wizard hat, should be over here somewhere, I think. Somewhere. If I don't find it in, like, the next 30 seconds. Jesus, it's already 4 p.m. I am already really pushing it here. I've got some shopping to do and a couple of tasks. Thankfully, everything that I need to do is still at a place that's open. I have already definitively missed the ability to get ahead of the afternoon crowds, but what else is new, am I right? Oh, denim bandeau. Denim bandeau. I was wearing this for a while. As like a top, as like an underwear top. It no longer counts as that. Denim bandeaus are now just your t-shirt layer. And I find that really silly. Like, a bandeau is literally just usually it's for women, but men can wear them too. And it's supposed to be like almost an underwear layer. In fact, most people would wear it as underwear, but nope. In this game, it doesn't count as underwear. which sucks because obviously briefs, we can wear denim briefs and get a little bit of extra scratch protection on the grown, which, I mean, y'all know grown is kind of hard to protect in this game, but that is what it is. That is what it is. We have a lot of fun stuff to sort through here, and none of it is the wizard hat, so we're gonna have to track that down next time. Next time we will track down the wizard hat. I know it's somewhere here. There's a lot of places it could be, so. Alrighty, folks. We have done good things here. I shall catch you all in the next one. And of course, last thing we always do is start the save back up. We are at part 65 of our characters series here. So I just copy the whole save folder and go to my backups folder here and create a new folder, 65. And that will take a while to finish. I shall catch you all later. Peace out.